Shani, you need to know your place. From now on, you and I live in two different worlds. Murong Shui stood in the center of the Chun family living room, her gaze cold as a blade on a winter night. She turned to my father, her tone leaving no room for discussion. Uncle Chun, our families go way back, so let me give you some advice too. Talk some sense into him. The engagement is off. Swear this. My father's voice trembled. There's nothing more to say. I came to inform you, not to negotiate. Goodbye. She swept a disgusted glance over me, then turned and walked out. Her high heels clicked against the floor, each step like a nail driven into this family's pride. The moment the door closed, the living room exploded. The nerve of her. My eldest brother, Chun Jian, slammed his fist into the sofa. Back when the Murong family was on the verge of bankruptcy, they came crawling to us, begging for this marriage alliance, and we bailed them out. Now they just turn around and pretend they never knew us. She awakened an S-rank talent. My father let out a long sigh, his expression complicated. Who could have seen it coming? He looked at me, his voice softening. Don't be upset, little brother. She's just one woman. I'll find you someone better down the road. And in that exact moment, my consciousness snapped awake. What the hell? What's going on? I just pulled an all-nighter, scrolling on my phone until I dozed off. How is it that I open my eyes and I've been reincarnated into another world? Don't tell me I died at my computer. Fragments of unfamiliar memories flooded into my mind. The original owner of this body, Chen Yi, was the second young master of the Chun family in Jiangnan. He'd been chasing after Murong Shui like a lovesick puppy since middle school, 6 full years, and now he'd been publicly dumped, becoming the laughingstock of the whole city. Great. Right off the bat, I'm a doormat everyone walks all over. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transmigrated. The Supreme Summoning System has awakened. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. It has been stored in your system inventory. A system? All those novels I read before transmigrating didn't go to waste. This was the legendary cheat code. Suppressing my pounding heart, I silently commanded it to open. A semi-transparent screen materialized before my eyes. I tapped straight into the inventory, and there sat the gift pack, plain as day. Confirm, open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 divine dragon egg and 1 talent draw. Draw. A massive wheel began to spin, packed edge to edge with talents ranging from the trash tier J rank to the pinnacle S rank, flashing past in a blur. S rank. It has to be S rank. I stared unblinking. Ding. Talent awakened, master of the secret realm. Rank S. Effect. After the first kill of a secret realm's boss, that secret realm will not be destroyed. Instead, it becomes the host's private domain, accessible at will. It really was S rank. Thanks to the original owner's memories, I knew all too well just how much weight those 2 letters, S rank, carried in this world. But the way the Chun family was looking at me only grew stranger. First the kid was zoning out, then grinning like an idiot. Did getting dumped scramble his brain? My eldest brother nudged me. Little brother, are you okay? She's just one woman. Bro, I said meekly, I think. I might have awakened an S-rank talent too. What? My father shot up off the sofa. I handed over my ID card. In this world, ID cards form at birth and update all your information in real time. My eldest brother snatched it up, took one look, and turned to stone. Jenner, is it real? My father grabbed it out of his hands, and after reading it, he froze too. Master of the secret realm, of all things, that sigh doused half the fire in my chest. I snatched the ID back. Dad, big brother, what's with those faces? This is S rank. My eldest brother looked awkward. Little brother. Master of the secret realm isn't exactly rare in China, but it's got a nickname. What nickname? My father shook his head. The turtle shell. Turtle shell? My brain buzzed. Forget whether you can even kill a secret realm's boss, my father said slowly. Even if you do take one over, only you can enter it. Storing beasts, using it as a warehouse, hiding out when things get dangerous. Beyond that, it's completely useless. So I drew myself a warehouse. My eldest brother patted my shoulder consolingly. S rank is still S rank, no matter what. Don't worry. Next time a G rank secret realm shows up, I'll clear it for you. Ding. Quest triggered. Obtain a secret realm space within 1 month. Reward. 1 random talent. My eyes lit up. Testing the waters, I asked, Big brother, a person can only awaken 1 talent at most, right? Obviously. No one's ever heard of someone awakening too. Never heard of it. Then I'll be the one to set the precedent. The quest reward was a talent. In other words, I could have a second, a third, even an endless number of talents. My father, who'd been looking down on me a second ago, now slapped his thigh in frustration. If only you'd awakened a top-tier talent too. So the Morong family would live to regret this. Dad, what exactly did that little witch awaken anyway? The words little witch made both my father and eldest brother freeze. After all, in their minds, I practically worshipped Murong Shue as a goddess. My eldest brother's expression turned odd, then relaxed. Looks like this kid's already moved on. Ultimate fire element affinity, he said. After she forms a contract with a fire-type beast, she can raise that beast's potential by an entire rank. That's it. My father laughed in exasperation. That's it. If she contracts a beast with S-rank potential and bumps it up a rank, that makes it a being beyond S-rank. Oh, I nodded. Whatever. I've got a system and a divine dragon. What's a measly fire affinity to me? A divine dragon egg, that's a dragon, for crying out loud. How could it be anything but incredible? The Chen family was somebody in Jiangnan, and having someone show up to call off the engagement at our door meant our reputation was in tatters. Fortunately, my S-rank talent held things together. My father shooed us brothers away and headed to the living room to strategize. Back in my room, I couldn't wait to take out the divine dragon egg. Divine dragon egg. Effect, bond by blood. Before me sat an egg no bigger than a chicken egg. The corner of my mouth twitched. This was a far cry from the divine dragon coiled across the 9 heavens I'd imagined. Bond by blood. I stared at my finger, hesitating, cutting a gash into it. I really couldn't bring myself to do it. Screw it. For the dragon, I'll do it. I grabbed an embroidery needle and jabbed it into my index finger. SSSS, that really hurts. After some effort, I squeezed out a single drop of blood and let it fall onto the shell. The blood was absorbed in an instant. The lifeless shell began to tremble, and then, crack, it split open. Under my expectant gaze, a small green snake, no thicker than a pencil, wriggled out. Then, right in front of me, it swallowed the entire eggshell whole. Hatching successful. Please name your divine dragon. This counts as a divine dragon? It's clearly just a snake, and a tiny one at that. Fine. From now on, your name is Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing opened its mouth and gave me a smile that was almost human. The naming complete, an ID card materialized out of thin air beside it. Name, Xiaoqing. Species, unknown. Potential, unknown. Strength, F rank. Attributes, wind, water. Skills, basic wind magic, basic water magic. Unknown species and potential, but born at F rank, with dual attributes and dual skills right out of the shell. This thing was definitely no ordinary creature. I cradled Xiaoqing in my palm and teased it with my index finger. Little brother, can I come in? My eldest brother's voice came from outside the door. Come in. The moment he entered, his brow furrowed. What's with the snake? Oh, that's the beast I just contracted. Xiaoqing. What? His face changed instantly. You just came of age. You barely got contract eligibility. A D-rank beast tamer can only contract one beast to start with. You don't know that. I do, which is why I contracted Xiaoqing. Dad and I had a Sangyue wolf cub picked out for you. B-rank potential. Frantic, he spun around. Wait here, I'm getting Dad. Moments later, my father stormed in. One glance at that pencil-thin little snake, and his blood pressure shot through the roof. You idiot. Who told you to contract a beast on your own? A beast contract is irreversible. Do you get that? Dad, you don't understand, I said calmly. That Sangyue wolf or whatever isn't even fit to carry Xiaoqing's shoes. Bullshit. That Sangyue wolf has B-rank potential. What potential does that snake of yours have? Don't tell me it's A rank. Potential unknown. But it's definitely stronger than that Sangyue wolf. Unknown. My father snatched the ID card. You're screwing with your old man. He froze mid-sentence. Born at F rank. Dual attributes. 2 skills from birth. My eldest brother leaned in for a look and sucked in a sharp breath. Back in the day, he'd worn himself out just trying to get his white ape to learn a single skill. My father took a deep breath. Bring Xiaoqing. Come to the backyard with me. In the backyard, my father touched his ring, and a 3-meter-tall black bear appeared with a thunderous crash. Have Xiaoqing attack my ground-burst bear. If it dies, don't blame me. My father sneered. My ground-burst bear has already grown to B rank. If that F-rank little snake of yours can so much as scratch a single hair on it, I'll call you Dad. Fine. I nodded. Xiaoqing, Windblade, go. Xiaoqing raised its serpent head and opened its little mouth. Green light flashed. A half-meter-long wind blade tore through the air, slashing straight at the ground-burst bear. The bear didn't budge, letting the wind blade slam into it. Clang. A crisp ring. The wind blade shattered, and the black bear didn't lose a single hair. An indignant look flashed across Xiaoqing's snake face. The next instant, wine blades poured out like machine gun fire, one after another, all hammering the exact same spot. The angles were vicious, the barrage airtight. A dozen seconds later, the B-rank ground-burst bear, caught completely off guard, split open in a long, thin gash oozing blood. My eldest brother was utterly dumbfounded. This is F-rank? This is what they call basic wind magic. Since when can basic magic be fired off like a machine gun? Try the water type, my father said, his voice actually shaking. The wind blades transformed into fist-sized water bullets, raining down just as fiercely. Father and son watched, jaws hanging open. Stop. My father's throat bobbed. Where did you get this monster? I could hardly say the system gave it to me. Found it on the side of the road. My father's temple twitched. Finally, he waved a hand. Never mind. Looks like we all underestimated you. You little rascal, you've got your own secrets too. Dad? I said with a sly grin. Your ground-burst bear looks like it's hurt. And you just said that if Xiaoqing could injure it, you'd call me Dad. My father glared. I call you, and you'd actually answer? He paused, and his expression eased. Well, in that case, your enrollment exam is in the bag. With that, he dragged off my eldest brother, who was practically grinding his teeth to dust, and left. The enrollment exam. I searched through the original owner's memories. In this world, everything up to college was the same as in my old world. The only difference came at the university level. Anyone with beast-taming talent could apply to a beast-taming university. The original owner had already applied to the Jiangnan beast-taming campus. Ring, 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 my phone went off. It was the original owner's best buddy, Mu Qinghe. Want to hang out? Hang out for what? I heard from my dad. Your old man really shelled out for you. A Sanyue wolf with B-rank potential. You gotta look out for me from now on. I didn't take that thing. I contracted a beast myself. The other end went noticeably silent. Holy crap. Are you nuts? You can't buy B-rank potential with any amount of money. Do you actually need something or not? If not, I'm hanging up. No. I heard through the grapevine that the Morong family's out to get you. The Morong family? They called off the engagement, and they're still coming after me? I'll be keeping tabs on that debt. Where are you? Let's talk in person. Inside the Jiangnan Beast Hall, Mu Qinghe was pacing back and forth. When he saw me arrive, it was like he'd been granted a pardon. Showing off, he summoned a six-legged green spider about the size of a puppy. My dad gave it to me. C-rank potential, a venomfang spider. Summon your beast. Let's see it. I raised my hand, and Xiaoqing poked its head out from my sleeve. Mu Qinghe stared. You passed up a B-rank Sanyue wolf to contract an earthworm. An earthworm? I looked at him like he was an idiot. No taste at all. This earthworm would beat your green-haired spider senseless without even trying. Fine, whatever. Anyway, you're in trouble. He lowered his voice. The Morong family's eldest son, your goddess's brother, Morong Lei. I dug the name out of my memories. He's always had it out for you. Before, he held back because of the tie between the two families. But now that your goddess awakened S-rank, the Morong family's on the rise, and he's got no reason to hold back anymore. Mu Qinghe licked his lips. And here's the kicker. Morong Shui caught the eye of the Huaxia Central Beast Taming Academy in the capital. An A-rank professor wants to take her on as a personal disciple. The professor didn't like that she'd had an engagement, so he told Morong Lei to deal with you during the exam. Ding. Quest triggered. Successful enrollment. Reward. Unlock the shop function. Another quest? A thrill went through me. As for Morong Lei, he was only 1 year ahead of me. An E-rank beast tamer with an E-rank beast, tops. If he dared to come, we'd see just who ends up dealing with whom. Him? If he dares show up, I'll make him regret it. Mu Qinghe rolled his eyes. You sure can talk big. With that little earthworm of yours. Yeah, with that. So it's just an S-rank talent. You'd think nobody else had one. That's S-rank. If you really have it, then from now on you're my big brother. Just point, and I'll strike. I tossed him my ID card. He took one look, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap, this is insane. It really is S rank. Master of the Secret Realm? Isn't that the turtle shell my dad talked about? Never mind the rest. Just tell me, is it S rank or not? Mooching has swallowed. From now on, you're my big brother. When I move, you're the first one I'm calling. So my S rank talent is just for helping you move? At the Murong residence, a smug, rakish-looking Murong lay toyed with the file in his hands. Interesting. He actually turned down that Songhua wolf? Is the intel solid? Rest assured, Brother Lei. Chen Jinghua returned the cub. His subordinate, Su Feng, replied. Either the Chen family gave up on him, or they've got something better than its Songhua wolf. Murong Lei stroked his chin. No way. Above B rank is A rank. The Chen family? Could they even get their hands on one? True enough. Murong Lei tossed him a ring. To be safe, you'll handle it personally the day after tomorrow. This is from that esteemed sir. There's a D-rank demon wolf sealed inside. When the exam starts, release it in secret and finish Chinyi off. Su Feng hesitated. Finish him off? Isn't it enough to just keep him from enrolling? He is the Chun family's second son, after all. What's there to fear? Murong Lei sneered. We've got that esteemed sir's protection now. A trifling family like the Chins isn't worth a second thought. I'd just parted ways with Mu Qinghe and returned to the Chun family's front door when I froze. I'd only been gone a few hours, but now my eldest uncle, my second uncle, and every aunt and relative under the sun had shown up, all lined up at the door waiting for me. Look, Eater's back. Before I could react, a crowd of elders half pushed, half dragged me into the living room. Little E, we've got a truly important figure visiting. When the time comes, read the situation and act accordingly. There were only two people in the living room. One was my father. The other was a middle-aged man in a military uniform. Seeing me enter, my father hurriedly beckoned. Commander Yin, this is my son, Chen Yi. Commander? The uniformed man showed not the slightest air of superiority and stepped forward. Young friend Chen Yi, I'm Yin Jun, Deputy Commander of the Jiangnan Military Region's Secret Realm Corps. Huh. My father, standing beside me, jabbed me anxiously. What are you standing there for? Greet Commander Yin. Commander. Yin, hello. Yin Jun smiled and took the ID card I handed over. After reading it, his eyes lit up. Excellent. A genuine master of the secret realm. Finally, Jiangnan province has one too. My heart skipped a beat. Didn't my brother and dad say this talent was garbage? So why does the commander look like he's struck gold? Yin Jun's expression turned solemn. Young friend Chinyi, are you willing to join the Chinese military? Enlist. Before I could answer, my father jumped in. He's willing. Of course my ear is willing. I was puzzled. Commander Yin, isn't my talent the turtle shell? Why would you come in person for it? Turtle shell? Yin Jun chuckled. In others' eyes, perhaps. But in the military's eyes, your talent is terrifyingly powerful. He slowly laid out the other side of this world for me. Humans constantly enter secret realms in search of fortune, while the creatures inside watch for their chance to spill out and plunder resources. Yet the secret realms cannot be destroyed, because 90% of all beasts come from them. They are both a threat and a treasure. The Secret Realm Corps' mission was to suppress high-tier secret realms, capture or negotiate with their bosses, and lock the threats inside. Whoever could firmly control a secret realm's boss turned that realm into a national strategic resource. But when a high-tier secret realm first appears, the entrance is tiny. There's no way to bring in large equipment. Yin Jun looked at me, his eyes burning. So a master of the secret realm is exactly what every military region dreams of having. I mulled it over. Commander Yin, if I enlist, what would I need to do? And what can the military offer me? You watch your mouth. My father panicked. But Yin Jun raised a hand to stop him, his smile deepening. As an S-rank talent holder, we'll grant you the rank of Major General, no real authority. Whenever a high-tier secret realm appears, you'll assist us in transporting strategic materials. Major General? My heart jolted. No real authority or not. That rank was enough to strut around anywhere I pleased. Of course, Yin Jun added, the military will secure an exclusive secret realm for you as soon as possible. That suited me perfectly. I'd been racking my brain over where to find a secret realm within a month. All right, I'll join. But the secret realm has to be in my hands within a month, and barring circumstances beyond your control, you're not to restrict my freedom. As it should be. Yin Jun nodded. The strong command respect. An S-rank talent holder deserves to be treated differently. He produced a document he'd clearly prepared in advance. I gave it a glance and my eyelids twitched. Aside from the condition I'd just raised, every other clause had already been drafted. He'd come prepared, dead certain I'd bite. I signed my name. Yinjun solemnly put the document away. Major General Chen Yi, someone will deliver your rank certificate shortly. As for the secret realm, I'll head back now and keep an eye out for you. My father tried to keep him for a meal, but he politely declined. The moment Yinjun left, the relatives outside flooded in. Patriarch, what did Commander Yin want with Little E? My father still sat in his chair, dazed. You won't believe it, but Little E is now a major general. A major general of the Secret Realm Corps. What? Unbelievable. Is our Chen family about to rise? We just got humiliated by the Morong family, and now we've turned it all around. My father slapped his thigh and stood up. I've decided. Little E, from now on, you're the head of the Chen family. I'm retiring. I agree. I agree too. I felt a headache coming on. Dad, uncles, aunts, cut it out. I still have to go to school, head of the family, of all things. That's true. Then go to school first and take over after you graduate. I honestly don't remember how I managed to escape in the end. All I recall is a crowd of elders crying and shouting for me to be their successor. What a farce. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Campus. The plaza was already packed with people in all of Jiangnan Province. This was the one and only Beast Taming Academy. Holy crap. Look, it's nothing but gorgeous women. Mu Qinghe wiped drool from his mouth. Embarrassing, I scolded. Beautiful or not, it's all fleeting. We're here to study. Mu Qinghe shot me a look. Right. Study. Qinghe. Over here, gate 3. I turned toward the voice. A girl barely 5 feet tall was hopping up and down in the crowd. Jet black long hair. Eyes as clear and lively as grapes. That's Su Tower, Mu Qinghe said. I shook my head. She's an A-rank talent, the treasured daughter of the Su family. Not someone to mess with. Before I could finish, Su Tower had already bounded up and latched onto my arm. Brother E, I heard that Murong Shui which dumped you. The corner of my mouth twitched. Tower, do you want to repeat what you just said? It's true, isn't it? Su Tower pouted. A beauty throws herself at you, and you won't have her, but you'd rather chase a piece of trash like Murong Shui. I felt helpless. In the memories, this girl was the Su family's pearl, doted on by her older brothers. But somehow she'd set her sights on the original owner, and those brothers had had heart-to-hearts with him more than a few times. Don't bring up that little witch. I'll make her regret it sooner or later. Little witch. Su Tower's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother E, does this mean you're not chasing her anymore? I pulled my arm out of her grip and stepped back. You keep your distance from me too, or your brothers are going to want another life lecture. Don't worry, I didn't let them tag along this time. She lunged again and hooked onto my other arm. Unable to shake off this clingy little thing, I let her be. I was dragged over to Gate 3, which turned out to be a registration window. A huge roster was posted overhead, and all 3 of us were on it. Behind the window sat a teacher handling registration, with a few upperclassmen keeping order. When it was our turn, the teacher at my window was a scruffy old man, his hair a bird's nest of a mess. This is what passes for a teacher. ID card. The old man glanced at Mu Qinghe, took a look. Not bad. B-rank talent, sticky spider web. Next, Su Tower handed over her card. Oh, A-rank talent, spirit fox bloodline. Good seedling, good seedling. Finally, it was my turn. The old man took my ID card, turned to stone on the spot, then let out a curse. Holy crap, S-rank talent. Why does it have to be master of the secret realm? That shout instantly set off everyone around us. My god, S-rank. Shouldn't he be at the main academy in the capital? Didn't you hear? Master of the secret realm, the turtle shell. So it's a turtle shell. No wonder. I recognize him. Chun E of the Chen family, the one Murong Shui dumped. That doormat. The whispers stabbed at me like needles. In the distance, 2 sinister gazes locked onto me as well. Brother Lei, who'd have thought this kid awakened S-rank too? Same as your sister. Just a turtle shell. Murong Lei scoffed. Its enhancement effect is worse than any random B-rank talent. As if he's fit to be mentioned in the same breath as Schwer. Su Feng slipped his hand into his pocket and touched the ring. Rest assured, Brother Lei. I'll make sure he never makes it out of the exam realm. Annoyed by the crowd's stares, I glared at the old man. You've got quite the loose mouth. The old man gave a sheepish smile and lowered his voice. Sorry. A talent like yours. The military already came to see you, didn't they? None of your business. Am I registered or not? If so, I'm leaving. The old man grinned and handed my card back. With a temper like that, they definitely came. The three of us headed into the campus interior. I thought the plaza outside was big enough, but only once inside did I understand what big and luxurious really meant. People everywhere, yet not the slightest sense of crowding. Come on, let's grab a bite at the cafeteria first. We'll probably be waiting until the afternoon. Sue Tower tugged me along. Tower, have you been here before? How do you know your way around so well? Of course. She puffed out her chest. I used to come here all the time to hang out with my brothers. We hadn't gotten far when a blond man blocked our path. A smile plastered across his face. Tower, so this is where you are. I've been looking all over for you. Then he caught sight of Sue Tower clinging to my arm, and his smile froze instantly. He jabbed a finger at me. Tower, who is this guy? Let go of him. Sue Tower shot him a look of disdain. Lu Hong, who I hold on to is none of your business. A good dog doesn't block the road, move. Even cursed out like that, Lu Hong didn't get angry. Tower, don't be foolish. Your third brother asked me to look after you. Then his tone shifted, as if something had just clicked. Brothery? Well, so you're the Chen family doormat that Murong Shue dumped. Chen E. Sue Tower blew up on the spot. Lu Hong, shut your mouth. Don't you dare talk about brother E like that. Tower, stop being naive. This guy's a good-for-nothing. He got tossed aside, and now he's crawling to you. Screw off. I couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. You're a doormat yourself. Where do you get the nerve to talk about me? Me, a doormat? Lu Hong's face darkened. I suggest you watch your mouth. Don't think the Chun family's money makes you a big deal. Let me tell you, my brother serves in the Secret Realm Corps. He's a man with a military rank. I gave him a contemptuous glance. That's your brother. What the hell does it have to do with you? As if a military rank is anything special. I happen to be a major general. Major general? Uffed. Lu Hong burst out laughing. You? With what? Yummy. Not convinced. If you're not, go get your brother. What are you even worth? What a freshman. Not even enrolled and already this arrogant. Lu Hong gritted his teeth. If you've got the guts, come with me to the arena. I'll show you exactly what I'm worth. Ding. Quest triggered, making a name. Objective. As the master of the system, you've actually been looked down upon. Make your name known in the academy. Reward, basic teleportation. Unlock the skills interface. Another quest. In a world where the strong command respect, a reputation was never won with words, it was fought for. In that case, Lu Hong, you can be my first stepping stone. What's there to be afraid of? I met his gaze. Lead the way. I'll teach you some manners. Mooching has stared, dumbstruck. Damn, is this even the brother I know? Not even enrolled, and he's ready to duel an upperclassman? Meanwhile, Sue Tower's eyes had practically turned into hearts. Brother E giving up being a doormat. So freaking cool. Lu Hong led us to the arena. With the semester about to start, the platform, usually bustling, was fairly deserted now. He leaped onto the platform first and looked down at me from above. Come on up, kid. Just as I was about to step forward, Mu Qinghe grabbed me. E, take it easy, watch out for tricks. If that earthworm of yours dies, the cost of recontracting a beast is huge. I nodded. Good point. Then I'll just kill his beast. We'll see if he can even afford to sign a new one. Huh. Mu Qinghe looked baffled. The onlooking students happened to catch that and snorted with laughter. Are all this year's freshmen this thick-headed? He wants to kill an upperclassman's beast. Lu Hong, teach him a good lesson. Make him face reality. Lu Hong sneered and summoned a giant scorpion assembled from bones, two eerie red flames burning in its eye sockets. It was a full meter long. The crowd erupted. The bone scorpion got even bigger. Did it advance to E rank? Not just that. Lu Hong glanced smugly at his bone scorpion. It's already mastered its first skill. Holy crap, he was really hiding that. This freshman's in for it. Sue Tower frowned. Lu, if you go too far, I will not let this slide. Sue Tower, who do you take me for? I said, displeased. It's just one skill. You'd think nobody else had one. I pulled Xiaoqing out of my sleeve and casually tossed it across from the bone scorpion. The whole crowd froze. Pencil-thin Xiaoqing, facing off against a meter-long bone scorpion. The visual gap was just too much. Lu Hong looked at Sue Tower, troubled. Tower, even if I wanted to hold back, I can't. One pinch from my bone scorpion, and that earthworm gets snapped in two. Are you fighting or not? I said impatiently. You sure talk a lot. In such a hurry to die. Lu Hong's face hardened. Let me show you exactly what that skill you look down on can do. The bone scorpion slowly sank into the solid platform. It's earth burrowing, the crowd exclaimed. What garbage earth burrowing? I scoffed. You go underground, I go up in the air. I don't believe you can hurt Xiaoqing while you're cowering in the dirt. Green light flashed beside Xiaoqing, and a gentle gust lifted it into the air. Holy crap, the earthworm can fly. Pure wind element energy, this little thing knows a skill too. Lu Hong's heart lurched, then he forced himself to stay calm. That beast of yours does have a few tricks. But too bad, my bone scorpion is already E-rank. The bone scorpion's bony tail burst up from the ground, its barbed hook aimed straight at the airborne Xiaoqing. With the grinding of bone joints, the hook shot out like a cannonball. Since I was here to make a name, I might as well put on a real show of strength. Xiaoqing didn't dodge. It condensed a massive wind blade and met the attack head-on. Overestimating yourself. Lu Hong sneered. The wind blade and the barbed hook collided, but the expected roar never came. The hook seemed to slip right past the wind blade and continued toward Xiaoqing, while the wind blade sliced straight at the exposed section of scorpion tail. In the instant everyone stared in confusion, the hook closing in on Xiaoqing split cleanly in two, veering off to either side of it. At the same moment, Xiaoqing's wind blade had bitten into the scorpion tail. Crack, a chilling snap of bone. The bone scorpion heaved up from underground onto the platform, writhing in agony, its tail severed in two. Xiaoqing gave it no chance to catch its breath. Two more wind blades, one severing the head, one cutting through the abdomen. The mighty bone scorpion was instantly cleaved into 3 pieces. The crimson flames in its eyes went dark. Stone dead. You could have heard a pin drop. A moment later, gasps burst out like a tidal wave. Unbelievable. F-rank strength, instantly killing a bone scorpion famous for its defense. Lu Hong really hit a brick wall this time. If he can't get a new beast before the semester starts, he's probably getting expelled. Isn't this the loyal doormat of that Morong Shui prodigy? This breed of doormat has to be a wolfhound, right? Genuinely vicious. Wolfhound. A headache came over me. That's what you're all focused on? Even with the same S-rank talent, Morong Shui's reputation left me unable to hold my head high. This world truly only recognizes results. Lu Hong's face was ashen, his eyes locked on the wreckage of his bone scorpion in disbelief. Xiaoqing opened its little mouth, and that enormous corpse, 100 times its own size, was sucked in whole, not even a scrap of the body left behind. Yet after swallowing all of that, it hadn't grown one bit larger. The crowd's worldview shattered all over again. What species is this? Which secret realm does it come from? Once I hit D rank, I have to catch one. Too brutal. Can't afford to provoke that. Gotta stay far away from now on. I recalled Xiaoqing and walked up to the stunned Lu Hong. My voice was low, but every word was crystal clear. Remember this. My name is Chunyi. If you ever dare call me a doormat again, every beast you contract, I'll kill. I was saying it to him, and to everyone watching below. I turned and left, taking the equally dazed Su Tower and Mu Qinghe with me. Damn it. E. What rank is that earthworm of yours? Mu Qinghe pressed. Yeah, brother E, it's incredible. Even my brother would probably come out on the losing end. Su Tower's eyes blazed with excitement. Before I could answer, Xiaoqing poked its head out from my sleeve and bared its teeth, glaring at the two of them. I stroked its head and said in a serious tone, What earthworm? I told you, Xiaoqing is a divine dragon. Anyone who calls it an earthworm again is going to answer to me. Up on the platform, Lu Hong still couldn't snap out of it. Rage and humiliation churned in his chest, but overpowering everything was fear. With the semester about to begin and his only beast gone, forced expulsion awaited him. Given his family background, there was no way he had the resources to contract a new one. He didn't notice the two figures quietly approaching. Lu Hong, your brother Lu Tao, is with the Secret Realm Corps guarding the Emerald Shadow Canyon realm, isn't he? Lu Hong looked up. He recognized the man. Morong Lei, brother of the top prodigy Morong Shui. Morong Lei, what do you want? Su Feng glared at him. What kind of attitude is that? Brother Lei's here to hand you an opportunity. An opportunity? Lu Hong laughed bitterly. Do you or don't you want to contract a new beast? Lu Hong snapped to attention. I do. You can help me. I can. Morong Lei nodded. But, you know the cost of recontracting. Why would I help you for nothing? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Hong swallowed. What do you want me to do? Simple. This year's freshman exam is being held at the Emerald Shadow Canyon your brother guards. All you need to do is have your brother. After a few hours of buzzing gossip, word that I'd one-shot an upperclassman's E-rank beast had spread across the entire academy. I was in the middle of eating when that sweetest of voices rang out. Ding. Quest, making a name complete. Skill obtained, basic migration. Skills interface unlocked. I immediately pulled up the system. Where there had only been 3 tabs, character, inventory, and quests, there was now a 4th, skills. I tapped in, and there sat a single lonely entry. Basic migration. Effect. Migrate secret realm creatures that pledge themselves to the host into the host's secret realm domain. Restriction. Can only migrate secret realm creatures below D rank. I don't even have a secret realm domain. What good is this? I felt a little glum. Every talent and skill the system had handed me revolved around this secret realm domain. Was it trying to get me to build up a territory, to carve out an entirely new world? I fished out my ID card and gave it a look. Not a single change. Looks like system skills don't show up on the card. A beast tamer's ID only reflects their talent. The 3 of us sat in the cafeteria until the afternoon. Will all freshmen participating in the exam please gather at the Academy Plaza? The announcement echoed across the entire academy. It's finally starting. You're shouting so badass. You have to look out for me. Brother E, and me too. I paused. You can get help on an exam? Come on. Mu Qinghe gaped. Your Qin family's one of the big names in Jiangnan, and you don't even know the exam format. With my strength, do I need to? I shot him a glance. I'll deal with whatever comes. Not knowing is not knowing, but he just has to put on a show. Mu Qinghe grumbled inwardly, but his mouth flattered. Truly, E is E. A role model for us all. The plaza was already packed with people, thousands of them, a dark churning mass. Roar. A colossal dragon materialized high in the sky. Atop its head stood that scruffy old man who'd handled our registration. My God, an A-rank beast, a batwing sky dragon. When will I ever get to own one? Quit dreaming. If you can get a C rank, thank your lucky stars. I was dumbstruck too, a trace of envy welling up in my heart. When will I get to be that impressive? Still, this scruffy old geezer's standing was clearly no small thing. TCH. I muttered, still unwilling to concede. It's just a flying dragon. Xiaoqing's a divine dragon. A flying dragon's nothing. Mu Qinghe was speechless. Yeah, sure, Yi Xiaoqing is the greatest. Really? Brother Yi's the best. Su Tower's face was full of adoration. A woman in love truly has negative IQ. Mu Qinghe sighed inwardly. This is an A-rank beast of the giant dragon subspecies, for crying out loud. The old man on the dragon's back coughed a couple times. Ahem, quiet down. Introductions. I'm Luo Rome, Vice Dean of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Campus. This year's freshman exam will be led by me. Go home and inform your families. The exam lasts 7 days, during which you'll be cut off from the outside world. Assemble at the academy gate tomorrow morning. With that, the batwing sky dragon carried him off toward the academy interior, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. I was left dumbfounded. We waited all this time just to hear this old man say a few lines. He sure knows how to put on airs. Mu Qinghe's face changed. That's the vice dean. If word gets back to him and he makes life hard for you, you're finished. I shrugged. Fine. The exam's tomorrow. Come on, drinks are on me. Brother E, I'm coming too. What I didn't know was Luo Rome, who had supposedly left, was at that very moment glaring at us from a distance, his face dark. Beside him stood a girl dressed entirely in black. Her features were flawless, impossible to fault, yet her expression was cold as frost, radiating pride. This kid dares to mock me? That's it. I'm making his life hard. Grandpa, the girl said flatly. You said the only one this year who could rival me was him? Doesn't seem like much. Schwanger, don't underestimate him. This kid's an S-rank talent. By now, he's probably already got a post with the military. Luo Hanshuang frowned. S-rank. A pity it's master of the secret realm. Otherwise, he'd be going to the main academy in the capital. An S-rank that doesn't even qualify as support. Not worth mentioning, she said coldly. Besides, even a top-tier talent like Murong Shui can't stir up much of a storm without real skill of her own. That arrogant, no one's good enough attitude of yours. We spoiled you into it. Luo Rong shook his head. I have a feeling this kid's no pushover. Take it easy during this exam. Don't get into conflicts with anyone. Grandpa, I'm not arrogant. I simply have absolute confidence in my own strength. But that grandpa had specifically brought her to observe this one person. It only stoked Luo Hanshuang's pride further. She wanted to see exactly what the guy grandpa had his eye on was actually capable of. The next day, before dawn had even broken, my father hauled me out of bed and half shoved, half dragged me to the academy. Only when I arrived did I find it already packed with people. You finally made it. I've been waiting forever. Mooching has scampered over. What do you mean, I finally made it? I glanced at the sky. It's barely daybreak. Are you sick? Coming this early. Excitement, obviously. Who could sleep? Over half these people didn't even go home last night. The moment assembly time hit, thousands of buses pulled up to the gate. I lined up according to my registration window and boarded. We reached our destination near noon. It was a valley, camouflage military tents lining both sides of the mountain road, patrolling soldiers everywhere. At the end of the mountain path stood an enormous stone gate, towering and majestic. I followed the crowd to an open clearing. Luo Rong, now cleaned up, stood at the front. Quiet. See that gate? Beyond it lies a secret realm called the Emerald Shadow Canyon, E rank. The creatures inside are mostly F to G rank in strength. The military has already negotiated with the realm's boss. Once you enter, you'll each be randomly teleported to different locations. The exam lasts 7 days, at which point we'll raise a beacon of wolf smoke at the exit. The exam is simple. Kill secret realm creatures. A G rank is worth 1 point, an F rank 3, and E rank 10. 60 points to pass. Your scoreboard records automatically. If your life is in danger, you can crush your scoreboard to call for rescue, but your score resets to 0. Ding. Quest triggered. Top freshman. Objective. Take first place in this exam. Reward. Basic General Summon. The system's voice was always the sweetest. General Summon? No idea what it was, but whatever the system gave was never bad. As for first place, please. Ever since Xiaoqing one-shot that E-rank Bone Scorpion, I'd had absolute confidence. To use my father's words, though Xiaoqing's ID card listed it as F rank, its true strength had already touched D rank. D rank. The Academy's graduation requirement was to raise a D rank beast. In other words, if I wanted to, I could technically graduate before the semester had even started. We're getting randomly scattered this time. You've got to find me fast so I can ride your coattails. Moochingha looked crestfallen. Brother E, and there's me too, Su Tower pouted. Once you're inside, head for the highest ground, I said. We'll run into each other eventually. After collecting my scoreboard, I followed the crowd toward the secret realm. At the gate, a secret realm corps soldier scanned everyone up and down with a device, guarding against students smuggling in contraband to cheat. I didn't notice it, but at the very moment I stepped through the stone gate, one of the corps soldiers responsible for scanning shot me a sinister glance. The instant I crossed the threshold, I appeared beside a small stream. As luck would have it, there was a triangle elk right beside me, head lowered to drink. The elk got a fright from me and, without a second thought, lowered its head and charged. Damn! Xiaoqing! Green light flashed. A wind blade cleaved the elk in two. The moment it hit the ground, the scoreboard at my waist gave a soft glow, and 0 turned into 3. This counts as F rank? Way too weak. Xiaoqing wriggled out of my sleeve and blinked up at me. Fine. It's not that it's trash, it's that you're too strong. Having gotten the answer it wanted, Xiaoqing hopped over to the elk, opened its little mouth, and, like a black hole, swallowed both halves of the corpse whole. Even though it was my own beast, watching that made my sphincter clench. We'd agreed to meet on high ground, but everywhere I looked was nothing but trees. Who the hell knew where I was? Water flows downhill, so I decided to follow the stream upstream toward its source. Elsewhere, the moment Su Feng entered the secret realm, he pulled out the ring Murong Lei had given him. A husky appeared before him. Su Feng froze and rubbed his eyes. That's not right. Brother Lei said it was a wolf sealed inside. How'd it turn into a dog? The husky, which had been mid-stretch, blew up on the spot. You little punk. I am a wolf. It cocked its tail up. See that? My tail's up, wolf. Dogs are the ones with tails down. Su Feng started. You can talk? Bumpkin. The husky sneered. I'm the king of wolves, Zhong Kong Kong. What's so shocking about talking? Su Feng's heart tightened. A beast that could talk was no ordinary creature. All right. What's your name, punk? Zhong Kong wagged its tail. That old geezer said if I help you kill someone, I go free. Who's the target? Remembering the task at hand, Su Feng hurriedly pulled out a piece of cloth. Had I seen it, I'd have cursed him out. You son of a bitch, you stole a man's underwear? This is the target's personal clothing. He said just giving you this would do the trick. Zhong Kong took the cloth in its mouth, licked it, sniffed it. Fine, got it. Follow me. It raised its head, sniffed the wind, and led Su Feng off in my direction. Su Feng stared at it, leading the way with a look of disbelief on his face. By now, that tail had drooped completely down. Damn it, you say you're a wolf, but you're obviously a dog. 2 days passed in a flash. I was still following the stream, and the scoreboard at my waist had already jumped to 72, well past the passing line. I hadn't deliberately hunted for prey. This stream seemed to be the secret realm's mother river. Its banks were crawling with monsters coming to drink. For the sake of the quest, I let none go, Xiaoqing one-shot every last one. Strangely, I'd watched it swallow dozens of massive creatures with my own eyes, yet it hadn't grown one bit, still pencil-thin. Xiaoqing, I sighed. In my mind, a divine dragon's supposed to be huge, super cool. When are you going to turn into that so I can ride you? That'd be an epic sight. I couldn't tell if it understood. These past few days, the moment I opened my mouth, it would just gaze at me with a dopey look. Ha ha ha. You coup still running? Weren't you and your sister so full of yourselves? Watch me kill your beasts and make sure neither of you can enroll. 2 days in, and I'd finally seen live people, and they'd come looking for a fight, no less. My interest was instantly piqued, and I quietly crept closer. Following the voice, several figures came into view. 3 guys with wicked grins were surrounding a young man and woman. From the way they talked, they were siblings. A giant toad and a wood rat guarded the pair, while 3 red-talon eagles circled menacingly overhead. Lin Hao, don't push it, the man said grimly. My sister and I have said it. We will never join your family. The lead youth stepped forward. Ungrateful wretches. If you two hadn't awakened B-rank talents, would lowly peasants like you even be worth me recruiting personally? Exactly. Young Master Lin extended a personal invitation, and you don't just fail to appreciate it. You dare refuse. You think I don't know what your Lin family's like? The man sneered. You coup. Don't change my name walking or sitting. Join the Lin family, and change my surname too? In your dreams. You Jia. Lin Hao turned to the girl. Your brother's too stubborn to see reason, and you're going to go down with him? It's just changing a surname. My Lin family won't treat you too poorly. Save the sweet talk. The girl gritted her teeth. My brother and I will never join the Lin family. More familiar faces. The Lin family had originally been a subsidiary of our Qin family. The moment Morong Shui rose to prominence, they'd flipped and defected to the Morong family and taken a chunk out of us on their way out. Interesting. Making this Lin Hao cough up blood in public. Now that would be perfect. I was still weighing how to make my entrance when Lin Hao waved his hand and gave an order. A red-talon eagle dove down, its crimson claws seizing the wood rat and hurling it toward the thicket where I was hiding. Holy crap. Gross. I hastily dodged to the side, avoiding the corpse. The commotion alerted everyone. Lin Hao's brow furrowed. Who's there? Since I was exposed anyway, I might as well stride out openly. I brushed the dust off myself. What's this, Lin Hao? Found a new master and already forgot your old one. Recognizing me, Lin Hao was startled at first, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes, but it dissolved in an instant. I was wondering who it could be. If it isn't our very own doormat, young Master Chun. Ha! Young Master Lin, don't rub in young Master Chin's sore spot. Careful he goes home and tells his little brother-obsessed maniac of a brother. What's there to fear? Lin Hao scoffed. We've thrown in with the Morong family now. Where would he find the guts to come after us? A headache came over me. Lin, I've said it before. Anyone who calls me a doormat again, I'll wipe out all their beasts. You? Wishful thinking. Lin Hao gave a whistle, and a circling red-talon eagle landed on his shoulder. See this? My red-talon eagle, F rank. Let's see you kill one. Watching it is. Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing crawled out of my sleeve and, mimicking the eagle, climbed onto my shoulder. Haha, what's this thing? A snake? No, a jumbo earthworm. A lackey was doubled over laughing. Lin Hao was tickled too. Qin Yi, this is the first beast you contracted? Has your Qin family fallen this far? I smiled too. Here's hoping. You're still laughing in a second. The familiar green light flashed. Before anyone could react, a wind blade swept past the red-taloned eagle on Lin Hao's shoulder. His laughter cut off abruptly. A line of blood seeped out beside his ear, and the eagle's head rolled off his shoulder with a thud, a fountain of blood erupting from its neck. This. The whole scene froze. The two lackeys who'd been jeering moments ago went instantly pale. If Lin Hao's F-rank red-taloned eagle got one shot, could their G-rank ones possibly survive? As if I'd seen right through their thoughts, two more wind blades, and the two red-taloned eagles circling in the air dropped to the ground, likewise decapitated. With a look of utter contempt, I walked up to Lin Hao. Laugh. Give me another laugh, huh? Still dare to call me a doormat? Lin Hao was completely dumbstruck, his emotions on a roller coaster. With all three eagles dead, this exam was over for him. You, what breed is that beast? What rank? I stroked Xiaoqing. No harm in telling you. Breed, divine dragon. Current rank, F. Bullshit. You cheated. That is not your beast. You must have smuggled it in. My red-taloned eagle is also F rank. There's no way you one-shot it. A doormat like you. How could you possibly be this strong? Still daring to call me a doormat. I shrugged. Don't believe me, then don't. Still running your mouth at a time like this. I don't think you should bother going back. Just die here. What? Lin Hao was horrified. You dare kill a beast tamer directly? Yeah, so what? I said flatly. There's no rule that says you can't kill people during the exam. What's it to you if I kill you? You. Fear finally crept across his whole face. And it was true. If I really killed him, nothing would come of it. The Lin family lacked the power to seek revenge against the Qin family. And even if they had it, they'd never lay down their lives for one person. The two lackeys panicked and turned to flee. Too bad. Back when I read novels in my past life, what I loved most were decisive, ruthless protagonists. Now that I'd been reborn as a person, I naturally wouldn't go soft. Two flashes of green light, and the two fleeing men, just like those three eagles, were separated from their heads. Lin Hao pissed himself on the spot. Chinny, you really would kill people in the exam. He didn't dare gamble any further and crushed his scoreboard. Amid the shattering sound, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and a layer of earthy yellow energy enveloped him in a dome. Damn, forgot all about that. I quickly had Xiaoqing attack several times. The wind blade struck the shield like eggs against a stone, utterly useless. Within moments, a giant bird descended from the sky, landing before us. A figure vaulted off its back, swept a glance over me, then looked at the two headless corpses on the ground. His gaze sharpened, but he said nothing, walking straight over to Lin Hao's side. You crushed your scoreboard. That counts as forfeiting the exam. Come with me. He grabbed Lin Hao and mounted the bird's back. The giant bird beat its wings and slowly rose into the air. Now that he was out of danger, Lin Hao's furious roar came crashing down from above. Qin-Yi, just you wait. I will not let this go. I sneered, my voice devoid of the slightest warmth. Come at me if you've got the guts. Remember, from now on, every beast you contract, I'll kill. And if I catch the chance, I'll finish you off along with it. I watched the giant bird disappear into the distance before turning my gaze to the Yu siblings. Seeing a cold-blooded killer like me approach, Yuko instinctively took a step back, shielding his sister behind him. Friend, my sister and I have no quarrel with you. Whatever you did, we'll take it to our graves. Could you let us go? I waved a hand. Relax. I'm no villain who kills the innocent. From what Lin Hao said, you both awaken B-rank talents. Yuka nodded. My talent is gigantification. My sister's is miniaturization. Is that stuff useful? Impressive. Coming from anyone else, Yuka might have sneered. But looking at the little snake on my shoulder, he swallowed and answered honestly. It's top tier among B ranks. Gigantification, the bigger a beast's body, the stronger it is. Gigantification was easy to understand. Most beasts' advancement came with an increase in size. But wasn't miniaturization negative growth? I voiced my confusion. Friend, don't you know Xinjiang province's specialty is insect-type beasts? Yuka said, insect types are generally tiny, and they don't grow larger as they advance. Insect types. Right. All thanks to the original owner never studying and only knowing how to be a doormat. Then why does your sister contract a giant toad? Yuka looked troubled. Friend, we're not like you people. My sister and I grew up in an orphanage. Insect-type beasts, we couldn't afford them. I nodded. You two interested in joining up with me? I'll figure out a way to get you both suitable beasts. Join up with you? Yuku turned wary. Your surname's Chun. You're one of the Chin family? If we follow you, do we have to change our surnames? No wonder they overthought it. In this world, seeking a great family's protection came with a condition: changing your surname, becoming an outsider by blood, and eventually being assimilated over time. I said join me. I emphasized, not join my Chin family. Having witnessed my strength, the siblings exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. All right, as long as we don't change our surnames. I, Yuku, will answer to your command from now on. I follow my brother. Recruiting 2 underlings took this much talking. I felt a headache coming. Fine, I've got nothing to give you for now. When something good comes along, I won't forget you. If anyone bullies you at the academy, drop my name. Remember, I'm Chin-E. From now on, call me Young Master Chun. The figures making their way through the woods went from 1 to 3. Yuku, you said you know where Mu Chingha is? If there isn't a second Mu Chingha among the freshmen, Yuka nodded as he walked. Then the one I saw should be the person young Master Chin's looking for. Where'd you see him? He recalled. Just yesterday, right before Lin Hao cornered us. At the time, he was being chased by a girl in black. She had a massive dark cloud over her head, and lightning kept striking down out of it. Huh. My steps halted. He was being chased by some chick? Yeah. That girl kept shouting, Mu Chingha, are you going to talk or not? Like she was trying to squeeze some information out of him. A romantic debt? I felt a moment of doubt. Probably not, Yuka thought about it. The way she was interrogating him, she was trying to find something out. Damn. All right. A buddy's in trouble. Can't just leave him hanging. Yuku, take me to where you saw him. At that moment, atop the hill, Mu Chingha was charred head to toe, his face a picture of misery. Before he could even catch his breath, a massive dark cloud came drifting over again from a distance. He was practically ready to cry, and though he tried several times to crush his scoreboard, he forced himself to hold back each time. A moment later, Luo Hanshuang's figure appeared beneath the dark cloud, her cold gaze pinning him. Mu Chingha, are you going to talk or not? Where is Chun-E? Mu Chingha wanted to cry but had no tears. Is this crazy woman sick in the head? My dear lady, we were all teleported in randomly. Even if you beat me to death, I don't know where he is. I've done my homework. Luo Hanshuang wouldn't let up. You're his only close friend. I refuse to believe you two don't have some special way of communicating. My dear lady, where did you even hear that? I really don't know. Stubborn to the end. Then don't blame me. She pointed one jade finger, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the dark cloud overhead. Damn it, lady, you're doing it again. Mu Chingha convulsed under the strike. He wanted to fight back, but his Venomfang spider had no anti-air capabilities whatsoever, so all he could do was bolt again. As he ran, 2 figures dimly took shape up ahead. Throwing all caution to the wind, he charged straight at them. The dark cloud gave chase relentlessly, and in a moment of carelessness, a bolt of lightning struck the 2 figures instead. Woof! Damn it! That hurts like hell. Who? Who dares strike Grandpa Zhong? It was none other than Su Feng and the husky, Zhong Kongkong. Mu Chingha rejoiced inwardly, diverting the disaster, and without breaking stride, he slipped away in a flash. Luo Hanshuang was intercepted by Zhong Kongkong. Damn it, granddaughter. You strike Grandpa and think you can just run off. Seeing her, Su Feng frowned. Zhong Kongkong, forget it. We've got business to attend to. This girl probably hit us by accident. Luo Hanshuang nodded. Correct. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get lost. Damn it, granddaughter. You're going to be the death of Grandpa Zhong. Grandpa is a wolf, not a dog. Ignoring Su Feng's attempts to stop it, Zhong Kongkong let out a clumsy woo of a wolf howl and, incredibly, ran through empty air straight at the dark cloud. Take Grandpa Zhong's void rend. The dark cloud suddenly warped, a small patch of space shattering like a mirror, tearing a corner off the cloud mass. Crackle! The dark cloud recoiled in pain, its body convulsing violently, bolts of lightning striking madly at the air-treading Zhong Kongkong. Damn it! That hurts like hell, granddaughter. Screw it, this cloud spirit of yours has some real tricks. Below, Luo Hanshuang looked coldly at Su Feng. What's the meaning of this? Get your dog far away while I'm not going all out. Su Feng's heart tightened. Zhong Kongkong had a foul mouth, but it was a bona fide D-rank beast. And this girl's cloud spirit could actually go blow for blow with it? This is a freshman? Since when had a figure like this popped up among the freshmen? Looking at the furious Luo Hanshuang, Su Feng felt aggrieved too. Anyone who didn't know better would think they'd started the trouble. Heaven knew he and Zhong Kongkong had gotten struck by lightning out of nowhere. Above, the clash between Zhong Kongkong and the dark cloud reached a fever pitch. The massive dark cloud had visibly shrunk, and most of Zhong Kongkong's fur had been singed. Woof! You're going to be the death of Grandpa. If Grandpa were at full strength, one piss would put out that cloud spirit of yours. Seeing the situation turn dire, Su Feng grew anxious. Zhong Kongkong was his trump card for killing Chen Yi, and this woman was clearly not to be trifled with. He threw caution to the wind. He summoned a one-horned savage bull, vaulted onto its back. Wolf Lord, retreat. We've got business to handle. Zhong Kongkong was no fool either. Locking horns with the cloud spirit would end in a stalemate at best, and if it botched its unsealing task, it'd be finished. Woof! Granddaughter, Grandpa Zhong will remember you. Once I get my strength back, I'll teach you a proper lesson. It stopped fighting, returned to Su Feng's side, and fled into the distance with him. Luo Hanshuang started. A dual summon? A D-rank beast tamer. Then her chill deepened. No, that mongrel isn't your beast. You cheated. You dare cheat right under my nose. You're courting death. She summoned the dark cloud and gave chase in the direction the two had fled. Elsewhere, I was hurrying over with Yuku. By now my scoreboard had broken 200, and with my help, the Yu siblings had both cleared the 60-point passing line. Yuka pointed at the dark cloud in the distant sky. Young Master Chun. That's the cloud. The beast of the girl who was chasing Mu Qinghe. I was intrigued. There was even a cloud type of beast? How interesting. Soon, the fleeing Su Feng and Zhong Kongkong barreled into my line of sight. Out of the way, Su Feng cursed as he drove the bull forward. Damn, so cocky. I was still recovering from my surprise when Su Feng and the bull brushed right past me. He instinctively glanced at me, then abruptly stiffened, slamming the bull to a halt and crying out, Chen Yi. He may have braked, but Zhong Kongkong, right on his heels, didn't notice and slammed headfirst into the bull's rear with a thud, sending the bull flying and pitching the once mighty Su Feng to the ground. Zhong Kongkong shook its head, its face full of displeasure. Damn it, punk, you tired of living? Trying to pull a fender-bender scam on Grandpa Zhong. I was stunned. This guy knows me? No, that's not right. I gaped, pointing at Zhong Kongkong. Holy crap, this dog can talk. Already fuming, Zhong Kongkong blew up again upon hearing me call it a dog. Damn it, punk. Grandpa is a wolf, not a dog. You're courting death. Before I could react, a void rend came shooting straight at me. Luckily, Xiaoqing acted in time, wrapping me in a wall of water that blocked it outright. Now I was pissed too. Damn it. You mangy might want to kill me too? Xiaoqing, finish it. Seeing that I could actually block a full power strike delivered in its fury, Zhong Kongkong was stunned. Damn it. I'll be damned. Su, you punk. Didn't you say this was a freshman exam? You call this a freshman? Su Feng snapped out of it and shouted urgently. Wolf Lord, this is the target. Chen Yi. Kill me? I remembered Mu Qinghe's warning. Murong Lei was out to get me during the exam. What a coincidence. It was just this one man and one dog. Kill me? You think you're up to it? As I spoke, Xiaoqing had already climbed onto my shoulder, sweeping wind blade after wind blade at Zhong Kongkong. Woof! Damn it! Zhong Kongkong dodged the machine gun barrage of wind blades while staring at Xiaoqing in disbelief. Damn it! Punk, what is this beast of yours? Grandpa Zhong can tell. It's clearly only F rank. It wanted to fight back, but Xiaoqing's wind blades were denser than that cloud spirit's lightning. Just look at the trees being sheared apart to know their damage was no joke. Damn it! That old geezer said he'd set Grandpa free. But this is clearly a plot to borrow a knife and kill Grandpa. Su Feng was dumbstruck too. What the hell? Is this the same doormat Chen Yi? Since when did he get this strong? Wolf Lord, I'll help you. The bull that had been sent flying scrambled up and charged at me with its single horn. The Yu siblings hastily summoned the wood rat and giant toad to meet it. Young Master Chen will assist you. I nodded. I had to admit this feral dog had some skill. It was the strongest opponent I'd faced on this trip. But eyeing Su Feng, I grew suspicious. A dual summon? Isn't dual summoning an ability only D-rank beast tamers have? Humph, Su Feng sneered. A dead man doesn't need to know too much. You were sent by Murong Lei, weren't you? He didn't bother replying, continuing to control the bull in coordination with Zhong Kongkong. Xiaoqing was strong, but it was still newborn, only F rank. and against a D-rank Zhong it could only barely keep the upper hand. The more it fought, the more alarmed Zhong became. It had pulled out every trick it had, yet couldn't even get close. By now I'd figured it out too, and I stared at it. This feral dog isn't your beast at all. Su Feng, how did you bring it in? Isn't everyone thoroughly checked by the Secret Realm Corps on the way in? Woof! Damn it! Grandpa Zhong will never be a slave. Want to make Grandpa your beast? Dream on. Seeing the dark cloud closing in again in the distance, Su Feng grew increasingly frantic. Wolf Lord, use your full power. Don't you want your freedom? Damn it. Woof. Your grandpa's already given it everything. The beast on this kid's shoulder is too bizarre. Su Feng glared at me. Damn it, the intel was wrong. No wonder you didn't contract at Songyue Wolf. Your Qin family got you a monster like this. I laughed. Looks like Murong Lei put in quite a lot of effort investigating me. All to take me down. Oomph, I just don't like you. What's it got to do with Murong Lei? What breed is this beast of yours? I stroked Xiaoqing, who was still gathering wind blades. No use trying to distance yourself. I know it's Murong Lei. As for Xiaoqing, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. A divine dragon. Ever heard of one? A divine dragon? Su Feng frowned. What kind of creature was that? He'd never heard anyone mention it. Zhong Kong, however, was another story entirely. Hearing me call Xiaoqing a divine dragon, it was instantly stupefied, stopping its attacks altogether, dodging wind blades while staring fixedly at Xiaoqing. Woof! Damn it! It really is a divine dragon. Impossible. The divine dragons vanished 10,000 years ago. That threw me for a loop. Could there really be divine dragons in this world? You mangy dog. You know about divine dragons? Seeing it stop, I had Xiaoqing hold back as well. How could I not know the fame of the divine dragons? Zhong Kong shook its head. But this doesn't add up. The divine dragon clan prided themselves as the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How could one be reduced to a mere beast? I said irritably. What's the big deal? I happen to be the reincarnation of the creator god. Contracting a divine dragon is nothing. Su Feng lost it. Wolf Lord, what's going on? Hurry up and strike. Any later, and that woman will catch up. Reincarnation of the creator god. Zhong Kong's eyes rolled. Damn it. I get it now. You must be the illegitimate son of that big shot in the void. Before everyone's eyes, Zhong Kong, which had been baring its fangs at me moments ago, actually trotted over to my feet and fawningly licked my shoe. Grandpa, this humble one was blind before. Anyone who can contract a divine dragon must be an extraordinary figure. Please don't hold it against this humble one. I was floored. Su Feng and the Yu siblings were floored too. What kind of ridiculous plot twist is this? Is this dog sick in the head? Wolf Lord, what are you doing? Don't you want your freedom? Su Feng was drenched in sweat. Zhong Kong shot him a look. Punk, get over here and kowtow a couple times to your great-grandpa. You, this is too much. Su Feng was on the verge of a breakdown. Zhong Kong, you're going to betray us. Zhong Kong's eyes darted around a few times as it gazed at the divine dragon on my shoulder, as if making up its mind. Damn it. Didn't that old geezer just plant some crappy seal inside Grandpa? Grandpa's had enough of it. Its back suddenly began to glow, and a phantom chain materialized. Woof! It turned to glare at that chain, its body convulsing violently, and within moments the chain shattered. At the same time, Zhong Kong spat out a mouthful of dog blood with a puff. Its originally D-rank strength plummeted rapidly, crashing down to the lowest G-rank in the blink of an eye. Phew! That hurt like hell, Grandpa Zhong. The current Zhong Kong was visibly weakened, limping as it walked. Grandpa, this humble one drained all his strength to break the seal and turn to the light. From now on, you've got to look out for me. I watched stunned. This dog really did seem to recognize divine dragons, and it knew their significance too. So it had concluded that I, the master of a divine dragon, was no ordinary person? Not a bad eye, I'd say. I am the man with a system, after all. Fine, come over to Grandpa's side. I'll look out for you from now on. Woof! Coming. Su Feng was so mortified he didn't know what to do. Woof! Grandpa, this kid's trying to kill you. Don't let him get away. Finish him off. Zhong Kong was eager to pay its dues. I nodded. It didn't need to say it. Su Feng was a dead man either way. Only, to keep him from crushing his scoreboard, I had to make it a one-hit kill. Su Feng knew he'd botched it today. The bull knocked the wood rat and giant toad aside. With a leap he vaulted onto its back, shot me a vicious glare, wheeled around, and bolted. Humph. Chun, consider yourself lucky. And you, dog, I'll report the both of you to that esteemed sir. Just you wait. Damn it. You punk, still daring to call your wolf lord a dog. Zhong Kong wanted to unleash another void rend, but crippled from breaking its seal. It just didn't have it in it. Too bad. Su Feng still underestimated Xiaoqing, daring to flee with his back turned. I gave a cold snort. Xiaoqing's silent wind blade lashed out. Ah! Su Feng's upper body tumbled off the bull's back, blood spraying everywhere. His severed torso wasn't quite dead yet, one hand still fumbling at his waist, searching for the scoreboard that could save his life. Another wind blade severed that hand, and with that, he was completely gone. Seeing its master die a gruesome death, the bull felt no attachment. It flung off the half-corpse and bolted. I couldn't be bothered with it. The moment a tamer dies, the beast reverts to a wild secret realm creature. Zhong Kong excitedly ran over to the corpse, kicked Su Feng's face over with its hind leg, studied the terror frozen on the dead face, then contentedly lifted a leg and took a piss on it. Afterward, it picked up the severed arm in its mouth, trotted back to my side, and tossed it at my feet. Woof! Grandpa's ruthless. Just what I'd expect from the master of a divine dragon. This temperament. I like it. The Yu siblings had already seen me kill, so they didn't react much. I gave it a speechless look. Enough. From now on, don't call me Grandpa. Call me Boss. Woof. You got it, Boss. At its reminder, I picked up the severed arm and removed the storage ring that had sealed it. I was still tidying up the mess when the dark cloud in the distance drifted overhead. Luo Hanshuang swept a glance over Su Feng, cleaved in two, then looked at Zhong Kong standing at my side, her brow slightly furrowing. I found myself curious too about this girl who'd contracted a cloud. Yuka leaned in and whispered, "Young Master Chun, this is the girl who was chasing Mu Qinghe." I was about to ask about Mu Qinghe's whereabouts when Luo Hanshuang spoke first, seizing the initiative. Just as I'd expect from the one my grandpa's taken an interest in, you do have some real skill. Another person who knew me? I was puzzled. Your grandpa? Who's your grandpa? Do we know each other? Luo Hanshuang cleared her throat. Introductions. My name is Luo Hanshuang. My grandpa is Luo Rong, Vice Dean of the Academy. My grandma is Hiime, Chairwoman of the Jiangnan Province Beast Taming Alliance. Both my parents are professors at the Academy. Oh, and my maternal grandparents hold posts at the main Beast Taming Academy in the capital. My eyelids twitched, and my mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Who introduces themselves like that? What kind of background is this? Are you here stacking buffs? I swallowed, my throat bobbing. Might I ask, what is the young Miss Luo Hanshuang, whose grandpa is Vice Dean Luo Rong, whose grandma is chairwoman of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Alliance, whose parents are both academy professors, and whose maternal grandparents hold posts at the capital's main academy, want with me? Hearing that title, she was visibly displeased. I am who I am. What do my elders have to do with anything? Damn, I really wanted to slap her. If you're so independent, why rattle off that whole list just now during your introduction? But a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Fine, fine. Then may I ask, Miss Luo, is there something you need from me? Her brow furrowed even deeper. You're the miss. Woof. Damn it. Granddaughter, do you ever quit? My boss is showing you all this courtesy, and you're getting cocky. Zhong Kong jumped out, pointing and cursing at her. I kicked it aside. This lady's fine, right? Do you need something from me? Luo Hanshuang shot Zhong Kong a fierce glare. I didn't, originally. I just wanted to see what you're capable of. Now there's something. She pointed at Zhong Kong. You. Hand this mangy dog over to me. She wants Zhong Kong. No way. This dog was probably hiding a huge secret. Besides, it had already pledged itself to me. How could I just hand it over on a whim? My eyes narrowed slightly. I've got no other talents, but the one down below is pretty impressive. Care to have a look? Want me to hand over my underling? Dream on. The talent down below? Luo Hanshuang was momentarily confused. What kind of talent is that? I'll have to ask Grandpa when I get back whether it's impressive. You won't hand it over? Humph. The dark cloud overhead churned, bolts of thunder brewing within it. Woof. Damn it, boss. This granddaughter's cloud spirit is seriously wicked. When the lightning strikes, it comes with tracking. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing stared at the thunder in the cloud, its eyes fixed, and a powerful craving transmitted into my mind. I looked at it, puzzled. What's the deal? You want that cloud? Xiaoqing shook its head, twisted its body into a Z shape, and smacked its lips. The hell? You want to eat the lightning inside it? It nodded emphatically. I felt troubled. How does this little thing eat everything? And with such a good appetite, too. What if it devoured all the lightning and killed the cloud spirit outright? While I hesitated, Luo Hanshuang struck first, the brewing lightning striking straight at Zhong Kongkong. A full-strength Zhong Kongkong naturally wouldn't fear it, but now that it had been demoted to G rank, this bolt would take at least half its life even if it didn't die. At the critical moment, Xiaoqing leaped onto Zhong Kongkong's head and opened its sesame-sized little mouth. The striking lightning warped and, incredibly, was swallowed down in one gulp. Xiaoqing was unharmed. Instead, it wore a satisfied expression and gazed at me pitifully. I gritted my teeth. Hey, Luo, you struck first. Don't blame me for being rude. Xiaoqing, go. Granted permission, Xiaoqing was thrilled, and from its sesame-sized little mouth came a tender dragon's roar. Roar! It gathered the power of wind and lunged at the cloud's spirit in the air. Zhong Kongkong, closest to it, was the most worked up of all upon hearing the dragon's roar. Holy crap, it really is a divine dragon. That was absolutely a dragon's roar. An opportunity, Grandpa Zhong's fortune. You wretched bastards, just wait. Grandpa Zhong will fight his way back sooner or later and reclaim everything that's mine. It muttered under its breath, but I caught every word clearly. I narrowed my eyes at it. This dog really did have a serious background. Luo Hanshuang panicked too. Her ever-victorious cloud spirit had no power to fight back against this pencil-thin little snake, as if it were a natural nemesis. That little snake was treating the lightning the cloud spirit had gathered as its meal ration. Watching the cloud spirit shrink at a visible rate, she finally grew frantic. Chen-Yi, make your beast stop. Having gained the upper hand, why would I let up so easily? What's this? You're the one who wanted to fight, and now that you're losing, you call for a stop. She was left speechless. Looking at the ever-shrinking cloud spirit, she ultimately swallowed her pride. Make it stop. I concede. What do you want? Coming from anyone else, I'd probably have just ended the cloud spirit's life. But this girl's background was simply too formidable, not someone to provoke. Since she'd already caved, I stopped pressing. I don't want anything. You just have to promise. After we get out, you won't sick your grandpas, grandmas, parents, or maternal grandparents on me to make trouble. Luo Hanshuang nodded. I told you, I am who I am. If I want revenge, I'll rely on myself. Fine. At my command, Xiaoqing reluctantly wriggled out of the cloud spirit and returned to my shoulder. I keenly noticed it had actually grown a size larger. Also, this dog now recognizes me as its boss, so you're not to give it any trouble either. She shot Zhong Kongkong a fierce glare, but ultimately nodded. Seeing the danger pass, Zhong Kongkong finally strutted out from behind me, all swagger. Woof! Granddaughter mourned. Before it could finish, I kicked it aside. Shut up. Woof! Facing the master of a divine dragon, it was afraid of me after all. Seeing I was annoyed, it obediently shut its dog mouth at once. Luo Hanshuang glared at it again and reminded me, this dog's got a sharp mind and a foul mouth, and you haven't even contracted it. I advise you to be careful. Watch out that it doesn't bring undeserved disaster down on you. Seeing me nod, she let it go, recalled her cloud spirit, and left. Finally, some peace and quiet. Zhong Kongkong immediately sidled up to lick my shoe, its face all fawning. Woof! Damn it, that granddaughter insulted Grandpa Zhong even as she left. Boss, rest assured, my loyalty is bright as the heavens and earth can witness. I moved my foot away in disgust. Enough, enough. Hurry up and tell me, where exactly did you come from? And who's this esteemed Sir Su Feng mentioned? Woof! Boss, I honestly don't know that old man's name. I ran out of a secret realm and got nabbed by him. Ran out of a secret realm? Yeah. Why should only you humans get to go into secret realms hunting for treasure, and we secret realm creatures can't go into your world hunting for treasure? I nodded. There was logic to that. You really don't know that old man's identity? According to Zhong Kongkong, it truly didn't know the old man's identity. It only knew that, seeing how remarkably intelligent it was, and that it could speak human words, the man had taken a notion to make it his beast. It refused to yield even at the cost of its life, and its mouth was insufferably foul, so the old man simply planted a seal inside it, locking its strength. This time, they'd struck a deal. Kill me, and it would be unsealed and set free. As for which secret realm it came from, the dog absolutely refused to say, even claiming it was for my own good, that if I knew now, I'd invite serious trouble. I didn't press further. Every household has its own hard-to-recite scripture. I'd originally wanted to find Mu Qinghe and Su Tower to lend a hand, but an E-rank secret realm turned out to be so vast that, with no means of communication, finding someone was like fishing a needle from the sea. Still, with their strength, scraping together 60 points shouldn't be hard. My top priority was to rack up more points. After all, I still had that top freshman system quest weighing on me. Over the next few days, I ditched the U siblings. Since they'd already passed 60 points, they could just find a spot to lie low until the 7th day. And, taking only Dragonkin, roamed around hunting secret realm monsters. I had to admit, this dog's nose was seriously sharp. Every time it went looking for monsters, it found one dead on. The 7th day arrived in a flash. I weighed the scoreboard at my waist and looked toward the wolf smoke rising in the distance. With this many points, first place was in the bag, right? I refused to believe anyone had scored higher than me. I took out the storage ring. Kong, get inside and wait for now. Once I get my own secret realm, you can move in and live there. Uncontracted creatures couldn't normally enter a secret realm domain, but the system had given me the migration skill, so it was no problem. As for whether it could get out once inside, that was something I definitely wouldn't tell it. Trick it in first, deal with the rest later. Dragonkin showed no resistance and willingly slipped inside. Only then did I head toward the wolf smoke. A fair number of examinees had already gathered at the wolf smoke site. I spotted Luo Hanshuang at a glance. Oddly, seeing me, she uncharacteristically revealed a trace of girlish coyness, giving me a proud little roll of the eyes. I was still baffled when Vice Dean Luo Rong came bearing down on me, his face full of fury. Damn, this woman fights dirty. She actually ran and told the elders. Kid, come with me. He was the Vice Dean, an A-rank beast tamer. I didn't dare disobey. Worst case, I'd flash my Major General rank. I refused to believe he'd dare move against me openly. We reached a deserted clearing. Luo Rong first shot me a furious glare, then let out a long sigh, patted my shoulder, and said earnestly, I see your talent's not bad. You're actually a decent match for Schwanger. But the two of you still have to take it slow. Dean Luo, what do you mean by that? Schwanger. Luo Hanshuang. What in the world are you talking about? He glared. Don't play innocent after getting the better of the deal. You've passed my test, but I can't vouch for Schwanger's other elders. From now on, you'd better treat her well. He gave my shoulder another heavy pat. Schwanger, I'm entrusting her to you. With that, he turned and left, leaving me standing there, utterly flustered in the wind. Huh? Holy hell, what the heck was this? What exactly did that woman say to the old man? No good. I had to get this straight. Before I could go find her, Luo Hanshuang had already walked over wearing an icy face and demanded, What did my grandpa say to you? I was about to ask you. What did you say to your grandpa? Her cheeks flushed slightly. What could I have said? I just asked Grandpa a question. What question? I asked Grandpa what exactly that talent down below you mentioned was, and how strong that kind of talent is. Cough, cough. I couldn't catch my breath and coughed dryly several times. I'm done for. I'd tossed that out offhand. Was this girl genuinely dumb or just faking it? She actually took a question like that to her grandpa? I glanced at her flushed face and lowered my voice. So what did your grandpa say? Grandpa didn't answer directly. After hearing it, he declared he'd find you and kill you. Luckily, I stopped him and said I'd take my revenge on my own. That's not right, though. Then what did that whole speech from Luo Rong just now mean? And then, besides killing me, that's it. There was more. Grandpa asked me whether I'd seen your talent. Puffed. Good thing I wasn't drinking water. What did you say? I couldn't very well say I hadn't. How embarrassing would that be? Of course I said. I probably had. Seen it my ass. Seeing my black-lined face, she asked, puzzled, Don't tell me this talent down below isn't referring to your beast's ability to absorb lightning? I shook my head helplessly. Then what does it mean? Why is it that even though I clearly asked Grandpa whether this talent was impressive, in the end it was Grandpa asking me whether your talent was impressive? A blank sheet of paper. A pure, unadulterated blank sheet. I was starting to get the picture. Seeing me stay silent, she grew anxious. Say something. Why is it that after I said your talent was very impressive, Grandpa told me, with this heartbroken look, that he wouldn't interfere in us young people's affairs? and wished us both happiness. Is there something wrong with everyone's brain in the Luo family? They just believed something like this that easily? No good. I had to go explain things clearly to Luo Rome. But how to explain? Tell him I'd merely teased his precious granddaughter with a suggestive remark? The more I thought about it, the more I shivered. I'd probably get skinned alive. Hey, Chinny, are you even listening to me? This woman looked like an iceberg, but the moment something happened, her mouth could erupt harder than a volcano. I rolled my eyes at her. I'm listening. Hurry back and set things straight with your grandpa. Tell him you got it wrong, so he doesn't misunderstand. What is my grandpa misunderstanding? My eye twitched. He probably thinks I'm your boyfriend. What? She was shocked, glaring at me fiercely. In your dreams. I'll go explain right now that your talent isn't as impressive as I thought. Before I could speak, she'd already hurried off in Luo Rome's direction. Damn it. Don't make it worse the more you explain. Forget it. I gave up, come what may. Brothery. Su Tower, arriving belatedly, spotted me and bounded over, hooking onto my arm and shaking it. Didn't you say you'd come find me? Tower waited forever and you never showed up. Another troublesome woman. I'd been scared off by women and instinctively pulled my arm back. I did look. This secret realm's too big. I couldn't find you. Humph. I think you just found somewhere to hide. A cold snort came from behind. A man was glaring, deeply displeased, at Su Tower's arm hooked around mine. Miss Tower, this is the person you were looking for? And here I thought it'd be someone impressive. Looks pretty ordinary to me. A pretty face brings trouble. We'd barely met, and she'd already brought trouble to my door. But since disaster had come barreling right up to me to throw its weight around, how could I indulge it? I glanced at him. Who are you? So ugly, yet such a big mouth. Since when do you get a say in what I, your lordship, do? Me? You don't even know who I am. His face was full of contempt. What nobody are you? Am I supposed to know you? Oomph, listen up. I'm Mo Chung of the Mo family of Jiangnan. I knew of the Mo family. Mo Chung, though? Never heard of him. But quite a few people around us recognized him. So this is one of this year's seated students, Mo Chung. I heard he contracted a beast back in middle school. He's already an F-rank beast tamer now. Mo Chung was clearly relishing the flattery and looked at me haughtily. Well, now you know who I am. Miss Tower, you should know how to choose now, right? This brother E of yours is nothing compared to me. F-rank my ass. Forget F-rank. I'd killed more E-rank monsters in the secret realm than I could count. Su Tower was displeased too. Brother Mo Chung, thank you for helping me in the secret realm. But you can't compare to Brother Yi's strength. Humph, what strength could he possibly have? Could he even make the top 100 this year? Top 100? I laughed. Top 100? Kid, you're really underestimating me. First place this year. I've already got it locked up. He said first place. Huh. The students around us burst out laughing first. First place? First place this year is definitely going to Thunder Goddess Luo Hanshuan. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Her cloud spirit killed an E-rank monster with just a few lightning bolts. Seeing the spotlight swing toward Luo Hanshuan, Mo Chung grew a bit annoyed. To assert his status, he looked at me again. You hear that? You first place? Tell you what. If you can make the top 10 among freshmen, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. Is this guy digging his own grave and jumping in? I nodded indifferently. Sure. If I make the top 10, you'd better kneel and call me Grandpa. A trace of mockery curled at Mo Cheng's lips. Arrogant. Fine. And if you don't make the top 10, you kneel and call me Grandpa. Sure. Su Tower anxiously tugged my sleeve. Brother E, don't be rash. This year's freshmen are the strongest batch in years. Lots of them contracted beasts early and are already F-rank. Isn't this all this woman's doing? I really need to keep my distance from them from now on. Then we'll just wait and see. Mo Chung left those words and walked off. As the sky was darkening, Mu Qinghe finally showed up at the camp, a bedraggled mess. The moment he saw me, he came lunging over, tears and snot streaming. E, where on earth did you go? I searched for you so hard. It was miserable. I dodged him in disgust. The secret realm's that big, and it's my fault I couldn't find you? Well, did you not pass? I passed. He wiped his snot. But I got bullied so badly. E, you've got to avenge me. Who bullied you? Tell me. As your boss and your brother, this is a grudge I'll definitely settle. Really? His eyes lit up. Would I lie? With brotherhood like ours, who's going to help you if not me? Su Tower sized him up curiously too. Who exactly reduced you to such a wretched state? Mu Qinghe glanced around and finally spotted the icy-faced Luo Hans Huang by the registration area in the distance. He pointed excitedly. It's that woman. She chased me for 2 whole days. Avenge me. I followed his gaze, and my brow immediately twitched violently. Damn, you're not talking about Luo Hans Huang, are you? Luo Hans Huang. That woman in black. It was her, no doubt about it. I couldn't run from her fast enough. I gave a light cough and patted his shoulder. Su Tower, be my witness. Witness to what? Today, I, Qin Yi, hereby sever the brotherhood between me and Mu Qinghe. Brother Qinghe, this grudge of yours, I'll help you settle it in the next life. Mu Qinghe and Su Tower both wore looks of utter confusion. Then it clicked for Mu Qinghe. Could it be that he knew that woman? And that she was someone he couldn't afford to provoke? The tears he'd just wiped away began to flow again, uncooperatively. Don't. Can we just not settle this grudge, please? Oh, not settling it. Fine. Then shall we restore our brotherhood? Mu Qinghe was dying of speechlessness. Not settling it. Not settling it. Who is this woman, that even you don't dare provoke her? I patted him helplessly. Her name's Luo Hanswang. Her grandpa is Vice Dean Luo Rome. Her grandma is Ime, chairwoman of the Jiangnan Province Beast Taming Alliance. Both her parents are professors at our academy, and her maternal grandparents hold posts at the capital's main beast taming academy. The string of titles left Mu Qinghe dumbstruck. That's way too many buffs stacked up. Once the last person arrived, the teachers directed and the military maintained order as all the freshmen began submitting their scoreboards one after another. These 7 days had eliminated quite a few people. The secret realm had been easy for me, but for freshmen with only G-rank beasts, every step was perilous. With a bit of bad luck, running into a single F-rank monster could be the end. Beside the registration area stood an electronic screen refreshing the rankings in real time. The first to register was, naturally, Luo Hanswang. A teacher zapped her scoreboard with a scanner, and a score popped up on the screen. First place, Luo Hanswang, 1032 points. The whole crowd sucked in a cold breath. Truly the Thunder Goddess. Her score broke 4 digits. I gave it my all and barely passed. Ugh, comparing yourself to others will be the death of you. Student after student registered, and the rankings kept refreshing. But even after half the crowd had registered, second place was only 89 points. No one else had even broken 100. Su Tower, didn't you say this year's freshmen were all strong? This is it. Brother the impressive ones haven't gone up yet. Only a monster like Luo Hanswang registers this early. TCH, it's just 1,000 points. Wait till I register and scare you to death. Su Tower and Mu Qinghe were curious. How many points did you actually get? Let's hear it. Are you kidding? If I told them now, how would I put on a show later? Mo Qing shot me a provoking glance and stepped forward to register. Whoa. With a gasp, second place on the screen suddenly changed. Second place, Mo Chung, 307 points. Truly a seeded student. Sure, he can't match Luo Hanswang, but this has to be the ceiling for our batch, right? Mo Chung smugly sauntered over to me and deliberately raised his voice. I've registered. Aren't you going to go? Remember the wager. If you don't make the top 10, you kneel and call me Grandpa. No need to worry about that. You're calling me Grandpa for sure. Just don't go back on your word. Big talk. I'll be watching. The students started pointing and whispering about me. Who's this guy? A seated student. Never heard of him. Could he be a dark horse? No way. I remember all the seated students in Jiangnan Province. There's no one like him. Yu Ku and Yu Jie spotted me too and trotted over, whispering. Young Master Chun, what's going on? It's nothing, just a clown. He'll be crying soon enough. If anyone knew my strength best, it was these 2 siblings. Right, going against young Master Chun is simply courting death. Mu Qinghe looked at them. Who are these 2? My newly recruited underlings, Yu Ku and Yu Jie. Mu Qinghe didn't look down on their commoner origins, and they hit it off quickly, the conversation mostly revolving around me. Whoa! A gasp cut everyone off. The name in second place on the screen had changed again. Second place, Su Luyun, 1,002 points. Another 4-digit score. Who's Su Luyun? Never heard of him. Good grief, Jiangnan Province is really something this year. Besides that peerless prodigy of the Murong family, Luo Hanswang and Su Luyun are once-in-a-century talents too. Surnamed Su, could he be from the Su family? If the Su family had talent like this, would they need to cling to the Morong family? I looked over. Su Luyun was gaunt and sallow, his clothes washed white, clearly street stall stuff. Talent like this, and he's a commoner? After he came down, the very signs of great families who'd looked down on him swarmed over to cozy up to him, most of them hoping to recruit him. Soon it was nearing the end. Aside from Su Luyun, there were no more dark horses. 3rd through 10th place were all in the 300 to 400 range, and Mo Chung had already dropped to 10th. It's time. I glanced at the anxious Mo Chung. Your lordship's heading up now. And here I thought you were something. Turns out you can't even make the top 10. Are you blind? Don't you see I'm in 10th? For now, once I register, you'll be Mo Chung, the 11th place grandson. You? Humph. All bluster. Then go on up already. Don't rush. I'm going right now. Remember to call me Grandpa. Seeing how certain I was, the haughty Mo Chung grew uneasy instead and said nothing more. I deliberately raised my voice with those words too, tossing them right back at him. Seeing how fiercely the two of us had wagered, the students consciously cleared a path. I walked to the registration area like a king and handed over my scoreboard. Beep. My score leaped onto the screen. Holy crap. It's gotta be fake. He cheated. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Holy crap. 110,000. Did he kill every monster in the whole secret realm? Cheating. He must have cheated. The whole crowd was dumbstruck. Even Luo Rong, watching from the side, dropped his jaw. Just what I'd expect from my future grandson-in-law. He's got real skill. Grandpa, what are you saying? I told you it was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? If I say it's not a misunderstanding, then it's not a misunderstanding. You? Grandpa, you jerk. I'm telling Grandma. Su Tower and Mu Qinghe stared with wide eyes. Holy crap. He's gone godlike. Is this a dimensional strike beatdown? I studied the screen with satisfaction. First place, Chen Yi, 110,450 points. That was one beautiful show. Now it was my turn to strut over to Mo Chung. Grandson, kneel and call me Grandpa. Mo Chung had just snapped out of his shock and roared in disbelief. Impossible. You definitely cheated. He looked to Luo Rong as if pleading for rescue. Vice Dean, he cheated. I pursed my lips. What's this, Sir Loser? Do you have any proof I cheated? If we're being honest, I did sort of cheat. Zhong Kongkong found all the monsters. But the only ones who knew about Zhong Kongkong were the Yu siblings, Luo Hans Huang, and the dead Su Feng. The Yu siblings would never talk, and Luo Hans Huang, surprisingly, hadn't exposed me either. Luo Rong stared at the screen and delivered the final verdict. Chen Yi, your score is valid. Incredible, just what is this Chen Yi's background? With a score like that, even that Morong prodigy probably doesn't have this kind of ability, right? I remember now. This Chen Yi, isn't he the Chun family doormat rumored to have had an engagement with that prodigy? A doormat? I doubt it. More likely he was deliberately hiding his ability. With strength like this, be a doormat? Now that you mention it, that's actually possible. Mo Chung had already slumped to the ground in defeat, muttering, Impossible, impossible. What's the matter, Sir Loser trying to weasel out? Or do you have an objection to Dean Luo's ruling? You, Chen Yi, always leave a little room in how you treat people. This time, I, Mo Chung, underestimated you. I pursed my lips. If I'd lost, would you have left me any room? Cut the nonsense. Kneel and call me Grandpa. Mo Ching's face was livid, clearly unwilling to honor the deal. Mu Qinghe saw it and started egging him on. Call him Grandpa. Call him Grandpa. The students there for the show joined in the chant. Call him Grandpa. Call him Grandpa. Mo Ching's face was livid as he looked pleadingly toward the teachers and Luo Rong. But no one paid him any mind. Had we been evenly matched in strength, maybe someone would have spoken up for him. But my score alone made it clear I was no ordinary fish. Right now I was a student. But what about years down the road? Not someone to provoke. Luo Rong could only give a helpless dry cough. Young man, as a beast tamer, the foremost quality is accountability. A wager you made yourself, you ought to honor. That was like the final straw that broke the elephant's back. Mo Chung gritted his teeth and knelt. Grandpa, I looked at him kneeling there with a smile. You reap what you sow. Good grandson, get up. Grandpa's not mad anymore. The surroundings erupted. He said it. Haha, he actually said it. Who'd have thought? A dignified seated student, becoming someone's grandson before even enrolling. Haha, satisfying as it is, I just worry this Chen Yi's in for it. The Mo family won't let him off. Are you dumb? This Chen Yi's from the Chen family. Mo Chung and the Chen family are evenly matched, so on the surface there's really nothing they can do to him. Mo Chung stood up, face livid, and fled the scene of his humiliation without looking back. After the little episode, everyone continued registering. As expected, once the last person had registered, the top 10 rankings didn't change any further. Luo Ron walked to the front and solemnly announced, students with 60 or more points had passed the exam, and upon the official start of the semester the day after tomorrow would be members of the Beast Taming Academy. Then he added mysteriously, the top 3 would have a surprise waiting after the semester began. As his words fell, the ding, ding, ding of system notifications rang non-stop in my mind. Awesome, knocked out 2 quests in one go. I eagerly pulled up the system interface. Ding. Top freshman quest complete. Skill obtained, basic general summon. Skill, basic general summon. Effect, used on creatures within the host's secret realm space. It can appoint them as secret realm generals. Basic general summon can appoint up to 10. Note, secret realm generals are equivalent to the host's beasts and do not conflict with contracted beasts. They can be summoned simultaneously. Holy crap, divine tier. My eyes went wide. Doesn't this mean that I, a G-rank beast tamer, could summon up to 11 beasts at once? What are others even supposed to do? And this was only basic. There'd surely be intermediate and advanced down the road. By then, I alone would be worth an army, even an entire nation. Isn't this just a busted, game-breaking skill? System is supreme. The only catch was that both the current migration and general summon hinged entirely on the premise of owning a secret realm space. Counting the days, it had been nearly 10. I wondered how things were coming along on Commander Yan's end. Ding. Successful enrollment, quest complete. The shop function is unlocked. Please review the details yourself, host. Another new function. I opened it. Sure enough, beyond character, inventory, quests, and skills, there was now a shop. The moment I went in, I was stunned. Pages full of goods I'd never heard of. The frustrating part was, they were all grayed out and unpurchasable. Only a single pill was lit up. I opened it up. Well. Item, energy gathering pill. Price, 1 million huaxia coins. Effect, advances a beast directly to E rank. Can be diluted with water. Potency is proportional to the degree of dilution. I counted a few times to make sure I hadn't misread. A full million. Steep as hell. But the effect was seriously badass. Once I had money, wouldn't I be able to mass-produce E-rank beasts? I flipped through a few more, all astronomically priced, yet absurdly powerful. A 20 million healing pill, 1 dose restoring all injuries on a beast below D rank, an 8 million rejuvenation pill, restoring 20% of injuries. Flipping further, I was completely stunned. It even sold talents. Soon I found that Murong Shui Witch's ultimate fire element affinity, but here it took the form of a scroll. Item, Ultimate Fire Element Affinity Awakening Scroll. Effect, raises the potential of 1 fire-type beast by 1 rank. Usage, crush to activate. Price, 2 development coins. Unbelievable. Looking at that usage, does this mean I could buy it and use it on someone else? The only thing was, I still had no idea what development coins were. But with the system, I'd find out sooner or later. Heart full of joy, I took the academy bus home through the night. Only, while I was rejoicing here, elsewhere the sky had already turned upside down. In a luxurious villa, Lu Tao picked up the phone. Xiao Tao, what exactly is going on over there? Going on? Bro, what are you talking about? The other end was irate. The thing you asked me to handle. Didn't we agree it was 100% guaranteed to kill that Chinese? Why did he not only come out, but take first place among the freshmen? What? Lu Tao was shocked. That's impossible. Young Master Lei gave me his personal guarantee. Cut the crap. If word gets out that I helped you cheat, and let that ceiling ring in, I'm finished. Once the semester starts, hurry up and find out. Is there anything unusual about this Chun Yi? Got it, big brother. At the Su family estate, the patriarch stared at the steward, his face full of shock. What? Feng is dead. Yes, master. Word came from the academy. Confirmed, no mistake. The patriarch slumped into his chair. Impossible. Feng's one-horned savage bull was an F-rank beast. How could he die inside the secret realm? The academy didn't disclose the specifics. But I found out that before entering the secret realm, The young master had several private meetings with Murong Lei of the Murong family. The Murong family? What good could they have discussed with Feng? Go. Get to the bottom of the cause of death for me. Yes, but master, there's one more matter to report. The patriarch let out a mournful sigh. Now what? That second young master who was driven out of the family by young Master Feng years ago. Su Luyun. Luyun? What about him? Word is the second young master scored 1,000 points on this year's exam. He's ranked third among the freshmen. What? The dejected patriarch shot up with a jolt. Is that true? Absolutely true. It's spread all over the academy. The patriarch's face darkened. That's impossible. Wasn't he tested to have 0 beast-taming talent? That's correct. Yet third place is also absolutely true. Resolve flashed in the patriarch's eyes. Go. Invite Luyun back to the family. Only, second young master Luyun may not be willing to return. He's my blood after all. Besides, his mother is still in the manor. Go bring her to me. She's no longer a dowry maidservant. From now on, she is the second madam of the Su family. A new day was dawning over the Su family. The Murong family, too, was shrouded in gloom. Murong Lei clutched the file in his hands, veins bulging. Impossible. How is Chini not dead? And he actually pulled off 110,000 points. That trash Su Feng. To think I handed him the D-rank beast that esteemed sir gave me. All for nothing. Young master, what's done is done. Right now we need to figure out how to answer to that esteemed sir. Murong Lei gritted his teeth. I'll handle the accounting to him myself. You go and dig up everything about Chun-Yi. Exactly how did he get a score like that? For my sister's future, Chun-Yi has to die. With Chun-Yi at its center, all of Jiangnan province churned with hidden currents. Meanwhile, the Qin family was, at this moment, decked out in lights and festive decorations. Though it was already deep in the night, the lights still blazed, and the servants were run off their feet. You, hang that lantern higher. The red carpet, roll it out from the front gate all the way to the inner courtyard for me. Chen Jian tried to persuade him. Dad, rest for now, I've got this. Rest my foot. With your little brother scoring like that, how could I possibly sleep? Chen Jian nodded too. That's right. Little brother doesn't make a sound, but when he does, he stuns everyone. 110,000 points, 6 digits, a first for all of Jiangnan province. I knew from the start that little snake he contracted was no simple thing. Who'd have thought, huh? Father, at this rate, little brother's not only awakened an S-rank talent and become a major general of the Secret Realm Corps, his beast is extraordinary too. Even that Murong Shui might not match his accomplishments today, right? Don't mention Murong Shui to me. Ear will only grow stronger and stronger. Let the Murong family live to regret it. As they spoke, a family elder came rushing in. Patriarch, Eater's car is almost here. Let's hurry out and get ready. And at that very moment, I was staring at my own family's front gate, utterly dumbfounded. The red carpet led straight to the inner courtyard, and a brand new LED screen above the gate scrolled a row of large characters. Congratulations to young Master Chun-Yi on taking first place in the Academy's freshman exam. Strings of lights lined both sides of the road, and all the prominent family elders stood in 2 rows, each holding a firework popper, waiting for me to walk over. Congratulations to the young master on taking first place in the freshman exam. Before I'd even snapped out of it, a chorus of blasts went off in unison. I'm going to die of embarrassment. The word mortified was written plainly across my face. Once I'd sat down, Chen Zhenghua came over with a chuckle. How about it, you? This welcome banquet your old man threw for you isn't half bad. Shame it's so late. Or I'd have invited all the families we do business with to come celebrate you. I hastily waved my hands. Please don't. Old man, you're trying to socially murder me here. Little brother, what kind of talk is that? Aren't we all happy for you? With a score like yours, if we don't publicize this, should we publicize you getting dumped by Murong Shui instead? Fine. Being forced to show off with someone pushing your head down is never as satisfying as showing off on your own. Deep in the night, once everyone had received me, they dispersed, with the formal banquet set for noon the next day. And so I endured 2 awkward days. At the celebration banquet, Chen Zhenghua formally announced I would become the next family head. Then, led by him, I toasted the guests one by one. With the family matters wrapped up, word that the Chun family had established an heir also quickly spread throughout Jiangnan province. The semester began before I knew it. I hurried to the academy full of excitement. and, as usual, was the last to arrive. My few little underlings had been waiting for a while. Over here. Mu Qinghe rushed over excitedly. Hurry and check which dorm and class you're in. At the registration desk, after the teacher verified my identity, they didn't give me a dorm number. They just said I was in class 1 of the first year, then made a phone call to who knows who and told me to wait off to the side. What's going on? Do you get special treatment? I spread my hands. You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? What about you all? Which dorms? Whether by luck or someone's deliberate arrangement. Mu Qinghe roomed with Yuku, Yu Jie with Su Tower, and all of them were in class 1 of the first year with me. After a short wait, Luo Rong came striding over to me, taking 2 steps at a time. The moment I saw it was Dean Luo, the veins in my forehead throbbed. When this Luo guy shows up, nothing good ever comes of it. Kid, come with me. Huh. My face was full of reluctance. Dean Luo, where are you taking me? Me and your precious granddaughter. It really is a misunderstanding. Luo Rong was displeased. Where's all this nonsense coming from? I told you to come, so come. As for Schwanger's side, it's a misunderstanding just because you say so? Completely unreasonable. Nothing to be done. I said a word to Mu Qinghe and the others and followed Luo Rong into the campus. Dean Luo, can you give me a hint? Where exactly are you taking me? You kid, could I possibly mean you harm? Honestly, it was a real possibility. Fine, I won't keep it from you. Remember on exam day, I said the top 3 would get a special reward? I remember. I'm taking you to collect your reward. Oh ho, is there such a good thing? I instantly cheered up. We came all the way to a cluster of detached villas, and I froze. Truly the only beast-taming academy in Jiangnan province. There were buildings like this on campus? Luo Rong led me to one of the villas and irritably tossed me a set of keys. This is your dorm from now on. Huh, this villa is my dorm? Luo Rong laughed. What? You don't want it. Strength earns status. You're the top freshman. Of course the academy won't treat you the same as ordinary students. Some privileges you do get. Of course I want it. I excitedly took the keys. But Luo Rong gave a sly smile. Of course, this villa houses 2 people. Your roommate is already inside waiting for you. A roommate? It ought to be that 3rd place Su Luyan, right? Seeing my confusion, Luo Rong patted my shoulder. Treat your roommate well. With that, he walked off without looking back. What's that supposed to mean? Holy crap. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead as an ominous thought arose. Full of unease, I pushed open the front door. Luxurious decor greeted me, grander than my own home. This was just a dorm? Hearing the commotion downstairs, a door on the 2nd floor opened. Before the person appeared, the voice arrived first. Is that my roommate? Holy crap. This familiar voice. My first instinct was to turn and bolt. Sure enough, Luo Hanchuang's figure appeared on the 2nd floor. Who sells out their granddaughter like this? Is there really something wrong with this old man Luo's head? It's you. She glared down at me, her face full of displeasure. All I could do was greet her awkwardly. We meet again. Without even thinking, this had to be her grandpa's doing. I'd clearly explained everything already. Seeing her look like she was about to blow up, I spoke first. Don't get worked up. This is definitely your grandpa's mistake. I'll go find Dean Luo right now and switch dorms. I was just about to turn around when Luo Hanchuang unexpectedly called out to stop me. Forget it, it's useless. Once the academy registers it, it won't be changed. Just leave it. Your room's over there. She pointed to the room across from her own, then went back inside. Since she didn't mind, I figured I didn't care either. I entered the room, set down my things, and, bored, pulled out my phone to watch videos. For anyone else, getting to live with the goddess would be a dream too good to imagine. Unfortunately, in my view, women were nothing but trouble. After scrolling for a while, I tossed my phone down in disgust. The headlines were all about that witch Murong Shui, page after page reporting how outstanding she was, how she'd been taken on as a personal disciple by a famous professor from the capital's main academy the moment she enrolled. I was stewing in frustration when my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered, and it was that familiar voice again. Kid, met your roommate yet? Luo Rong. How did he get my number? Probably dug it out of the registration info. Dean Luo, men and women shouldn't be so close. Is this really appropriate? What's wrong with it? That's my granddaughter, and even I don't mind. What are you fussing about? Keep at it. I'm rooting for you. Please don't. Dean Luo, Enough. No more nonsense. Come to my office right away. Someone's here to see you. Before I could get a word in, he hung up. who came all the way to the academy to find me. More than anything, I just wanted to curse Luo Rong, this dim-wit old man. At least tell me where the office is. I left the dorm and, asking around the whole way, finally found Luo Rong's office. I'd meant to gripe a little, but the moment I saw who was inside, my eyes went stiff. Yin Jun, in full military uniform, looked at me with a smile. Major General Chen Yi, it's been a while. Commander Yin, you're looking for me because… Two things this time. First, to give you your Major General credentials. He took the credentials from his breast pocket and handed them over. I hurriedly took them and examined them. Not bad, kid, a Major General at such a young age. Luo Rong sized me up with satisfaction. No real authority, no real authority. All I could do was smile awkwardly. Second, to take you to obtain your own secret realm space. Really? It's ready already. This was what I cared about most. All my current skills hinged on a secret realm space. Of course, a G-rank secret realm just cropped up in the north. The creatures inside have no potential to become excellent beasts. These past few days I've already led people in to clear out everything except the boss. Though looking at it now, we needn't have bothered. Who'd have thought you'd score like that, kid? Even without clearing it, it probably couldn't threaten you. Cleared it out? Killed off all the creatures in an entire secret realm? The secret realm core was terrifying indeed. To the secret realm creatures, they were probably like the god of death. Thank you for your hard work, Commander Yin. Yin Jun waved a hand. It's nothing, but the secret realm boss you have to kill with your own hands. We'd originally prepared plenty of backup measures, but it seems they won't be needed now. An F-rank boss won't be a problem for you, will it? Forget F-rank. My Xiaoqing had one shot who knows how many E-rank creatures. After chatting for a while, Yin Jun said to Luo Rong, Old Rong, let me take a leave of absence for Chen Yi. 1 week for now, how about it? Fine, fine, no need to put on airs with me. As if you wouldn't take him if I said no. Kid, learn your skills well from Commander Yin. He's stronger than any teacher at this academy. I will. Thank you, Dean Luo. Hurry and complete that half-finished S-rank talent of yours. The leave, I'll approve. Given Yin Jun's special status, going out the main gate was inconvenient, so I followed him out the side gate. A military jeep was already waiting at the door. Before getting in, I looked back at the academy and couldn't help but marvel. I hadn't attended a single day of class, and I was already off on an extended leave. In the car, Yin Jun handed me a map. This is the secret realm map. Take a look first. Going by scale, the secret realm was about the size of a county town, with a gentle mountain peak dead center, a river encircling the base of the mountain, and everything else flat plains. I'd already begun scheming in my mind about how to plan out this piece of land in the future. Seeing I'd looked it over enough, Yin Jun tapped the mountain peak at the center of the map. The master of the secret realm is at the summit, an F-rank cloud spirit. Based on past experience, the moment you kill the boss, the gate of the secret realm will rupture, and the people inside will find it very hard to get out. So when the time comes, you'll have to go in alone. We can't help you. Here, tell us in advance what equipment you need, and we'll prepare it for you. A cloud spirit? The same as Luo Hanchuang's? Well, I thought of Xiaoqing. It had been grumbling at me all this time about how I hadn't let it eat Luo Hanchuang's cloud spirit last time. Cloud spirits seemed to hold a fatal allure for it. No need. One F-rank cloud spirit is nothing. Yin Jun wasn't surprised and nodded. Good then. Several hours later, beside a remote lake, rows upon rows of soldiers had drawn cordon lines, sealing the place off airtight. Floating at the center of the lake was a pitch-black planar rift that was the unprocessed, primal secret realm entrance. After getting out of the car, a squad of soldiers had already lined up waiting. Seeing Yin Jun, they saluted. Commander, no mutations inside the secret realm? Reporting, Commander, none. The cloud spirit has stayed suspended at the summit, hasn't moved an inch. Very good. Pass the order. Have all soldiers inside the secret realm withdraw. The real deal has arrived. The soldier eyed me curiously. Commander, who is this? Yin Jun smilingly pushed me forward. Right, this is Major General Chen Yi. From now on, our logistical support all rests on him. The soldier immediately saluted me. Greetings, Major General Chen Yi. I instinctively returned a military salute. I'd seen this scene plenty on TV, but when it was my own turn, I was still at a loss. Go pass the order. General Chen just enlisted. He's not used to this yet. Yes. The soldier trotted off toward the secret realm gate. Yin Jun led me toward the temporary command post. First time at a military camp. What are your impressions? I thought about it. Solemn, orderly. Yin Jun laughed and pointed at the center of the lake. See that? That's the freshly formed secret realm gate, and it's after we expanded it. After you expanded it? I looked over. That gate was only about a meter tall and a dozen-odd centimeters wide. Bet you didn't expect it. Some high-rank secret realm gates aren't even half a meter. When we in the secret realm core want to get in, we have to crawl in on our bellies. That actually caught me off guard. I'd assumed all secret realm gates were like the one for the enrollment exam, wide enough to drive a car through with room to spare. So you see, a master of the secret realm like you is the most scarce figure in our military. Think about it. Secret realms above C rank have interiors as vast as an entire nation. Without the help of modern machinery, how are we supposed to conquer them quickly? Only then did I truly grasp my own weight. With me, whenever we encountered a secret realm like this in the future, we could bring modern machinery in by the batch. The main assault force would of course still be high-ranking beast tamers, but there were only so many experts. Faced with a secret realm the size of a nation, we'd still have to rely on modern technology. Yin Jun had a long talk with me in the military tent, laying out the current state of the Jiangnan province secret realm core one point at a time. Naturally, my parachuting in was bound to breed resentment. They'd toiled for years, and I, without a single day of service, had been handed the rank of Major General outright. Reporting, Commander. All personnel have safely evacuated the secret realm. The messenger ran into the tent. Understood. Yin Jun patted his trouser legs and stood up. Major General Chun-Yi, the rest is up to you. Rest assured, Commander Yin. I followed him toward the secret realm gate at the center of the lake. With the experience from the exam, I stepped straight in. The scenery shifted abruptly. I stood in a stretch of woodland, ancient trees dense all around. Aside from a few insect chirps, there was no sign of life, not even a single bird in flight. That landmark mountain peak in the distance came into view. After checking my bearings against the map, I set off toward the peak. After walking a while, I regretted it. Should have brought a dirt bike. Walking like this, who knew when I'd arrive? I was still too naive. After a long walk, I finally reached the foot of the mountain. The river on the map had looked utterly ordinary, but up close it was quite striking, a full 100 meters wide, yet its surface without the slightest ripple, like a bright mirror. By now I could already see that mass of dark cloud at the summit. Xiaoqing wriggled excitedly out of my sleeve, gazing spellbound at the cloud spirit. I stroked its head. Easy now. It'll be your turn to perform in a bit. This time, eat your fill. The mountain wasn't steep. A man-made path wound through the dense forest, likely left by the secret realm core. I followed it up and finally reached the very peak. The cloud spirit at the summit sensed me, and deep within the clouds, thunder and lightning began to brew. I studied this cloud spirit closely. It was a full size smaller than Luo Hanshuang's, far less intimidating, its color more toward white. Xiaoqing, go. At the command, Xiaoqing unleashed its long-suppressed craving. Green light flared, lunging straight at the clouds. Facing this uninvited intruder into its body, the cloud spirit launched its attack, crackling lightning striking down at Xiaoqing. But all that lightning ultimately went into Xiaoqing's belly. It began devouring the cloud layer. Crackle, crackle. The cloud spirit seemed utterly terrified, thunder rumbling non-stop, yet not a single bolt of lightning left in the clouds. That thunder was more like its wailing. In mere moments, Xiaoqing had devoured the sky-full cloud spirit clean and flew back to my shoulder. By now it had actually grown to the thickness of a finger. Xiaoqing, whom countless monsters in the trial realm couldn't fill, actually let out a satisfied belch, a faint trace of lightning's power even lingering in that burp. A surge of power fed back through Xiaoqing into me. In an instant, every pore on my body opened, an indescribable comfort washing over me. This feeling is, I hurriedly pulled out my ID card. Sure enough, the Beast Tamer rank field had changed to F rank Beast Tamer. In just a few days, I'd risen from G rank to F rank. Those heaven-favored prodigies at the academy who'd awakened talent from childhood. How many years would they have to grind? Xiaoqing let out a belch and spat out a yellow crystal, faint electric light drifting within it. It then transmitted drowsiness to me. It wanted to sleep? Interesting. With my tacit permission, it crawled to the summit, coiled into a ball, and fell into a deep sleep. I took out its ID card to check. Name, Xiaoqing. Species, unknown. Potential, unknown. Strength, F rank, evolving. Attributes, wind, water. Skills, basic wind magic, basic water magic. Huh. Next to strength, the words evolving had appeared. Xiaoqing had actually begun evolving. Did this mean it was one step closer to the divine dragon form from my memories? Ding. Talent Secret Realm Space, successfully bound to the secret realm. The sweetest notification sounded as well. Done. I opened the secret realm space. A three-dimensional space diorama materialized out of thin air, completely simulating every bit of terrain and status within the secret realm. I could even see myself and Xiaoqing on the diorama. Total control. This was total control. It's no exaggeration to say that, from now on, within this piece of land, I would be a godlike existence. The joy hadn't even settled when the notification chimed again. Ding. Obtain a secret realm space within 1 month. Quest complete. Reward. 1 random talent. Just like when I first awakened the system, a talent wheel appeared before my eyes. Does the host wish to draw now? Need you even ask? Confirm. The wheel spun, and my heart leaped into my throat again. S rank. S rank. S rank. The wheel finally stopped, the pointer landing on the smallest slot. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the talent, Soul Link. What talent is this? I hurriedly opened the character interface. Talent, Soul Link. Rank, Super S. Effect, the host may select one beast to Soul Link with, sharing all of its abilities. Currently bound beast, none. Holy crap, Super S rank. My whole body began to tremble. What kind of talent was this? I immediately set the link target to the sleeping Xiaoqing. Ding. Soul Link successfully bound with Xiaoqing. Ding. Through Soul Link, the host has learned basic wind magic. Ding. Through Soul Link, the host has learned basic water magic. Ding. Through Soul Link, the host has gained Xiaoqing stamina. A string of notifications exploded in my ears. I now directly possessed all of Xiaoqing's skills, and even its hidden body stats became mine. An indescribable power flooded my whole body, leaving me utterly entranced. I opened both palms. Above one, a green gust of wind whirled. In the other palm, a ball of water hovered. Ha ha ha, awesome. I couldn't help but throw my head back and laugh wildly. What does a beast tamer fear most? Being ambushed at close range. But the me of now no longer has that weakness. As long as Xiaoqing kept growing, I'd rise right along with it. This was a humanoid beast. I gathered a gentle wind beneath my feet, lifting myself up, and closed my eyes to feel this world. Who hasn't dreamed of flying? In my past life, I often fantasized about riding a sword through the skies. Now, tasting the thrill of flight for the first time, the exhilaration was beyond words. Once I'd had my fill, I flew back to the summit and landed beside Xiaoqing. Since this space was now completely under my control, it could sleep and evolve here in peace. Only, doesn't this mean I have no beast now? While I was wrestling with this, a flash of inspiration struck. I'd nearly forgotten about that guy. I took out the ring sealing Dragonkin and let it out. Woof! Damn it. Boss, you finally remembered me. I was suffocating in there. The moment Dragonkin came out, it shook its head and ran over to lick my shoe. Cut the chatter. Let me ask you, are you willing to submit to me? It nodded its dog head. Of course I am. Boss, you want to contract me as your beast? But your rank doesn't seem high enough right now. I smiled. That's not something you need to worry about. As long as you're willing. Woof, what do you mean? I smiled without answering, raised my hand and pointed at its forehead, silently commanding, basic migration. Dragonkin's dog eyes went wide. Woof. What's this feeling? Woof. Holy crap. Whoosh. It suddenly vanished before my eyes, then reappeared out of thin air. Woof. Holy crap. Unbelievable. Boss, what ability is this? It was my first time using it too, so I asked curiously, well, how does it feel? Woof. Damn, boss, this is way too insane. Just now a thought popped into my head, asking whether I was willing to submit to you and live in your territory from now on. And then, of course I agreed. And then my soul got forcibly branded with a contract mark. A contract mark? On the soul, no less? What does this mark do? And how do you know it's on your soul? Boss, how do I put this feeling into words? I can't quite say. Anyway, I just know, with this mark, the moment I have even a flicker of a thought to defy you, I'll be punished. And if I dare harbor murderous intent, My little life is gone on the spot. Damn, basic migration is this insane. How's this any different from a master-servant contract? Zhong Kongkong wore a mournful dog face. Boss, my loyalty to you is bright as the heavens and earth can witness. Whatever you do, don't get me killed. I know. And we're not done yet. Not done? Boss, what else do you want to do? Seeing me point at it again, it shuddered. Basic general summon. Ding. Appoint Zhong Kongkong as a secret realm general? This operation is irreversible. Confirm. Ding. Appointment successful. A faint light flashed before its forehead, and a card materialized out of thin air. Zhong Kongkong was stunned again. Holy crap, what's this feeling? I've become boss's beast? No, this doesn't count as a beast, yet it's no different from being one. It abruptly widened its dog eyes. A beast tamer below D rank can only contract one beast. That's universally accepted common knowledge. Boss, you've flat out shattered a rule set in stone for thousands of years. Woof. Boss, are you sure you're not the illegitimate son of that great god in the void? I put away its ID card and said irritably, what great god in the void? Are there really gods? Fine. If boss says he isn't, then he isn't. Those matters about the void's great god, I really can't say them now. Telling you would only harm you. That same old routine again. I started examining Zhong Kongkong's ID card. Name, Zhong Kongkong. Species, Moon Howling Skywolf. Potential, unknown. Strength, G rank. Attribute, space. Skills, Void Rend, space condensation, space teleportation. Oh ho. I glanced at this dopey-looking creature. It was clearly a husky, yet who'd have thought it really was a wolf? Its potential, like Xiaoqing's, was unknown. Its attribute the rare space type, and it came with 3 skills right off the bat. The only thing was that its strength was too pathetic. G rank, not worth a look. I gritted my teeth, opened the system shop, and bit the bullet to buy an energy-gathering pill. Though the Qin family were tycoons of Jiangnan province, that was the family's money. The allowance I'd saved over all these years came to just over 3 million, and this one purchase wiped out a third of it. I'd have to hurry and figure out a way to earn a fortune once I got out, or I'd never be able to afford these miracle drugs in the shop in this lifetime. Energy-gathering pill purchased successfully. Placed in inventory. I took out the pill and tossed it in front of it. Lucky for you, mutt. Eat up. It stepped forward and sniffed. Woof, what is this? A miracle drug. You eating it or not? Eating. Of course I am. It swallowed it in one gulp. A moment later, its dopey face turned grave. Aru. Boss, this isn't fake medicine, is it? It hurts like hell. It rolled around on the ground in agony, and only after a full quarter hour did it shakily climb to its feet. Woof. Boss, this miracle drug of yours is poison. Cut the ungrateful griping. Hurry and check what's changed about you. I took out its ID card. Strength, A rank. Up 2 ranks in one shot. System made, guaranteed top quality. It noticed the change too and howled excitedly. Woof. Unfreaking believable. Boss, I'm E rank now. Up 2 ranks. Divine pill. Got any more? Give me a few more. I kicked it. Get lost, a few more. This one nearly cleaned me out. Woof. Boss is supreme. The matter of a beast for Xiaoqing's slumber period was settled. I was just about to head back when the notification sounded again. Ding. Quest triggered. Species migration. Objective. Migrate a group of intelligence-awakened secret realm creatures into the host space. Note. More than 100 units is by default considered one species. Reward. 1 random talent, 1 development coin, another talent, and a development coin. So this is how you obtain the stuff. 2 of them would trade for an S-rank talent. Something suddenly occurred to me. I took out my ID card and looked. The talent field still displayed only that S-rank Master of the Secret Realm. Looks like the ID card can only display 1 talent. The real world. The secret realm gate at the center of the lake began to warp and shatter after I killed the boss, dissipating over the water's surface. Yin Jun got word immediately and did the math. Chun Yi had been inside for less than a day. Looks like he'd underestimated this top freshman. Commander, this little major general of ours is really something. Say what you will, it was still an F-rank cloud spirit, the trickiest kind of elemental beast, an officer beside him said with a smile. Yin Jun neither confirmed nor denied it. Indeed, I have a faint feeling. I may have recruited a truly remarkable figure for the Jiangnan military region. Hell, let's hope so. Though a single master of the secret realm is already remarkable enough. Yin Jun shook his head. It goes beyond that. Jiang Feng, from now on you'll have to keep a closer eye on this kid for me. I can't be stationed here all the time. Rest assured, Commander, I know how to handle it. A long while later, the empty lake's surface rippled, and I flashed into being out of thin air. Before I'd even steadied myself, Yin Jun's voice came. How was it? Familiarized yourself with your space? I nodded in confirmation. He led me to the jeep we'd come in and had me try storing it away. As the absolute controller of the space, a single thought made the secret realm diorama surface before my eyes. My palm touched the jeep. My thought marked a spot on the diorama, and in an instant, the jeep in reality vanished into thin air, appearing in the diorama. Another thought, and it returned to reality. TSK, as a life talent, it truly lives up to being S rank. Yin Jun was quite satisfied. A life skill? That's for other people. My S rank, master of the secret realm, paired with the system's entire suite of skills, could no longer be measured by rank. It was a bug-like existence. I'd thought killing the cloud spirit would take some time. Yin Jun had gone and requested a full week's leave for me, yet I'd finished it in a single day. Back at the academy, I didn't rush to attend class, but first mapped out the road ahead. Going by the talents and skills the system had given me, I was most likely meant to develop into a power of my own. And to establish a power, what you lacked most were nothing but two things: money and people. As long as I had money, I could absolutely use the system shop to assemble a whole team of E-rank beasts in a short time. Since there was a function like the shop, there was no reason not to use it. After long deliberation, and having confirmed Luo Hanshuang wasn't around, I made a call and summoned Mu Qinghe and the Yu siblings. Though the Mu family was also a great clan, Mu Qinghe had several older brothers above him, so his standing at home wasn't high. Still, from years of immersion, the kid understood a thing or two about doing business. I decided to put him out front while I stayed behind the scenes. Looking at my remaining balance of just over 2 million, I gritted my teeth and stormed back into the shop, dropping another million on an energy-gathering pill, which I diluted at a ratio of 1 to 100 into bottle after bottle of medicinal liquid. Next came giving Mu Qinghe a thorough brainwashing. Shortly after, the three of them arrived. Holy crap, you're the best. Your dorm's even better than my house. Mu Qinghe looked around, his face full of envy. This is the surprise for the top 3 freshmen. Like you all, it's a villa for 2. My roommate, you'll absolutely never guess who. Yujia asked, who? Take a guess. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me anyway. It's not the Thunder Goddess, is it? At the thought of Luo Hanshuang, Mu Qinghe shuddered before I even did. The kid actually guessed it. Yep, it's her. Come on, who'd believe that? The academy would let you two, a single guy and girl, live in one villa? What is this, matchmaking? Damn, it really is pretty much matchmaking. That idiot Dean Luo wrong. So why'd you call us over in such a rush? Only then did I get to the point. Qinghe, what's your standing in the Mu family? What else, a nobody? Ever thought about striking out on your own? Huh? Boss, what do you mean? I'm doing fine in the Mu family. Why would I strike out on my own? I'm planning to start a merchant guild, with you as the president. Mu Qinghe took a long time to digest this. Holy crap, boss. Aren't you already going to be the Chen family's next head? And you're doing this too. The Chen family is the Chen family, and I'm me. I'm badly short on cash right now, and the Chen family can't give me that much. Never mind all that. Just tell me, are you in or not? Boss, exactly how much money are you short? Even the mighty Chen family can't provide it. Not much, a few 100 billion or so. How much? Mu Qinghe thought he'd misheard. His Mu family, counting real estate, was only barely worth a bit over $1 billion. A few 100 billion. Cut the nonsense, strike out with me. Are you in or not? Mu Qinghe was in a bind. He'd watched my changes over this period with his own eyes and knew I was hiding some earth-shattering secret. After weighing it over and over, he gritted his teeth. I'm in. But to form a merchant guild, what are we selling? Beast medicine. Under his puzzled gaze, I took a bottle of diluted medicinal liquid out of the secret realm space. For a start, we'll sell this first. The three of them leaned in. Boss, what's the effect? I smiled mysteriously. What rank are your beasts right now? Haha, my Venomfang spider's already F rank. Mu Qinghe proudly summoned it to show off. The Yu siblings looked a bit embarrassed. Boss, we're both still G rank. Put the spider away. You too, summon your beasts. Yu Ku and Yu Jie summoned their wood rat and giant toad as told. I handed each of them a bottle of medicinal liquid. If you trust me, feed it to your beasts. The siblings exchanged a glance and, without the slightest hesitation, fed it to them. A few breaths later, the two beasts rolled around on the ground in agony, giving the siblings quite a fright. Boss, my wood rat's going to be okay, right? I gave him a reassuring look. Relax, would I harm my own underlings? The miracle's coming right up. This time, in just 5 minutes, the two beasts had digested the medicine's effects and were no longer in pain. Check your beast's ID cards and tell me what's changed. The two took a look and their eyes went stiff. B-Boss, my wood rat, it advanced to F rank. My giant toad too. Also F rank. What? Mooching his eyes went wide. Cool. Yeah, lend me your ID cards for a look. Beast ID cards were each person's trump card and had always been kept secret. But since everyone here was my brother, there was no need to stand on ceremony. Holy crap, it really is F rank. Unbelievable. Mooching stood dazed for a moment, then looked at me with delight. Boss, this medicine can raise a beast by 1 rank. I nodded. For now, it can only take G rank to F rank. Once we've got money, there'll be medicine for E rank and D rank too. Holy crap. Boss, where'd you get this stuff? Is there enough supply? Any side effects? Plenty of supply, 0 side effects. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given it to you, Ku, and the others. Mooching his eyes turned straight into yen signs. We're rich. This is definitely going to sell like crazy. Boss, I'm in with you. I was quite satisfied with mooching his state right then. How much are you planning to sell this medicine for? I thought about it. 1 million. 1 million. What? Too expensive. Way too cheap. 1 million is cheap. I was a bit dizzy. Boss, this is medicine that directly raises a beast's strength. Going from G rank to F rank normally takes at least a year of grinding. This medicine saves a whole year in one gulp. 1 million. And you think that's expensive? There was logic to that. 1 million it is. Then, small margins, high volume. This is just the starter product. There's more to come that'll surprise you even more. Sure, boss, it's your call. I hadn't noticed. Hearing that figure, the Yu siblings' lips had turned purple. The two of them had just used up 2 million in one go. You have to understand, they scrimped and saved, and their monthly expenses were only a few thousand yuan. B-Boss. Yuka stammered, looking at me. They genuinely couldn't cough up the money for that medicine. I was puzzled at first, then it clicked. What are you two thinking? You still want to pay me? As my underlings, this is a basic perk. Yuka's eyes grew hot. Following me, he didn't need to change his surname, and he got such precious medicine for free on top of it. Boss, my life is yours from now on. Mine too. Enough, just take it to heart. There's still real business to handle. Boss, what do you need us to do? You two grew up in an orphanage, right? Yes. Go recruit some people who share your background. There's only one condition, loyalty. I'll cover all their future beasts, and if they perform well, I won't be stingy with medicine like what you just used, either. The siblings exchanged a glance. Was Boss really going to start his own venture and build up a power? This was absolutely their opportunity. Yes, Boss, we do have quite a few brothers and sisters. Some awakened beast-taming talent too, but they had no money to buy beasts and couldn't get into the academy. Go on then. As long as they're loyal, I'll handle the matter of beasts. The siblings excitedly rushed out of the villa. Only me and Mu Qinghe were left in the house. Boss, why not call Su Tower? 1 word from you, and that girl would follow you to hell and back. She's genuinely good to you. The moment women come up, my head throbs. I hurriedly cut him off. Have her strike out with us? You kidding? Wouldn't that pack of brothers of hers come running to skin me alive? Fair point. So, should we head to the Beast Taming Alliance now to get this medicine notarized? Huh. Holy crap, boss. You're about to sell beast medicine and you don't even know that beast medicine has to be notarized at the Beast Taming Alliance? Otherwise, who'd dare buy it? Oh, right, that makes sense. Let's go right now. Outside the Jiangnan Province Beast Taming Alliance, a taxi pulled up. I got out with Mu Qinghe. Too much hassle. Tomorrow I'm buying a car. It can just go in the secret realm space anyway. Secret realm space? Boss, don't tell me you actually got your hands on a secret realm. You bet. Do you even know who you're dealing with? I haven't heard of any new secret realm popping up nearby lately. Where'd you get it? I chuckled. Secret. It was my first visit to the Beast Taming Alliance, and not knowing where notarization was handled, I walked over to the information desk. Behind it sat a woman about my age, and rather pretty at that. Excuse me, where do I get beast medicine notarized? She looked up and sized me up. Beast medicine notarization? You have beast medicine to notarize. I took out the medicinal liquid and nodded. She handed me a form and had me fill in the drug's details, which types of beasts it worked on, its effects. For the sake of my get-rich enterprise, I naturally filled it in truthfully. She took the form and, upon reading it, cried out, "Effective on all beasts, and the effect is to directly raise a G rank beast to F rank? Sir, are you sure you didn't fill this out wrong?" "No, my medicine's just like that." "Hello, sir, my name is Jiangli. This effect of yours is too inconceivable. I need to report it to my superiors. Please wait a moment." With that, she hurried off inside. Interesting, a kid coming to the Beast Taming Alliance to brag. A mocking voice came from the side. I looked over. The man said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Mao, of the Li family. Never mind that ridiculous effect. Just the single line effective on all beasts is laughable enough." Li Mao, of the Li family, that medical dynasty, inventor of Wanjin powder. Someone nearby recognized him. A master of beast medicine. Appear here to crash my show. What's laughable? Let's hear it. Li Mao spoke with a sneer. Do you have any idea how many types of beasts there are? Universal? Each has a constitution as different as heaven and earth. Wanting it to be universal is sheer wishful thinking. You can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. What a joke. You're young, but your talk is big. I, Li Mao, have researched beast medicine for years, as if you're any match for me. I dug at my ear. Just goes to show you're a hack. Years of studying medicine, and still don't know squat. You? I kindly offer guidance, and this is your attitude. Kindly? Please. Want to use me as a stepping stone to boost your fame? Dream on. Li Mao was left speechless. He'd meant to intimidate me by throwing out his name and boost his own reputation in the process. Fine. Say it is universal. Then what about the effect after that? G rank directly to F rank? Do you have any idea what a concept that is? I do. What of it? What of it? Everyone, listen to this. He actually asks, what of it? It's not that I look down on you. If you can actually formulate this, I'll kneel and take you as my master. Peals of laughter erupted. That's right, kid, G straight to F, pure fantasy. If such medicine really existed, I'd sell everything I own to buy a dose for my grandson. Word spread from 1 to 2, 2 to 3. I had a medicine that could directly raise a G rank beast to F rank. This news spread throughout the entire Beast Taming Alliance in the blink of an eye. People who'd been doing business put down what they were doing and crowded over, hemming me and Mu Qinghe in airtight. Mu Qinghe was rather frightened by the scene. This isn't going to turn ugly, is it? What's there to fear? A great promotional opportunity like this must be treasured. Hurry and think. What do we call our merchant guild? We'll need it in a bit. Pat pat, a flurry of hurried footsteps. Jiang Li led over an elderly woman in prim attire and pointed at me in a low voice. It's this gentleman who wants a notarization. The onlookers tactfully cleared a path. Young man, my surname is He, and I'm in charge here. The old woman took out the form I'd filled in. You're the one who wants to notarize this beast medicine? I took out the energy-gathering liquid. That's right, it's me. How is it notarized? Old madam, he pondered for a moment, a look of difficulty on her face. If the medicinal effect were genuine, its value would be extraordinary. How about this? The Alliance just received a batch of G-rank beasts. I'll take it upon myself to take one for your notarization. If the effect proves genuine, consider it purchased by our Alliance. Fine. If it works, consider it my gift to you. Just help me notarize it. Old madam, he gave Jiangli a look, and the latter hurried off to fetch a beast. May I ask your name, young man? Let me state up front. If this medicine has no effect, you'll have to buy back the beast that took it. No problem. Madam He, just call me Chen Yi. Chen Yi. Hearing the name, old madam He instinctively let out a burst of aura, which then vanished in a flash. The Chen Yi who took first place in this year's Beast Taming Academy freshman exam. That's me. You know me. No, you hardly. I've heard a little. She said irritably. So this is that Chen Yi. No wonder, a heaven-favored prodigy. Didn't expect him to dabble in beast medicine too. It's not notarized yet. Don't get ahead of yourselves. I don't buy it. Directly raise a beast's rank. Looks like my name was gradually making itself known. Make way. Jiangli led over a three-handed monkey, whose tail end actually had a hand growing on it too. Chen Yi, check whether this three-handed monkey fits the scope of your medicine's use. I waved a hand. As long as it's G rank, it's fine. My medicine works on all beasts. The uncontracted three-handed monkey wasn't very cooperative. Several times my attempts to feed it the medicine were dodged. I'd meant to summon Joan Kong out to subdue it, but this was someone else's turf after all, so I held back and looked to old Madam He. Humph, can't even manage this, and you call yourself the top freshman. Old Madam, he shot me an irritated glance. Everyone move aside. The onlookers all stepped back. Roar. A rhinoceros with fire spewing from its mouth and nostrils appeared in the hall, its skin all over like it was cracking apart, rolling flames gushing out from the fissures. The whole crowd was stunned. A lava rhinoceros. No mistake about it, and a fully formed one at that. Fully formed. A rank. My God, I'm actually seeing an A-rank beast with my own eyes. Clearly, this was Manager He's beast. Whether intentional or not, a ball of flame the rhinoceros spewed came shooting straight at me. Holy crap, I was startled and instinctively channeled the basic wind magic I'd linked from Shaoqing. A green wind wall abruptly rose, blocking the blazing flames. Oh, a trace of surprise flitted across old Madam He's eyes. Manager He, what's the meaning of this? I'm just here for a notarization. Did I offend you? Had this old woman not been so formidably strong, I'd have made her pay. I'm old, no longer up to it. Young man, don't take offense. All right, you may use the medicine now. Baffling. Why did this old woman act like she had a grudge against me the moment I gave my name? Not up to it. Tell it to someone who'll believe you. But by now the three-handed monkey was pinned motionless by the rhinoceros's might. I seized the chance to feed it the energy-gathering liquid, and old Madam He withdrew her lava rhinoceros. All eyes focused on the three-handed monkey. Just as in the earlier test, not long after swallowing the medicine, it rolled around on the ground in agony. No one was more thrilled than Li Mao. He pointed at the monkey and laughed. Haha, see, I told you this kid's a fraud. Look at that. It's probably poison. Just as expected, how could there be such an unbelievable medicine? Old Madam, he looked at me doubtfully too. Young man, this is your so-called medicine? What's the rush? Does the medicine at your house take effect the instant it's swallowed? The three-handed monkey's constitution is too poor. My medicine is reshaping its constitution, helping it advance. The pain is a necessary step. Li Mao roared with laughter. What a silver tongue. Kid, this heresy of yours. Li has learned something today. In a bit, you'll learn something all over again. Manager He, in 10 minutes at most, the medicine's potency will be absorbed. Just wait. Old Madam, he nodded rigorously. Time ticked by second by second. 6 minutes passed, and the three-handed monkey stopped rolling, all trace of pain gone. Instead, it began hopping about excitedly. There, Manager He, you can measure its strength now. At old Madam He's command, a device was quickly carried over, shaped like an airport security gate. A staff member led the three-handed monkey through it, and a set of data immediately displayed. Species, three-handed monkey. Status, healthy. Strength, F rank. The whole hall was in an uproar. It actually became F rank. My God, what did I just witness? Young man, how's this medicine sold? I'll take as much as you've got. Don't fight over it. Don't fight. Sell me some too. Old Madam He stared at the three-handed monkey in shock, then gave me a meaningful look. Young man, this medicine, where did you get it? I formulated it myself. You formulated it yourself? Old Madam, he circled me a few times. I underestimated you. Impossible. How old are you? Medicine this unbelievable, formulated by you. Li Mao was dumbstruck. Don't try to fit me into your worldview. My abilities aren't something a rundown medical dynasty like yours could comprehend. I gave him a contemptuous glance. You dare insult my Li family? 80% of all beast medicine in Jiangnan province comes from us Li family. That's now. In the future, with our merchant guild around, your Li family can just wait to be run out. You, ignorant brat, with what? You. Yes, with me. Remember what you said earlier? Skip the master thing. You're not worthy of being my disciple. All you have to do is kneel. Li Mao's face turned blue and purple in patches. He'd meant to boost his fame off me, but now he'd hit a brick wall. His reputation did grow, unfortunately, in the negative. I said that offhand. It doesn't count. Kid, I'll remember those words of yours. Just wait for your merchant guild to be blacklisted by my Li family. With that, he hurried off. He had to hurry and report the existence of the energy-gathering liquid to his family elders. Barring surprises, this would set off a major upheaval in Jiangnan province's beast medicine industry. So this is the Lee family? Their words are worth about as much as a fart. I couldn't be bothered with him. There was real business to attend to. A man took out a business card and handed it over. Young friend, I'm the owner of Lontong Beast Pharmacy. Might I ask your guild's name? Could we place orders with you? The moment the words fell, a pile of people scrambled to hand over their cards. I glanced at Mu Qinghe. Your turn to step up. He immediately caught on and blocked in front of me. Everyone, I'm the president of the soon-to-be established Shenlong Merchant Guild. Any business, come to me. Shenlong Merchant Guild? Not a bad name. I left Mu Qinghe to deal with the frenzied merchants and went with old Madam He into an office to handle the notarization. Chen Yi, you're very mysterious, she teased while printing the notarization certificate. This old woman, I couldn't get a read on her. Manager He, don't joke, I'm just an ordinary student. An ordinary student? An ordinary student can formulate beast medicine this unbelievable? And also, you clearly didn't summon a beast just now. So how did you cast such pure wind magic? Did I? What wind magic? I played dumb. In an instant, the office temperature shot up. A rhinoceros head materialized out of thin air and spat a wisp of scorching flame at me. Holy crap. I hurriedly condensed another wind shield to scatter the flame, retreated a few steps, and summoned Zhong Kong Kong, warily eyeing her and that mid-air rhinoceros head. Manager He, what exactly is the meaning of this? Woof. Old woman, how dare you bully my master? Oh, isn't your beast a snake? How did it become a dog? And this dog can talk? Looks like I underestimated you. This old woman investigated me? Why does she know so much about me? I was ready to dive into the secret realm space at any moment. An A-rank lava rhinoceros. I genuinely couldn't beat right now. Woof. Old woman, are you blind? Grandpa Zhong is a wolf. Old Madam, he frowned deeply and withdrew the rhinoceros head. Kid, put your dog away. If it spouts more vile words, I fear I won't be able to restrain myself and really will kill it. Woof. Oh, I didn't let it finish, hurriedly recalling it into the secret realm space. This dog's strength was decent, its mouth just too loose. Seeing me still wary, old Madam he instead revealed a smile and handed over the notarization certificate. Good, good. I have high hopes for you. You've passed my test. From now on, treat Schwanger a little better. Come again. I was stunned for a moment, then recalled the string of buffs Luo Hanshuang had stacked when we first met. Her grandma was Hiime, chairwoman of the Beast Taming Alliance. Manager He? Chairwoman He. You're the chairwoman of the Beast Taming Alliance. Luo Hanshuang's grandmother? The very one. I didn't expect that Shuang girl, cold as she usually is, to have such a good eye for people. Young man, you have secrets. Damn, I really did kick a big daddy this time. Chairwoman He, you've misunderstood. There's really nothing between me and your granddaughter. Enough, enough. No need to explain. You young people, little Chun, from now on don't call me chairwoman in private. Like Schwanger, just call me grandma. She stuffed another business card into my hand. If anything comes up, call grandma directly. I was left utterly exasperated. Chairwoman He, you've really misunderstood. Still chairwoman, call me grandma. All right, the notarization's done. Head back for now. I've still got work to do. Huh? Chairwoman He. Bang. The door closed. I stood outside it, thoroughly helpless. What in the world was all this? On my way downstairs, Mu Qinghe had also finished dealing with that crowd of merchants and left the alliance with me. Next up was registering the merchant guild and renting an office building. I transferred him 500,000 and entrusted the rest entirely to him, retreating behind the scenes myself, waiting to collect the money. After several days of busy work, the framework of the Shenlong Merchant Guild was finally set up. With such meager startup capital, I didn't rent an office in the business district, but just found a small storefront. All the employees were people brought in by the Yu siblings. Business acumen didn't matter, loyalty was enough. The first batch of goods was those 100 bottles of energy-gathering liquid. To prevent the market from ballooning all at once, I set a limit of only 5 bottles sold per day. First make a name and accumulate capital, then bring out the rest of the medicine from the system later. With everything settled, the 7-day leave Yin Jun had requested for me also came to an end. The alarm went off, and I lazily climbed out of bed. The past few days I'd slept until I woke naturally, but today I had class. The moment I stepped out my door, I ran right into Luo Hanshuang, whom I'd been dodging for days, just coming out too. I hurriedly lowered my head and pretended not to see her. This woman was too much trouble. but she wouldn't have it. Hey, what's the deal? Am I really that annoying to you? Are you deliberately avoiding me? You really are pretty annoying. I smiled awkwardly. How could that be? I'm just thinking of you. After all, it's a single guy and girl living in one villa. Oomph, no need for you to think of me. Even I don't mind. So what's a grown man like you minding? After washing up, I suddenly remembered. I had no idea how to get to my own classroom. Nothing to be done. All I could do was look pleadingly at Luo Hanswang. Unnerved by my staring, she said, "Something you need? Do you know how to get to class one of the first year?" "Chenyi, it's been 7 days since the semester started. You haven't come a single day, and now you don't even know where your class is?" I honestly nodded. She shook her head. "Forget it. Come with me, same class." I followed Luo Han's Huang, one in front and one behind, into the long unseen classroom. The students all froze, shoving one another. Who's this guy? Why is he coming to our class? And walking with the goddess. Since the semester started, I've never seen the goddess talk to anyone. I remember now. Could this be that mysterious first-place guy? Damn, it really might be. Brother E, over here. Su Tower waved excitedly. Seeing no reaction from me, she ran over of her own accord and grabbed my arm. Your seat's next to mine. Luo Hans Huang in front, Su Tower behind. Getting tangled up with one was maddening enough, let alone both at once. Holy crap, my heart. How is Goddess Tower so close with that guy too? Damn it. I'm going to fight him to the death. Luo Hans Huang turned back and glared at me irritably too, cursing under her breath. Disgraceful. Who did I offend? The peaceful classroom instantly split into 3 factions. Mu Qing's crew headed by me, the rest of the students, and Luo Hans Huang with her built-in aura of rejection. Soon, a female teacher walked in, swept a glance around, and quickly locked onto me. She frowned slightly. This student you are? Teacher, my name is Chunyi. I took leave for some matters these past few days. Chunyi? Humph, so you're the top freshman. Don't think that scoring first on the exam means you can ignore discipline. If this happens again, I won't give you credits. Teacher, I took leave. Enough, sit down. Who did I offend? I really wanted to go slap her. Of course, just in my head. After I sat down, she began the lesson. The homework assigned yesterday. How's everyone's practice coming? Seeing no one speak up, she grew a bit annoyed. It's just a partial summon. Is it really that hard? Partial summon? I was rather unfamiliar with these terms. I'll demonstrate once more. She tossed a piece of chalk into the air. Before the chalk fell, a bird's claw reached out from thin air, grabbed the chalk, and flung it back into her hand. See that? If you can't even learn this little trick, then when you run into a cramped space and can't summon a large beast, what will you do? So that's all it was. Chairwoman, he's rhinoceros head the other day was a partial summon. Luo Hans Huang, you're the class monitor, come try. All right. Luo Hans Huang went up to the front, and as the chalk was tossed, a mass of dark cloud materialized, striking out a bolt of lightning at the chalk. Not bad. Haven't you already mastered it? Why didn't you say so just now? Luo Hans Huang ignored her, instead shooting me a provoking glance and returning to her seat. The teacher was quite annoyed. Had it not been for the fact that her grandpa was the vice dean, she'd probably have lectured her a bit. Wow, truly the goddess. Compared to her, some first-placers watering down is really something. First place? Just luck. Sooner or later he'll show his true colors. With Luo Hanchuang's demonstration, the students whispered as they looked at me. The teacher found me more and more of an eyesore too and pointed at me. You, this year's first placer, come up and try. Oh, I irritably went up to the front. Quick, record a video. The top freshman's embarrassing moment, guaranteed to trend on the campus forum. The students all pulled out their phones and aimed them at me. Playing on phones in class wasn't allowed, yet this teacher acted like she didn't see. Remember, it's a partial summon. As the first placer, if you can't even do this, then don't come to my class in the future and forget about credits too. This teacher's getting more and more off. But it was just a partial summon. Difficult for others, perhaps, but for me, the absolute controller of a secret realm space, easier than breathing. The chalk was tossed, and Zhong Kongkong's dog head appeared before me. Its dog mouth opened, and a space condensation struck the chalk. In an instant, the chalk froze in midair. I stepped forward, took it, and set it back on the lectern. Teacher, did I pass? The moment Luo Hans Huang saw Zhong Kongkong, she stood up, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Shouldn't Qin Yi's beast be that lightning-eating snake? How did it become this mangy dog? But the aura this dog gave off was unmistakably that of a beast. Could it be that the little snake had died, and he'd recontracted this dog? Questions crammed her mind. But in the end, she chose to sit down in silence, planning to grill him properly back at the dorm. The female teacher's expression grew uglier. What do you mean by that? Provoking me? Humph, if you're so capable, don't bother coming to my class tomorrow. I can't take it anymore. This teacher's got problems. I was just about to fire back when Zhong Kongkong beat me to the cursing. Woof! You old hag, that's how you talk to my master? Who do you think you are? Teach or don't, like my master gives a damn about your crappy class. Almost forgot about this loudmouth, but at times like this it was actually pretty handy. Save me the trouble of cursing myself. You. The teacher and the whole class were dumbstruck. This dog can actually talk? Screw you. You balding monkey, Grandpa Zhong is a wolf, not a dog. The students were so shocked their mouths could hold an egg. Only Luo Hanshuang couldn't help letting out a soft laugh, recalling how furious she'd been when this dog called her granddaughter. Watching it curse someone else now was actually quite entertaining. You. The teacher was so angry her mouth went crooked, her whole body trembling. I'm furious. I, Hu Xen, have been a teacher for so many years, and I'm being cursed at by a dog. Woof, so your name's Hu Xen, huh? Real ugly. Why don't you just change it to Hu Tu Muddlehead from now on? You. Hu Xen could restrain herself no longer and summoned a half-meter-tall, enlarged version of a sparrow. Frost Silk Sparrow, Ice Arrow. The classroom temperature plunged several degrees. The Frost Silk Sparrow gave a crisp cry, flapped its wings, and several ice shards formed, shooting straight at Zhong Kongkong in front of me. Woof! The balding monkey's losing it. Boss, hurry and let me out. Go. Facing this teacher who'd been deliberately picking on me, I didn't hold back either and summoned Zhong Kongkong out entirely. The instant it appeared, it fired off a space teleportation, flashing above the Frost Silk Sparrow and biting down on its wing. The Frost Silk Sparrow flailed in pain and was about to shake it off when a void rend condensed inside Zhong Kongkong's dog mouth. Squawk! Blood splattered as Zhong Kongkong leapt back in front of me with an entire wing in its mouth and set it at my feet. Woof! Boss, put this thing away quick. Save it for when Boss Xiaoqing wakes up. It's my token of respect for him. Thud! The Frost Silk Sparrow toppled stiffly to the ground. Only then did Hu Xen snap back, her eyes going wide. No. She rushed to the Frost Silk Sparrow to check on it. You? Give the wing back right now. I looked around, pointed at myself, face all innocent. Teacher, are you talking to me? Cut the nonsense. Give it back now. If anything happens to my Frost Silk Sparrow, you can forget about ever graduating in this lifetime. Still daring to threaten me. I paid her no mind and headed straight back to my seat. Nope. Woof. You balding monkey hear that? Nope. You dare disrespect my master again, and see if I don't bite this broken-winged pheasant of yours to death. You. Hu Xen shot Zhong Kongkong a hateful glare, then looked at my unmoved self. Fine, very good. I'll be reporting this to the dean. Just wait to be expelled. With that, she recalled the Frost Silk Sparrow and stormed out of the classroom, presumably to find someone to treat it. The moment she left, the classroom fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted. Holy crap! Chen Yi's awesome. Who was it just now doubting whether my brother, Yi, deserved first place? Damn, it was clearly you who doubted him first. Me? No way. From now on, brother, Yi is my boss. A freshman beat up the teacher, and in one shot at that. Zhong Kongkong spat out the bird feathers in its mouth and scoffed. Woof! Grandkids, you lot want to be my master's dogs? Are you even worthy? Everyone was left speechless. It scanned the room and spotted Luo Hanshuang at a glance. Oh, granddaughter, you're here too. As for you, being my boss's bed-warming maid, you barely make the cut. The whole place went even quieter. These words conveyed too much information. Chen Yi did indeed know the goddess, and their relationship was hardly shallow. Damn, this idiot dog. I hurriedly recalled it into the secret realm space and gave Luo Hanshuang an apologetic smile. Haha, that's just how this dog is, you get it. Luo Hanshuang's face was ashen. Keep that dog's mouth in check. Mock me again and don't blame me for being merciless. Of course, don't worry, it won't happen again. SSSS. Am I seeing things? The goddess actually just let it slide. Is this still our thunder goddess? Something's off. What's off? Chen Yi's beast is remarkable. It actually has a talent skill. What skill? Taunt. That beast definitely has a taunt aura. Just now I nearly couldn't help cursing out loud myself. A freaking taunt skill. Listening to this chatter, I was rendered speechless. Was he brainwashing himself? Mu Qinghe and Su Tower leaned in. What do we do now? You beat up the teacher in the very first class. You're not really going to be expelled, are you? Honestly, I had a headache over it too. But if I had to choose again, I'd probably still make my move. It was this teacher who deliberately targeted me. What's there to fear? Worst case, I just don't attend. Not to brag, but with my current strength, going to school is a pure waste of time. If anyone else said this, they'd probably be sneered at, but coming from my mouth. He even beat up the teacher. What the hell would he still learn? Class monitor, the teacher's been driven off. What do we do about class? A student asked Luo Hanswang. Self-study. Oh. A moment later, Luo Rong appeared at the door fuming, and under everyone's gaze pointed at me and cursed. You rotten bastard. Come with me to the office. I followed Luo Rong out of the classroom. Luo Hanswang thought for a moment, then followed out too. My god, Chinyi's not really going to be expelled, is he? Expel him? Humph. The academy's still counting on him to win at a shred of glory. You mean the year-end Huaxia National Beast Taming Academy Exchange Tournament? What else? In Luo Rong's office, I glanced at that face full of anger. Dean Luo, you needed me for something? You've still got the nerve to ask? He sneered. You kid are really something. Take a long leave right at the start of the semester, and the first day back, you put teacher who's beast in the ICU. I put on an aggrieved face. Is this my fault? Who knows what got into that teacher who? Picking on me at every turn. Picking on you? Fine, I'll look into it. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Bang. The door was pushed open, and Luo Hanswang stood in the doorway. Grandpa, I can testify that it was teacher who inexplicably targeting Chinyi. Luo Rong rubbed his forehead, his face full of helplessness. Schwanger, what are you here for? To put in a word for Chinyi. That teacher's behavior really was abnormal. She walked over and sat down to the side. Grandpa, just pretend I'm not here. You two carry on. You girl, nothing's even happened between you and him yet, and you're already taking his side. Grandpa, what nonsense are you spouting? Watch me tell Grandma. Luo Rong got a double-sized headache. Fine, 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 you sit there. He turned back. Kid, made up your mind? How do you want me to deal with you? I stole a glance. Pay damages? Pay damages? That frost silk sparrow is a D-rank beast, beaten half to death by you. Can you afford to compensate? That level, and it was D-rank? Looks like this Mut Zhong Kong Kong has something to it. Luo Rong held his head. Forget it, skip the damages, the academy will handle the treatment. Seeing as your Schwanger's boyfriend and a military major general, get back and reflect for half a month. Grandpa, Dean Luo, you've really misunderstood. Can this really not be explained? In the end, I was sentenced to a half-month suspension to go back and reflect properly. That's no punishment at all. It's practically a reward. Ding. Quest triggered. Severely punish the mastermind. Objective. The host has repeatedly been targeted lately. Root out the mastermind behind it and teach them a profound lesson. Reward. 1 secret realm key. Just as I thought. Someone who could order a teacher to do their bidding. This person's identity was worth weighing carefully. What are you standing there dazed for? You can go. I answered and went back to the dorm to reflect. After I left, Luo Rong asked, Schwanger, what do you make of this kid? Though Luo Hanswang wouldn't admit any fondness aloud, in her heart, she couldn't help but be impressed. Grandpa, I suspect he's contracted 2 beasts, and both of no low rank. What? 2. Explain in detail. She laid out all the various suspicious points one by one. Contracting dual beasts before reaching D rank. If that's truly the case, this talent is terrifying. Schwanger, you'd better hurry up. Hasn't your cloud spirit long met the conditions to advance? But advancing requires Flash Thunderstone, which only has a chance of forming after a cloud spirit dies. It's too rare. I've been asking Grandma to look for it. The Flash Thunderstone that the grandfather and granddaughter searched so painstakingly for was, like trash, casually tossed by me somewhere in the secret realm space. In another villa at the academy, Morong Lei's face was grim. Hu Hai, you kept insisting the Hu family had a way to get Chun-Yi expelled, and the result? A half-month suspension. Young Master Lei, this really can't be blamed on us. You clearly said the kid was of ordinary ability, but he's obviously very strong. Strong? Morong Lei sneered. If he's that strong, why bother being my sister's simp? I'd say your family's teacher is all show and no substance. Absolutely impossible. My third aunt's frost silk sparrow is D rank. Enough. I'll report to that lord. After Hu Hai left, Morong Lei made a phone call. Professor, you heard everything, right? This Chun E is harder to deal with than imagined. Just a freshman. Were it not inconvenient for me to act personally, I'd never tolerate his arrogance. The voice on the other end was cold. Since I've taken your sister as my goddaughter, I must consider things for Schwer. This Chun E is a stain on her, and he must die. I'll give you a number. Just say I referred you. Professor, who is the other party? Shadow Kill. Morong Lei's heart tightened. Shadow Kill, ranked third among Huagua's assassin organizations. For one measly freshman, that lord would actually call in Shadow Kill? He gave a sinister smile. This precisely showed his sister's weight in that lord's heart. He dialed the number. On the 10th day of my suspension, I was bored stiff in the dorm. Mooching call came in. Hey boss, the energy-gathering liquid you stocked at the guild is almost sold out. That fast? Didn't I give you 90 bottles? You have no idea how well this medicine sells. 5 bottles a day, limited quantity, and without even hawking it, there's a long line at the door every day the moment we open. All right, I'll head over in a bit. By the way, how's the academy been lately? Haha. Boss, let me tell you, everyone worships you like crazy now. And that teacher who Xian, tragic, oh, do tell. She's quite famous now. To use the most popular saying on campus. A teacher for years, unknown to all, cursed by a dog, and famed throughout the land. The Shenlong Merchant Guild was the ideal first step for me, and I absolutely couldn't afford any mishaps. I hung up and headed out to restock, running right into Luo Han's Huang, laden with bags. Looked like the girl was headed somewhere far. Just as well. With her gone, I could summon Mu Qinghe and the others for a meeting without any reservations. Neither of us spoke, just nodded at each other and passed by shoulder to shoulder. I took a taxi to the city center. Land here was worth its weight in gold, yet the Shenlong Merchant Guild storefront was crammed into a remote alley. But the energy-gathering liquid's effects were so potent that no matter how out of the way, nothing could stop its wonder. The alley entrance was already packed with people. Some had even set up folding beds and wrapped themselves in blankets. Upon asking, I learned that with the daily purchase limit of 5 bottles, they'd been lining up for days, not daring to leave at all. I underestimated the market. Now that I had startup capital, it was time to loosen the purchasing conditions. Today it was Yuka minding the store, and he was busy pacifying the crowd. There really isn't any left. You all know how miraculous this medicine is. We genuinely can't supply it in bulk. Please come back tomorrow. This wasn't minding a store. 90% of his day was spent turning away customers. Seeing me, Yuka looked as if he'd seen his savior and hurriedly ushered me inside. Boss, are we really not considering selling a bit more each day? It's affecting the neighborhood's appearance out there, and the police have come by several times. I patted his shoulder. Thanks for your hard work. There'll be no need for this from now on. How's the revenue these past few days? He handed over the books, a full 80 million. The cost was only $1 million. Yuku, go tell them to come back tomorrow. From now on, the energy-gathering liquid will be unlimited. Really? That's great. He rushed out excitedly. I leisurely took out heaps of small bottles and a large bucket of mineral water from the secret realm space, then bought 10 energy-gathering pills from the system shop and began diluting them at 1 to 100. Soon, 1,000 bottles of energy-gathering liquid sat before me. This was money. Sell it all, and I'd be worth over 100 million. The medicine business really was hugely profitable. Come look, everyone. Poison. Heavens, everyone stand up for me. I was still drooling over it when crying and shouting came from outside the store. Yuka rushed in. Boss, it's bad. Someone's making a scene, saying our medicine is poison. Ridiculous. Medicine made by the system and notarized by the Beast Taming Alliance? Poison? Whoever came was up to no good. I walked to the doorway with a straight face. A young man was holding a long-eared calico cat, its whole body an iron gray, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he was weeping in utter grief. Everyone come see. I sold everything I owned to buy energy-gathering liquid, hoping to advance my calico to F rank. But the moment it drank this, it ended up like this. This is poison. Everyone, stand up for me. The customers in line began to murmur too. No way, side effects. My relative bought some, and nothing happened. This medicine was notarized by the Beast Taming Alliance. Could this guy be crazy? poisoning his own beast. I sized up the cat from a distance. Its aura was in disarray, its breathing intermittent, purplish-black blood constantly seeping from its mouth. It was indeed poisoned, but to say the energy-gathering liquid caused it was absolutely impossible. Looks like I'd cut into someone's cake. A man darted out from the crowd, pointed at the cat on the ground, and spouted nonsense. I said it. How could there be a medicine that works on all beasts with such astonishing effects? This must be a scam. As if prearranged, another immediately picked up the thread with exaggeration. I know him. Isn't this Li Mao of the Li family, that beast medicine dynasty, divine physician Li? The crowd had a realization. So it's divine physician Li. Even he's spoken up. Could this medicine really have something fishy about it? That shill seized the moment to steer the mood. The Shenlong Merchant Guild is selling fake medicine. Compensate us. Compensate us. Yeah, compensate us. A small handful of people were incited, but most remained fairly rational. It was Alliance-certified medicine, after all. I looked at Li Mao and sneered. No need to guess. The mastermind had jumped out on his own. I was wondering who it'd be. If it isn't Li Mao, the sore loser. What? This time you're here to kneel and take me as your master. The moment I walked out of the store, the crowd still didn't know my identity. Li Mao, however, looked like his scheme had succeeded. It's him. He's the true owner of the Shenlong Merchant Guild. Make him pay. What? So young and he's the owner. Only someone young would do something this foolish, selling fake medicine. Compensate us. Compensate us. I coldly swept my gaze around. Yuku, remember these people shouting for compensation. Look into their backgrounds afterward. Anyone related to them, by blood or kin, will not be permitted to purchase anything from the Shenlong Merchant Guild from now on. Got it. Yuka whipped out his phone and snapped away, click after click. This move subdued more than half of them outright. The voices shouting for compensation instantly dropped by a large margin. Yuku was inwardly impressed. Kind persuasion was useless, but a hard approach worked instantly. Boss truly lived up to being boss. Seeing the situation turn sour, Li Mao gave the cat-holding young man a look. The man caught on, charged over, and grabbed my leg. Bastard! It's you, this black-hearted merchant, who harmed my spirit cat. Compensate me. You compensate me. A shakedown scam pulled on me. I secretly gathered wind element beneath my feet, gave a flick, and flung him off, then walked straight up to that spirit cat. You're saying this cat got poisoned after eating my medicine? That's right. It ate your medicine. I nodded and turned to Li Mao. You surnamed Li. Didn't you claim to be a divine physician? And isn't your Li family a medicine dynasty? I'll foot the money. Do you have the skill to cure this cat? Li Mao smiled smugly. What scared? Too late. My Li family isn't made of immortals. This cat's poison has seeped into its marrow. Even an immortal couldn't help it. He leaned to my ear. Kid, my Li family will smooth this over for you. But the energy-gathering liquid must henceforth be counted under the Li family's name, and you'll have to make the formula public. The fox's tail showed itself so quickly. Quite the appetite, getting something for nothing, swallowing my energy-gathering liquid whole. Dream on. Ding. Quest triggered. Seize the Jiangnan province market. Objective. Seize over 90% of Jiangnan province's beast medicine market within 1 year. Reward. One intelligent species, delivered to the secret realm space. Absolutely loyal. Even the system wanted me to finish off your Li family. Then don't blame me. I walked up to the cat-holding young man again and extended my hand. Where's your proof of purchase? What proof? He was startled. You say this beast was poisoned after drinking the energy-gathering liquid, so produce your proof of purchase. I don't have one. Don't have one? Ridiculous. We include a proof with every single bottle we sell, precisely to guard against people like you. You dare come make a scene without even a proof. He panicked. What proof? I lost it. Losing it is fine. Give me your name. We have purchase records. Yuku, bring the registry, let's check. Right away, boss. You can just alter the records however you like. He doesn't even dare give his name. The onlookers weren't fools either. Anyone could see this man had come to stir up trouble on purpose. The few who'd shouted for refunds earlier were already regretting it, terrified the Shenlong Merchant Guild really wouldn't sell them medicine. Oomph, just my rotten luck, a big store bullying customers. Seeing his scheme exposed, the young man scooped up the cat and tried to flee. Cause a scene and then try to leave? Dream on. I summoned Zhong Kong to block his path. Did I say you could go? You don't tell me you want to silence me by murder? You dumped a bucket of filth on me, and you think you can slip away this easily? He looked helplessly at Li Mao. Seeing the man had no intention of stepping in, he could only say, "Then what do you want? I'll apologize, isn't that enough?" Woof. Screw you. Grandkid, does my master give a damn about your apology? Where'd you crawl out from, you muggle? This dog can actually talk. What high intelligence? The crowd cried out in astonishment. Woof. What are you staring at? Never seen a wolf as handsome as Grandpa Zhou. Shut up. Woof. Yes, master. Drawing aggro. This dog was truly unmatched at it. My apologies, everyone. My beast is just like this. The crowd forced polite smiles. People who could afford medicine at $1 million a bottle had some standing. After all, they couldn't very well trade curses with a dog. I closed in on Li Mao once more. I'll ask one last time. Are you certain the Li family can't cure this beast? Li Mao's expression had already turned quite ugly. He hadn't expected buying medicine to require registration. Truly trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. That's right. What? Don't tell me you can cure it. That's right. I nodded. We, the Shenlong Merchant Guild, can cure it. Haha. Laughable. This isn't an illness, it's poisoning, seeped into the marrow. It won't survive half a day. If you can truly cure it, I, Li Mao, will kneel and take you as my master. This routine again. I sneered. So your Li family is nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. A beast medicine dynasty? Undeserving of the name. Last time at the Alliance you also said you'd kneel, and in the end, didn't you just run off? Struck at the Li family's prestige, Li Mao's face grew awkward. Humph. This time with everyone as witness. If he truly cures it, I, Li Mao, will kneel and take him as my master. He looked at me again. But what if you can't cure it? If I can't cure it, I'll give the energy-gathering liquid formula to the Li family, free of charge. Really? Li Mao's eyes lit up. Chun-Yi, keep my word, I never lie. Good. It's a deal. Then Boss Chun, please cure it. But I waved a hand. No rush. I turned and called Yuku over. Go invite people from the Beast Taming Alliance. I want to have a beast medicine notarization done. Then I thought about it. For something like this, I need someone of high rank for it to be convincing. Stealing myself, I took out a business card and dialed the number. The call connected, and an aged, forceful voice came. Hello, who is this? Chairwoman He. It's me, little Chun-Yi. Yeah, so it's you. What? Run into trouble. You kid actually calling me of your own accord. Chairwoman He is wise beyond measure. One guess, and you've hit it. I do have a matter to ask of you. I laid out the whole story and asked her to make a trip to conduct a beast medicine notarization. Hime was displeased the moment she heard. They dare question medicine notarized by the Alliance? This is treating the Beast Taming Alliance as nothing. Fine. Where are you? I'll bring people over right now. I gave her the address and hung up. Having hung up, I walked over to the spirit cat's owner, who was by now trembling in fear. Let me ask you, in your eyes, is this beast of yours already dead? He dumbly nodded. In such a state, could it still live? Good. Then I'll treat it as already dead. All right. Okay. Very good. Having asked, I carried a chair out from the store and waited leisurely. Humph, all bluster. Li Mao shot me a glance, but inwardly he was thrilled. He was already fantasizing about carrying the energy-gathering liquid formula back to the clan, and the scene of those in power praising him. Before long, cars roared outside the alley. Vehicles emblazoned with the Beast Taming Alliance logo pulled up one after another. Hime stepped out with a folder tucked under her arm, a group of people in Alliance uniforms following behind. I hurriedly rose. This big shot was not one to offend right now. Chairwoman He, you've arrived. In a public setting, she skipped the pleasantries and directly handed me a form. A beast medicine notarization application form. I filled it out with practiced ease. Medicine name, blood revival pill. Applicable beasts, all. Effect filled in per the system's description. For beasts below E rank, no matter how severe the injuries, as long as they aren't dead, they fully recover within 5 minutes. For beasts above E rank, the effect diminishes. This was precisely the second medicine I'd prepared for the Shenlong Merchant Guild, priced at 4 million per pill in the system. Hime walked over to the spirit cat's owner, her face full of anger. I am Hime, chairwoman of the Jiangnan Province Beast Taming Alliance. Is it you who publicly questioned the medicine we notarized? In Jiangnan Province, if the great clans are mountains, the Beast Taming Alliance is the sky. The young man was scared witless, casting a pleading gaze toward Li Mao. But Li Mao hastily turned his head away, eager to clear himself. Seeing him so heartless, the young man seemed to make up his mind and pointed at Li Mao. Chairwoman, it was him. Li Mao made me do it. You? Slandering me with lies. Chairwoman, you mustn't take his one-sided word. You shut up. Hime glared, then turned to the young man. You continue. Li Mao gave me a bottle of poison and told me to feed it to my own spirit cat. Then come make a scene at the Shenlong Merchant Guild. Once it was done, the Li family would help me recontract a C-rank potential beast, plus $1 million in hush money. Bullshit. Slander. The onlookers, however, had already understood. So that's how it is, that explains it. Didn't expect it to be the Li family. Afraid the Shenlong Merchant Guild would split their cake, I suppose. A respected medicine dynasty, actually doing this kind of thing. How muddled. Li Mao's face was ashen. Were it not for still coveting that formula, he'd have fled long ago. Hime gave a cold snort. What a fine Li family. Don't tell me the notarizations you did at the Alliance are all fake too. Chairwoman, it's a misunderstanding. This is a frame-up. It must be Chun Yi's self-inflicted ruse. Whatever the truth, the Alliance will investigate it clearly. You needn't say more. Hime took my application form, swept her eyes over it a few times, and cried out in surprise. What? Applicable to all beasts, and for beasts below E rank. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as they aren't dead, they recover in 5 minutes. That's right. I nodded. This is the second medicine the Shenlong Merchant Guild is about to release, the blood revival pill. She looked at me excitedly. Little Chun, you're not joking, are you? If it's true, forget Jiangnan province. All of Huaxiao would be swept up in a monstrous upheaval. No matter how miraculous the energy-gathering liquid was, it only took a beast from G rank to F rank, irrelevant to high-tier beast tamers. But the blood revival pill was something that defied fate and rewrote destiny. Any beast tamer, strong or weak, would stake their life to keep one on hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Mao's face went green. If this medicine came into the world, the Li family was in peril. Possible or not, one test will tell. I led Hime and her group over to the dying spirit cat. You may first verify its condition, everyone. I'll use it as the test subject. The Alliance personnel brought over instruments, and after a round of examination, the report was handed to Hime. She read it and nodded. We've confirmed this spirit cat. It is indeed poisoned. The poison seeped into its marrow. Its heart is still beating, but its brain has already died. We determined that it is, in effect, already dead. Are you certain you want to use it as the notarization subject? The onlookers murmured. Brain dead. If this can still be revived, that would be a miracle. However high the Li family's medical skill, it can't compare to a miracle, can it? Come on, don't actually believe it, just enjoy the show. Facing the doubt filling the scene, I directly bought a blood revival pill from the system shop and slipped it into the spirit cat's mouth. If it truly revived, I wouldn't even need to deliberately promote it. Word would spread throughout the world soon enough. The instant the pill entered its mouth, the clamorous scene fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at that spirit cat. A few minutes later, the purplish-black covering the long-eared spirit cat's body gradually faded, and the color of blood flowed back inch by inch. Before the crowd could recover, a few more minutes passed, and that cat, which had been declared brain-dead, actually slowly opened its eyes and shakily propped itself up. The whole alley exploded. A miracle. This is a miracle. We actually witnessed a miracle medicine notarization with our own eyes. Jiangnan province is about to change. Too small-minded. All of Huagua is about to change. In the span of a few breaths, the spirit cat was as good as new, leaping into its owner's arms. Hime was even more excited than me. Little Chun, this medicine, did you also formulate it yourself? Of course. I could hardly say I bought it from the system shop. Even if I did, you wouldn't believe me. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Chairwoman, can the notarization certificate be issued to me now? Yes. Wait a moment. I'll go draw it up right now. She strode off swiftly, grabbed her folder, and personally began drafting the certification for me. By now Li Mao was utterly dumbstruck, face ashen, trying to quietly slip away. Unfortunately, there was no need for me to stop him at all. Who in the crowd didn't want to curry favor with me? In the blink of an eye, Li Mao was hoisted back by the crowd and shoved before me. Divine Physician Chun. This scoundrel tried to weasel out again, but we brothers caught him. I dragged over a stool and sat in front of him. You surnamed Li. Accept a bet. Accept the loss. Kneel. Li Mao ground his teeth. Chen Yi. Give me some face. Let's leave it at this today. I'm a Li family member after all. Push too far, and the Li family won't let you off. Still daring to threaten me? I furrowed my brow. In the distance, Zhong Kong caught on and flashed via space to Li Mao's side, planted its two dog legs, and delivered a vicious kick to his shin. Ah, what mortal body could withstand it? Li Mao let out a miserable scream and knelt straight down. Woof! Screw you, grandkid. Letting you kneel to my master is giving you face. You think just anyone is worthy of kneeling. You? Chen. I dug at my ear. Finished? If you're finished, then kowtow. Skip the master thing, you're not worthy. Adding in what you owed me last time. 2 kowtows makes us even. Shameless brat. Never. Woof. More long-winded than Grandpa Zhong. Zhong Kong pressed a paw down on the top of his head and forced it down. Thud. Thud. The 2 loud kowtows done, Li Mao's forehead split open, blood streaming down his whole face. As wretched as could be. Chen Yi. My Li family will never let you off. I remained unmoved. No need for you to lift a finger. The debt from when you came looking for trouble, I've got it recorded. Just wait for me to come collect. Li family, get ready to be finished. Li Mao, as if granted amnesty, scrambled up and fled in a panic. He knew his reputation was utterly finished. I looked again at the young man who'd falsely accused me. Holding his revived from death spirit cat, he'd long dissolved into tears. Offend me, and don't even dream that I'll let you off. Seeing your beast come back to life, happy? Happy. Happy. You're rejoicing too soon. I extended my hand. Pay up. This blood revival pill is priced at 40 million by the Shenlong Merchant Guild. What? He was shocked. You're profiteering off a crisis. I don't have money. Ridiculous. I sneered. Want to bet there's a whole crowd here willing to pay 40 million for one of my pills. The crowd immediately played along, egging on. Divine Physician Chun, 50 million. Sell me one. 60 million. I'll pay 100 million. The young man's face turned ashen. Humph, you're dreaming. I never asked you to save it. I haven't even demanded compensation from you for using my spirit cat as an experiment. I spread my hands. No money? No problem. I asked you earlier. Did you affirm that this beast was already dead? And you nodded too. That was then, this is now. The words weren't finished when Zhong Kong appeared out of thin air, bit down on the neck of the just revived spirit cat, yanked it violently from his arms, and clamped down hard. Crack. The sound of bones breaking. The spirit cat's head lolled to one side, dead in Zhong Kong's mouth. No money. Then I'll take back the medicine's effect. Die. The young man was incredulous. You're a demon. Give me back my beast. Woof. Grandkid. Say one more word, and the next thing Grandpa Zhong crushes will be your neck. I shrugged. Hear that? Go ahead. Say another word if you dare. Want to bet I'd kill you? And even if I did, none of you would tell, right? At that moment, the crowd's only thought was to curry favor with me. Who cared about the life or death of some random extra? We wouldn't. Of course we wouldn't. Divine Physician Chun, no need to sully your own hands. Just say the word, and I'll do it. The young man was scared green in the face, abandoned even the corpse, scrambled up, and fled into the distance. As he left, I didn't forget to twist the knife. Don't forget to go collect your million in hush money from the Li family, and that C-rank beast too. Collect my ass. If he dared go to the Li family now, that would be seeking his own death. Hime, who'd been watching all along, walked over and handed me the notarization certificate. Little Chun, Grandma really didn't misjudge you. Are you free in a bit? Come by Grandma's place. There's real business to discuss. Grandma? She's calling herself that even in public? A weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, up to no good. I didn't want to go one bit, but I couldn't afford to offend her, so I could only honestly agree. Before heading to the Alliance, I had to first pacify the crowd in the alley and run a round of advertising while at it. Everyone, don't fret and don't queue anymore. The blood revival pills herbs are rare and its output limited. From now on, the Shenlong Merchant Guild will sell one every 2 days at a forever fixed price, 40 million per pill. As for the energy-gathering liquid, I promise, starting tomorrow, unlimited supply, as much as you want. Divine Physician Chun, is this true? When Chin speaks, Chin delivers. Before long, The blood revival pill will be unlimited too. And moreover, every month, we'll release a new medicine beyond anything you could imagine. The whole crowd was in an uproar. Each of the Shunlong Merchant Guild's medicines was more heaven-defying than the last, and everyone could hardly wait. With this promise, the people in line dispersed, eager to carry the news back to their respective powers and grab a blood revival pill. I bought 10 blood revival pills from the system shop all at once, leaving not a cent of the remaining money, converting it all into energy-gathering pills and diluting them into liquid. From sitting on a huge fortune to becoming a pauper again, it took just the blink of an eye. Yuka happily stored away the medicine. Within a few days, these things would bring me unimaginable wealth. In the Alliance chairwoman's office, Hime poured me tea with her own hands. Little Chun, thinking it over carefully, we count as one family now. Some things Grandma won't hide from you anymore. One family. I smiled awkwardly. Chairwoman please, speak your mind. Her face fell. Still, Chairwoman, call me Grandma. Can't afford to offend her. Grandma please, go on. Only then did she smile. That's right. Little Chun, do you know how big a storm this blood revival pill will kick up today? I nodded. Earth-shaking upheaval, no escaping it. It's not that Grandma looks down on you. With the Shunlong Merchant Guild's current capabilities, a bunch of kids still in school, you can't withstand a tremor of this scale. I nodded again. I'd thought of this long ago. I'd originally planned to find Yin Jun, see if I could cooperate with the military so those great powers wouldn't dare act rashly. Once my strength rose, I'd no longer fear these people. Grandma has a proposal for you. Let the Beast Taming Alliance take a stake in the Shunlong Merchant Guild. How about it? The Alliance wants a slice too. But as long as the terms were reasonable, swapping my backing for the Alliance wasn't out of the question. What are Grandma's thoughts? She took a sip of tea. Grandma won't cheat you. We'll gift you an office building in the city center, and you give us 20% of the shares. A grand gesture. A city center office building couldn't be had for less than a few billion. Right now I was getting a huge bargain, but in the long run it was a loss. Any other conditions? The Shunlong Merchant Guild must allocate the Alliance a certain quota of medicine each month. Priority purchase rights? Selling to anyone was selling all the same. After some detailed discussion, in exchange for prioritizing 5 blood revival pills for the Alliance each month, plus 20% of the shares, I secured the Beast Taming Alliance's protection. Hime truly lived up to being the chairwoman. She drafted up the contract in a few minutes, and before a group of executives, we signed. Little Chun, so young and already winning 100 million plus net worth by your own efforts. Your future is boundless. I chuckled. The Shunlong Merchant Guild's safety from here on still depends on you, Grandma Rest assured, I'll clear out that building in a few days, send someone to take over in a week. From now on, any power that wants to move against you must first get past me, the Beast Taming Alliance. After chatting for a good while, I rose to take my leave. Hime watched my receding figure and sighed inwardly, truly young and capable, with astonishing medical skill. Hopefully Schwanger will hurry up. Let this kid grow a few more years, and by then there's no telling who'll be latching onto whom. Out of the Alliance, I took a taxi back to the academy. By now, on my enterprise alone, I was a multimillionaire, yet I was still taking taxis when going out. It didn't add up. I'd buy a car later. I gazed out the car window, lost in thought. As I watched, something fell off. Driver, I'm going to the Beast Taming Branch Academy. Where are you taking me? This route was wrong. The driver didn't answer, just kept driving, and in the blink of an eye had driven to a remote, deserted place. Stop the car. I want to get out. The driver didn't budge. I hesitated no longer, condensed a wind blade to slash open the car door, spread a wall of water below where I'd land, and leapt out. The driver was stunned by this move of mine, then slammed on the brakes and jumped out too. Good kid, what ability is this? I underestimated you. My nerves went taut, and I summoned Zhong Kong. Who are you? What do you want? The man smiled cruelly. Just as the intel said, an F-rank beast tamer, but the beast is E-rank. Investigated me? Whoever came was up to no good. I no longer held back and ordered Zhong Kong to strike first. Woof! Screw you, you big grandkid, daring to play mysterious with Grandpa Zhong. Zhong Kong flashed through space, appeared before the assassin, and opened its mouth to spit out a void rent. But the dog's mouth had barely opened when the ground suddenly churned. A giant sandworm burst from the earth, a spiral spike atop its head. Boom. Zhong Kong Kong was sent flying. Woof. Screw you. Grandkid pulling a sneak attack. You can't take a fair fight. Seeing the sandworm hadn't managed to bite the dog to death, the assassin was also taken aback. After surfacing, the sandworm burrowed back underground. Earth tunneling. I'd once crossed hands with this kind of beast. Damn it. Kong Kong. Hit the beast tamer himself. Force that worm out. Woof. Right away, master. The scent-flying Zhong Kong Kong steadied itself, flashed through space, and appeared right beside the assassin. This dog is tough, and the master's combat experience is seasoned too. He saw through my weakness at the first moment. The sandworm burst from the earth again, its spike stabbing at Zhong Kong Kong's belly. At the critical instant, Zhong Kong Kong flashed aside once more, darting into the air, narrowly dodging. Woof! Damn it all, your maggot hurt Grandpa Zhong. Zhong Kong Kong howled to the sky in rage, flashed to the assassin's side, and slammed down a void rend. 3 skills. The assassin was visibly startled. Kid, I have to hand it to you. Your beast really is something. The sandworm reappeared, shielding him. A full D-rank beast tamer, actually being suppressed by an F rank. When he took this job, he'd thought he'd scored an easy one, an F rank, bounty of 2 million. I coldly fixed my eyes on him. Reveal who you are, and I'll spare your life. Haha, spare my life? You forced my hand. The sandworm tunneled underground. The airborne Zhong Kong Kong was about to seize the chance to kill the driver when a sense of crisis rushed at it. Master, look out. It flashed aside and knocked me out of the way. Boom. The sandworm shot out from where I'd just been, striking Zhong Kong Kong again. Kid, don't think you're the only one who knows to attack the beast tamer himself. Woof. Grandpa Zhong's dying of pain. You maggot, fight me head-on if you've got the guts. Though Zhong Kong Kong was E rank, its true combat power was by no means inferior to D rank. All my attention was on the dog's tangle with the sandworm, but my sixth sense suddenly sounded the alarm. I dared not hesitate. I simultaneously channeled both wind and water elements, condensing 2 shields at my sides. Block. In the void, a giant mantis materialized out of thin air, its 2 scythe-like arms slashing down on the shields. My back went cold. I'd nearly forgotten, a D-rank beast tamer can summon 2 beasts. What? This is impossible. What kind of ability is this? My dual wind-water elements come from Shaoqing. That strength is hardly comparable to an ordinary D-rank beast. The mantis was about to cloak itself again when a wind blade of mine had already slashed over. Slice. The giant mantis was severed in 2 on the spot, gave a mournful cry, and its life was extinguished. How is this possible? The assassin was aghast. What exactly is your ability? Would I tell him? Dream on. Kong Kong. Coordinate with me. Finish it fast. Kill him. Woof. Right away, master. Good grandson. Go die together with your maggot. I rode the wind into the sky, guarding against the sandworm's sneak attack, and 2 wind blades slashed straight at the assassin. Seeing the situation turn sour, he forced the sandworm to surface and block, while he himself broke into a run toward the taxi. My strength was too inconceivable. He had to admit he'd hit a brick wall. The instant the sandworm was tied down by me, Zhong Kong Kong split open its dog mouth. Woof. Screw you. Grandkid wants to run? Did you ask Grandpa Zhong first? When the assassin looked back, Zhong Kong Kong had already flashed to his side. This time, without the sandworm's protection, a void rend landed squarely on his foot. Crack. The sound of a mirror shattering, and his foot twisted into a mangled knot. Ah! He toppled to the ground screaming. Don't kill him yet. Come over and finish off this worm. I still had a pile of questions to ask him. I calculated everything, but I never calculated that you'd have this kind of strength. I'm done for. Want to pry information out of my mouth. Dream on. This assassin was a ruthless one too. Seeing the sandworm about to die, he actually controlled it to charge at himself and swallow him whole in one gulp. Screw it. Damn it. Frustrated, I could only coordinate with Zhong Kong Kong to kill the sandworm as well. Woof. Master, this grandkid was pretty ruthless. I nodded grimly and recalled Zhong Kong Kong. This was a professional assassin. Who exactly had I provoked? To deal with a mere F-rank beast tamer, they'd actually deploy an assassin. A string of names flashed through my mind. The Li family? No, that grudge was only formed today. The Morong family? Most likely. I secretly ground my teeth. Damn Morong Shui, the engagement's been called off, and she still wants to cut the grass by the roots? But without solid evidence, it was still just conjecture for now. This battle made me see my weakness clearly. Against earth-tunneling beasts, I struggled too much. From now on, I definitely needed to unlock a beast with earth tunneling. I cleaned up the battlefield, leaving the giant mantises and sandworms' corpses as rations for Xiaoqing when it woke. This guy was never a picky eater. First, I had Zhong Kongkong cut open the sandworm and dig the assassin's corpse out. I searched a good while, but aside from a phone, there was no identity information whatsoever. I tossed the corpse into the secret realm space, walked on foot to a crowded area, and hailed another taxi back to the academy. I'd just gotten out of the car when a student pointed at me as if he'd seen a ghost. "You're actually not dead?" I furrowed my brow. "What do you mean?" Realizing he'd let something slip, he hurriedly waved his hands. "Nothing, wrong person." The more I looked, the more familiar he seemed. Damn, isn't this Lu Hong, Su Tower's simp? Wasn't his bone scorpion killed by me? Why hasn't he been expelled? This guy has a problem. I quietly followed him. Lu Hong turned into a corner, looked around to confirm no one was there, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. And in my pocket, that phone belonging to the assassin rang, right on cue. There really was something fishy. I took out the assassin's phone and pressed to answer. A familiar voice came. "Hello, my lord, what's the situation? How did that Chen-Yi kid get back to the academy unharmed?" "He's at the academy gate right now. Look behind you." Lu Hong sensed the voice was off, but still instinctively turned around. That one glance scared him half to death. I waggled the phone in my hand and smiled at him. Before he could react, I summoned Zhong Kongkong and cornered him into a dead end. By turning into this deserted place to avoid me, he dug his own grave. "Chen-Yi, what do you want? This is the academy gate. You dare touch me? You dared hire an assassin. What wouldn't I dare? That assassin, you killed him?" I nodded. "With that little bit of skill, and he dared come assassinate me? That little bit of skill? That was a D-rank beast tamer with 2 D-rank beasts. What on earth was Chen-Yi's strength?" "Chen-Yi, that wasn't an assassin I hired. I only provided intel. Let me go. Letting you go is possible. Tell me, who hired the assassin?" I can't say. Can't say, yet still yammering here. "Kongkong, bite him to death." "Woof, grandkid. Let Grandpa Zhong get a taste of you." Zhong Kongkong bared a mouthful of fangs and pounced. Lu Hong was scared out of his wits and hurriedly summoned a half-meter-long centipede to meet the attack. "Oh," I raised an eyebrow. "You've contracted another one? I underestimated you." "But I said it. You contract one, I kill one." This centipede was freshly contracted, only Jirank, weak as a gnat in Zhong Kongkong's eyes. The dog's mouth clamped shut, and it burst on the spot. "Pa, woof. Grandkid, this spicy strip of yours tastes terrible. Better save it for my grandpa Xiaoqing." No. Losing 2 beasts in a row, Lu Hong was on the verge of collapse. "Chen-Yi, let me go, or my brother won't let you off." "Ridiculous. If you don't say who put you up to it, no need for your brother. I'll go find him myself and send him down to keep you company." Lu Hong's fear turned into bone-deep hatred. "My brother's an officer in the secret realm army. Go find him if you dare. That lord won't let you off either. You'll be hunted by assassins day and night. Haha. You'll die sooner or later. Nothing more to be pried out." I gave Zhong Kongkong a look. It grinned, and under Lu Hong's terrified gaze, bit down on his throat. I stored the corpse in the secret realm space, cleaned up the scene, and walked toward the academy like nothing had happened. "Dare to make a move on me, and you'd better be prepared to die. I'm no saint. Release you to go turn over a new leaf?" More than that, my mind had already begun calculating. Who exactly was Lu Hong's brother? If he was a threat, I'd have to find a chance to deal with him too. What I didn't know was that in the distance, 2 pairs of eyes had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. The secret realm army camp. Lu Tao, practicing his marksmanship, took out his phone and opened a message sent from an unknown number. A video, the entire process of me killing Lu Hong. His veins bulged. No tears, no grief. He only tilted his head back and closed his eyes. "Brother, I will avenge you." The Shadow Kill Organization's bounty board changed too. Chen-Yi, originally listed at F rank, was reclassified as D rank, the bounty jumping from 2 million to 200 million. Next time, a C rank assassin would come. I knew nothing of these crises. But even if I had, I wouldn't have feared them. As long as it wasn't B rank, I'd be fine. C rank I couldn't beat right now, but I could barely protect myself. Once Xiaoqing evolved and awoke, If a C rank came, there was no telling who would prevail. I just stepped into my dorm villa when a knock came at the door. Such a coincidence. With the assassin business fresh in mind, I grew wary and summoned Zhong Kongkong before going to open the door. Who is it? Chenyi, right? Could you open the door? I'm Su Luyan. Su Luyan? Wasn't that the name of the third-ranked freshman? What's he here for? I opened the door suspiciously. Su Luyan looked just as he had at the freshman exam, his clothes washed until they'd faded. Chenyi, may I come in and sit for a bit? Something you need? Yes. Fine. He found a seat and got straight to the point. Chenyi, when you killed Lu Hong just now, I was right behind you. My face turned grim, and I casually summoned Zhong Kongkong. So, you're here to threaten me? He hurriedly waved his hands. Don't misunderstand. I'm here to discuss cooperation. You? Cooperate with me? Let's hear it. Su Luyan nodded, and that easygoing face suddenly flashed with fierceness. I want you to wipe out the Su family. Wipe out the Su family. I was slightly stunned. Su Luyan, surnamed Su. Did he have ties to the Su family? He saw my puzzlement and introduced himself. My name is Su Luyan. I'm of the Su family. To be precise, the Su family's second young master. He paused, then shook his head. No, after that trash brother of mine died, I should count as the eldest young master now. Truly a Su family member, and the eldest young master at that? Since you're the Su family's eldest young master, why do you want to wipe out the Su family? So he told me his life story. Though he was the biological son of the Su family head, his mother was merely a dowry maid of the principal wife. By Su family rules, he wasn't acknowledged, doing servant's work from birth, and bullied in every way from childhood by his nominal older brother, Su Feng. Having finally grown up, he awakened beast tamer ability, even the A-rank talent everyone dreamed of. He thought he could finally turn things around, only for his brother to pull strings, making the clan believe his talent hadn't awakened, and in the end he was cast out of the family. As he left, his mother secretly stuffed him all the money she'd hidden away her whole life. And he lived up to it. He used that money to buy a beast, which, upon contracting, actually directly mutated and advanced, landing him third place among the freshmen in one stroke. Right at that time, he learned that the brother he'd hated his whole life had been killed by someone. This news kept him excited for a long while. The family soon took him back, and even his mother was no longer a maid, formally titled second madam. He'd thought his life had turned around at last. Who knew? Once back at the Su family, all that glamour was fake. At the family head's behest, everyone still treated him as a servant, and his mother suffered even worse torment from the first madam. In this 1 month back at the manor, he'd all but watched his mother weep day after day. Good grief, how is this plot exactly like a palace drama? Su Liyun's life story sounded pitiful, but this was, after all, one side of the story. I, Chenyi, wouldn't easily trust someone. On what basis should I trust you? And on what basis do you think I can wipe out the Su family? I'm just the young family head of the Chen family. Su Luyan smiled. I'm telling you all this not to beg your sympathy, but to make you understand my position. As for why I came to you, I've secretly investigated, and the Chun family doesn't have the capability to wipe out the Su family. In that case, why still come to me? The Chen family can't. The Shenlong Merchant Guild can. My gaze sharpened. Looks like you've investigated me quite a bit. Even figured out the Shenlong Merchant Guild. Not just that. He paused. What if I told you that your route that day was leaked to the assassin by Lu Hong and me together? My face turned grim. What do you mean? Since we're to cooperate, I should naturally be candid, to spare you suspecting me later. This guy? For an instant, murderous intent stirred in me. But on second thought, his daring to admit it to my face instead proved he genuinely wanted to cooperate. Never mind whether I can wipe out the Su family. Even if I can, why should I act on your behalf? What can you give me? Because you must wipe them out. Even if I hadn't come, sooner or later you'd find a way to destroy the Su family. What do you mean? Su Luyan gazed at me. Because the bounty on you in the Shadow Kill organization was put up by the Su family. The Shadow Kill organization? Another new term. Looks like this man knew far more than just family secrets. Before I could ask, he went on to explain of his own accord. Shadow Kill, top 3 in Huagua and top 20 in the world, an assassin organization. Once a job is accepted, it's a fight to the death, unless the target far exceeds the intel the client provided, in which case the organization raises the bounty and demands the client add more. And once the client dies with no one to pay, The job is automatically canceled. Listening, my scalp went numb. So last time was a D rank assassin, this time a C rank, and if that fails again, then B rank, or even the lofty A rank. I didn't have the ability to go head-to-head with such an organization. But leaving it be, I'd be played to death sooner or later. That left only one path. Kill the client who posted the job. The Su family. I looked at him quietly. You've convinced me. Speak, what can you give me? Su Luyun finally revealed a smile from the heart. All the Su family's intel. The strength and itineraries of key figures. I can give you all of it. He pulled out his phone and showed me photo after photo. The strongest in the Su family was the family head, a C-rank beast tamer with 3 C-rank beasts contracted. Below him were 3 clan elders, all D-rank. The rest were nothing but juniors ranging from E-rank to G-rank. C-rank. No need. I'd never provoke that on my own initiative. D-rank I'd avoid where possible too. As for below D-rank, all fodder for a one-hit kill. I revealed a cruel smile. Put a bounty on me. Then you'd all better be prepared to be assassinated by me, one by one. According to Su Luyun, there was a power standing behind the Su family. After all, on their own, they couldn't possibly contact Shadow Kill. This power was most likely the Murong family. Exactly as I'd guessed. Selling out your own family, what are you after? Humph, that's not my family. As long as the Su family exists one more day, my mother lives one more day in fear. Then have you thought, once I really do wipe out the Su family, where will you go? In just half an hour, I'd already seen his ability, a marginalized person who could still uncover so many secrets. That skill, I appreciate it. Chen-Yi, if you truly can wipe out the Su family, as long as you don't disdain me, I'm willing to follow you. We talked a good while longer, then I saw him off. Closing the door, the smile on my face turned savage. Fine, Su family. The Murong family I can't touch, but your Su family with its 1 C-rank family head, that I can still touch. I flipped through the photos he'd sent, those E-rank to G-rank Su family members, and grinned. Without its family members, is the Su family still the Su family? From this night on, I became the Su family's Grim Reaper. And from this night on, Su family members kept vanishing mysteriously. Who could have imagined that I myself was a humanoid beast, able to ride the wind and fly? Paired with Zhong Kongkong's space teleportation, I killed without a trace. Basically one-hit kills. As long as the target was alone, I'd summon Zhong Kongkong in the air, and with one teleport it would bite the neck clean through. Job done. Corpse tossed into the secret realm space. Meanwhile, the long-vanished Luo Hanshuang was investigating the whereabouts of the Flash Thunder Stone in a certain village. According to her grandmother, someone in this village had once contracted a cloud spirit, and legend had it that after the cloud spirit died, it transformed into a gemstone. 2 slender maiden figures walked toward the village outskirts, one of them shouldering 2 large hoes. Conspicuous indeed. Sister Hanshuang, it's been so long. Is Grandma He's information even reliable? My grandmother wouldn't lie to me about this. Didn't the village chief say there really is a stone, and it was buried together with the cloud spirit's owner? Luo Yu, walking alongside, shivered. Sister Hanshuang, you're not really going to dig up someone's ancestral grave, are you? If we get caught, we'll be struck by lightning. Luo Hanshuang was helpless too. Xiaoyu, why don't you head back first, and I'll handle it myself. For some reason, she thought of Chen-Yi, that lightning-devouring snake, and that foul-mouthed mutt. No matter what, she had to get her cloud spirit to advance as soon as possible. Don't. Luo Yu smiled bitterly. I'm just saying, if I really left you here alone, I'd get scolded to death by the master when I got home. Soon, the 2 arrived before the grave the village chief had pointed out. This is the spot. Xiaoyu dig. Luo Hanshuang took a hoe and was about to start. The ground beneath her feet suddenly twisted violently, and a half-meter-long spatial rift tore open out of thin air. Before she could react, she had already tumbled in. Sister Hanshuang. Luo Yu was scared out of her wits and threw herself at the edge of the rift. It was actually the freshman's secret realm space. Luo Yu knew this was no small matter, and that she could never save someone on her own, so she frantically dialed Luo Rome's number. Luo Rome was savoring tea in his office. The moment he heard the news, his soul nearly flew off. Having ascertained the location, he charged out the door, summoned his A-rank beast, the Batwing Sky Dragon, leapt onto the dragon's back, and dialed Yin Jun at the same time. An unknown secret realm. He couldn't afford to gamble with his precious granddaughter's life. And when it came to exploring unknown secret realms, no one was more expert than the military. Hearing the urgency, Yanjun immediately ordered the troops to assemble. Military troop carriers rolled out of the base, one after another, destination, that unknown secret realm. In half a day, the area around the grave was completely under the secret realm army's control. Yanjun walked up to Luo Rong, his expression grave. Old Rong, this time it's real trouble. This is a C-rank secret realm, near the size of a province, and moreover, its teleportation mode is random. What? C-rank. Luo Rong was ready to leap in on the spot. Hime grabbed him. Old Luo, calm down. Didn't you hear old June say the teleportation is random? Then what do we do? C-rank. There could be C-rank demonic beasts inside. If my granddaughter runs into one. Yanjun stepped forward to reassure him. You old couple are both A-rank, the mainstays for critical moments. If you go in and find your granddaughter but can't contact you too, what then? Luo Rong let out a long sigh. Then you tell me, what do we do? And of all this, I was completely unaware. At that moment, I was hiding in the clouds above the Su family manor. Damn it all, the Su family folks have all grown brains these past few days, learned to move in groups. How could they not grow brains? Su Liuyun's admiring voice came through the phone. In these few days, you've already killed 50 of them, all told. I thought I'd overestimated you, but turns out I still underestimated you. Calling new information? Yes, you've killed the Su family into a state of panic. My father is already enraged, and he's guessed it's you doing it. Yet he doesn't dare confront you directly. Fair enough. Given my public identity, would the Su family dare come make trouble for the Qin family's young head? Unlike the Su family's infighting, my Qin family is extremely harmonious. I had no memory of a mother from childhood, but my father and brother treated me like a treasure. The position of young family head should have been my brother Qin Jian's, yet now it had been switched to me. And not only did he have no complaints, he supported it with genuine delight. As for those clan elders, just thinking of them gave me a headache. Just this. Naturally not just this. Yesterday, my family head father added another 100 million bounty to Shadow Kill. And moreover, an assassin has already taken the job. What? This mysterious organization really was a headache. Last time's was D rank, right? By Shadow Kill's rules, this time should be C rank. Su Liuyun's tone was grave. Continuing like this isn't a solution. When will you make your move on the D-rank clan elders and my father? I rubbed my temples. I can't drag this out any longer. This C-rank assassin already had me feeling immense pressure. My plan was, the moment Shaoqing awakened, I'd behead the Su family head directly. I'd just hung up when the phone rang again. Yanjun. This man never called without cause. I didn't dare be careless and answered. Major General Chen Yi. The military now needs to conscript you immediately. Please come at once. That brooked no argument voice came, and my face turned grim. Something's happened. I hurriedly found a deserted corner to land, then took a taxi to the designated address. Only upon arriving did I realize there was no need to ask for directions. The area for several kilometers around was entirely sealed off by the military, with soldiers patrolling at intervals. Upon seeing me, they immediately led me into the temporary command post beside the secret realm entrance. The moment I walked in, I was dumbfounded. Everyone before my eyes was an acquaintance, and all of super big shot caliber. Yanjun cleared his throat. Chen Yi, come here, I'll brief you on the mission. He roughly explained the situation. This was a C-rank secret realm, estimated to be the size of a province, and the trickiest part was, the secret realm gate teleported randomly. So they urgently needed to establish a contact point within the secret realm. I was to bring an entire set of communications and radar equipment. After going in, Jiang Feng would first launch a signal flare, then light a continuously burning beacon tower. All entering soldiers had to swiftly find Jiang Feng and rally, and the most crucial of all was me. But Yanjun hadn't bet everything on me alone. Besides me, a set of radar equipment was disassembled into several hundred parts, carried in separately by several hundred soldiers. Even a single radar set was this much trouble. I sighed inwardly. No wonder in the military's eyes, my master of the secret realm was a divine skill. Little Chun, Hime spoke up. Shuanger has also strayed into the secret realm. If you have a way to find her, please keep her safe. Huh. Luo Hanshuang is inside too. I was taken aback. Kid, you hear that? Luo Rong glared at me. Schwanger is your future girlfriend no matter how you slice it. Protecting her is only right. The Luo guy again. But this did confirm Luo Hanshuang was indeed inside. No wonder both these big shots were here. Understood. But Dean Luo, there's really nothing between me and your granddaughter. By the way, little Chun, bring more of your Shenlong Merchant Guild's blood revival pills in too. I know you've still got quite a few on you. If Schwanger's beast gets hurt, use them. I'll pay you. Grandma he, don't mention it, rest assured. Ding. Quest triggered. Rescue Luo Hanshuang. Objective. The host must personally find and rescue Luo Hanshuang. Reward. 1 random talent scroll. Holy crap. Just one troublesome woman. And even the system issues a quest? And the reward is actually a talent scroll. That thing can be used on anyone. Shenlong Merchant Guild? Blood Revival Pill. These words left both Luo Rong and Yin Jun stunned. Holy crap. Kit. Luo Rong's eyes went stiff. The blood revival pill that's been talked up as miraculous lately was made by you? The mysterious president of that Shenlong Merchant Guild is you. Yeah. Grandma, he didn't tell you. Tell me my ass. Luo Rong shot He Mei a resentful glare. Yin Jun grew interested too. Didn't expect you to hide it so deep. Once this mission's over, let's have a good talk about cooperation. I didn't deliberately hide it either. It was after cooperating with the Alliance that He Mei, fearing for my safety, helped conceal most of my information. Say what you will, He Mei was genuinely good to me. All right, business first. Zhang Feng cut them off. Everything else, after the mission. Before the grave mound, at the secret realm entrance, squads of soldiers stood in neat formation. At a glance, there were no fewer than 10,000. Zhang Feng was the first to leap into the secret realm gate. I followed close behind, and one soldier after another jumped in without hesitation. No one noticed that mixed into the ranks was an unfamiliar soldier. And beside him stood, of all people, Lu Tao, who hated me to the bone. I took such a big risk to get you in this time. Don't disappoint me. No need for your concern. We're just each taking what we need. Back then, you watched my brother get killed. Why didn't you make a move? Save him? Why? The man's tone was ice cold. You've got it wrong. Shadow Kill is an assassin organization, not a charity. Lu Tao ground his teeth, shot him a furious glare, and said no more. That unfamiliar soldier was precisely the Shadow Kill assassin who'd taken the bounty on me. Inside the secret realm space, I gazed helplessly at the 2 crescent moons in the sky. How the hell am I supposed to find Zhang Feng? Who could have guessed this secret realm would be nighttime? If I couldn't see that first signal flare, I'd be finished after that. Trying to find people by beacon smoke in this environment? Forget it. This is a C-rank secret realm. There might well be B-rank demonic beasts popping out. I dared not be careless, took stock of my surroundings, and hurriedly summoned Zhong Kong. Woof! Master, what godforsaken place is this? Why do I feel such heavy energy? Energy? What's that? Woof! Even if I told you, Master, you wouldn't get it. The moment we moved, the weeds on the ground actually gave off a faint glow, exactly like the sci-fi films I'd seen in my past life, and rather pretty at that. The plants here emitted a flash of light at the slightest touch. By this faint glow and the twin moons, I made out the terrain. Decent luck. An open grassland, no demonic beasts nearby, safe for now. Suddenly, in the distance, a signal flare shot into the sky like a sun, illuminating even my side. Pretty close to me. My heart leapt with joy. But this signal flare was like poking a hornet's nest. The entire secret realm erupted with a wave of shrill, wretched screams. The grassland ground began to tremble faintly, and the entire lawn simultaneously welled up with a green, oily gloom. A bony hand shot out from beneath my feet and clutched my ankle. Holy crap! I kicked it away and instinctively rode the wind into the sky. And then I saw a scalp-numbing scene. This was no grassland. This was a mass grave. Skeletons drilled up out of the earth one after another. In the span of a few breaths, as far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with skulls. These skeletons looked human yet not human, all at least F rank, with the occasional tall ones even reaching D rank. If I couldn't fly, I'd have been done for long ago. Zhong Kong stood in the air too, staring down in astonishment. Woof! Boss, what a hellish place this is. There are actually undead creatures. I said the energy was heavy. You're asking me? Who do I ask? Isn't this your heaven? Woof! What do you mean, Master? Are there hot lady wolves here? I slapped my palm down on its dog head. Lady Wolf's my ass. It's all bones. Aren't you thrilled? Go on. Go chomp them. Woof. I'm a wolf. Only dogs love gnawing bones. I only eat meat. In an environment like this, I was even starting to doubt whether Luo Hanswang was still alive. Better to link up with Jiang Feng first. Luckily, I could fly. Just as I was flying toward the signal flare, several fireballs shot out from the horde of skeletons. A few short skeletons, clutching broken bones, were channeling magic. Woof! Trouble. There are even skeleton mages. These things are seriously annoying. Damn it. Kong Kong, take them out. Bones aplenty today. Woof! I keep saying I'm a wolf, not a dog. Since they wouldn't let me leave, then I wouldn't leave. Who's afraid of whom? It's not like I can't win. Man and dog became mobile turrets in the sky, wind blades and void wrens slamming into the sea of skeletons like scything wheat. TCH. All show and no substance. And I was actually spooked by you all just now. Embarrassing. These skeletons were too flimsy. They looked E-rank, but were probably worse than G-rank in reality. Those few D-rank, big fellows were only E-rank level at best. Aside from their frightening numbers, they posed no threat to me at all. This sheer thrill of dropping a whole swath with one blade was too addictive. Holding to my tradition of plucking a feather from every passing goose, I didn't spare the shattered skeletons either, collecting them all into the secret realm space and piling them up in the southwestern desert. No idea whether that big glutton Xiaoqing would eat bones. Finally, the last skeleton was smashed and tossed into the space. The mountain of bones in the secret realm was nearly 100 meters tall. Woof! Damn, master, I never thought bullying fodder could be this exhausting. Zhong Kongkong collapsed to the ground, tongue lolling out. I didn't stand on ceremony and plopped my butt right down on its back. For real, I'm dead tired. Woof! Master, couldn't you just grab a chair from the secret realm yourself? How could a chair compare to a genuine leather sofa? And a heated one at that. Though this guy looked like a dog, its master was the real dog. Just as man and dog were resting, the ground ahead churned again. Damn again. We both immediately struck combat stances. Kong Kong, why's the commotion so big this time? Don't tell me it's like in games. Clear the small mobs, and the boss shows up? Woof! What boss, what game? But master, this thing underground reeks of energy. This one might be a tough bone to gnaw. Tough bone or not, you're gnawing it for me. Boom. The ground burst apart, and a skeletal lizard the size of a calf leapt out. No, on its back, there was actually a pair of bone wings. Woof! Damn. Master, we're done for. Done for how? You know this thing. Woof! This is a freaking bone dragon. And a juvenile bone dragon that's only just formed. Dragon? Isn't this just the classic Western lizard dragon? That's not right, Kong Kong. It's only D-rank, done for my ass. Go, gnaw it up for me. Woof! Master, this bone dragon thing, it's magic immune. Before the words even faded, a wind blade of mine had slashed over. The instant it touched the bone dragon, the wind blade dissipated on the spot, leaving it unharmed. Ugh, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? The bone dragon shook its head and fixed its eyes on me for daring to attack it. Roar! With one roar, it charged straight at me. Ugh, this thing doesn't even have vocal cords. It's a pile of bones. How the hell does it roar? Woof! No idea. Master, we've got no melee ability. Let's get out of here. We running or not? Utterly countered by this bone dragon. Run? Damn it, you're a full-blown wolf, scared off by a pile of bones. Embarrassing. The bone dragon looked clumsy, but it ran incredibly fast. TCH, you're a dragon. Stop learning from cattle and ramming with your head. Good thing I can fly. I hurriedly rode the wind and dodged aside. Before I could even catch my breath, the bone dragon roared again, ice shards beginning to condense in its mouth. Ugh, this is messed up. It's magic immune, yet it can use magic itself. Woof! Run, master. Once I recover my strength, I'll come back and get revenge on it. Dodging ice shards, I cursed. You draw pie in the sky promises every single day. By the time you recover your strength, I'd be better off praying Xiaoqing wakes up sooner. Woof! Master, once I recover, I'm seriously super strong. A crappy secret realm like this, one piss from me, and it's filled up. Screw you. You can't even gnaw through a bone. Man and dog fled madly through the sky, while the bone dragon chased and fired ice shards. Seeing little effect, it gave a furious roar, flapped its bone wings a few times, and actually took flight. Are you kidding me? A pile of bones can fly too? Your wings leak air. Woof. Master, it's at least got wings. We don't even have wings, and we still fly all the same. That actually made a hell of a lot of sense. Just as we were about to escape, the bone dragon took to the air and caught up again in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how's it flying so fast? Woof. It's got wings. Continuing like this wouldn't work. Sooner or later it'd play me to death. Concom, do you really have no way at all? Woof. This thing's magic immune. Unless you use magic 2 ranks above it, you can only fight melee. I hurriedly opened the system shop. By now, aside from the rare goods requiring development coins, anything that cost money I could basically afford. That was the Shenlong Merchant Guild's wealth-gathering power, medicine's staggering profits. Concom, if you burst out all your magic power at once, what level of magic could you use? Woof, all at once. Not to brag, but a full burst would definitely hit B rank level. B rank can hurt the bone dragon, right? Woof. 2 ranks above it. Should be able to break the magic immunity. Good. Let's go for it. Gritting my teeth, I decisively bought a pill. Ding. Successfully purchased the Chi Burst pill, cost of 400 million. 400 million. Just thinking about it hurt. I looked at the pill in my palm. Success or failure hinged on this one move. Item, Chi Burst pill. Effect, upon consumption, bursts out all potential, converging all energy in the body into a single strike. I tossed it to Zhong Kong and told it the effect. Woof. Master really is badass. You've even got a heaven-defying thing like this. Can you do it or not? Are you sure you can kill it? Woof. Master, quit joking. At most I can hold it down. Once my full force strike entangles it, remember to hurry up and recall me. Right? Kong, it's all up to you. Zhong Kong, which had been fleeing alongside me, suddenly halted its form, and like a true wolf, howled long at the sky. Awoo, grandkid. Grandpa's put up with you long enough. The Chi Burst pill entered its belly, and in an instant, a terrifying wave of energy exploded from within. Seeing it stop, the bone dragon withdrew its ice shards and raised a dragon claw to smash straight down. Woof! It's been ages since I felt this kind of power. Grandkid, eat a void-rend claw from Grandpa. Zhong Kong gave no ground and raised its dog claw. The space around the claw twisted violently, and as it swung down, space shattered and reassembled like a mirror surface. Void-rend claw? This skill wasn't written on its identity card. This dog really was a shroud of mist, layer upon layer. Boom, crack. Dog and dragon collided head-on. That B-rank comparable void-rend claw smashed right into the bone dragon's skull, space surging. An invisible shield offset most of it, but a massive amount of energy still broke through and detonated on its skull. Roar! The bone dragon screamed and plummeted straight to the ground. Zhong Kong didn't fare well either. That claw of the bone dragon had ripped its belly wide open, blood spraying across half the sky, its intestines dangling out. Woof, master, I did my best. Its magic power spent and gravely wounded. It could no longer tread air and fell together with the bone dragon. Damn it, I'd meant to recall it and flee after it held them off, but now it was wounded this badly. If I didn't deal with it, it would die. Gritting my teeth, I plunged down, caught it steadily, and carried it flying back to the ground, prying open its dog mouth and stuffing in a blood revival pill. System pills are like a bug. In a moment, the wound healed at a visible speed. This thing really could save lives at the critical moment. Selling it at 40 million. Was I selling it too cheap? Only then did I free up my hands to look at the equally downed bone dragon. The blue soul fire in its 2 eye sockets had clearly weakened a few degrees, and a huge hole had been blasted in its skull. Holy crap, Kong, you're this fierce? Didn't you say you'd just hold it down? You've nearly beaten this thing to death. Zhong Kong weakly opened its dog eyes. Woof, master, run. This thing can absorb Een energy, and the Een energy in this space is so heavy, it'll heal itself any moment now. As if to confirm its words, the bone dragon raised its head, 2 balls of soul fire fixed on me, flickering endlessly. Holy crap, I startled, instinctively wanting to run, only to find the bone dragon didn't budge, just quietly gazing at me. What was going on? Had it been beaten into submission by Kong? I condensed a wall of water in front of me and tentatively extended my hand toward it. The bone dragon actually cooperated quite readily, bringing its forehead up to my palm. Really subdued? I turned back and looked at Zhong Kong with questioning eyes. It was baffled too. Woof! Holy crap! What the hell? Just as man and dog were full of question marks, the bone dragon raised a dragon claw, pointed at Zhong Kong Kong, then pointed at its own dragon mouth. A tender young female voice came from the bone dragon's mouth. Fragrant, wanna eat. Holy crap, you can talk. I stared at it in shock. From the voice, it was even a little female dragon? Talk, can. Though it stuttered, this dragon really could speak. Being able to communicate was a good thing. Why did you keep chasing us to fight? At my question, the ghostly light in the bone dragon's eye sockets rippled outward, like water wrinkled by wind. Sleep, good. Woken up, home gone. Angry. Good grief. It was sleeping soundly and got woken up, then woke to find its home gone. So it chased me and Zhong Kong Kong around beating us. Wasn't your home underground? How's it gone? The bone dragon pointed at its own body. Bones, home. So you treated those skeletons as your home. I instinctively opened the sandbox and glanced at that hill-like pile of bones. Fragrant, wanna eat. The tender young female voice sounded again. My mind raced, trying to grasp its meaning. Then suddenly it clicked. I pulled out a blood revival pill. You wanna eat this? The bone dragon nodded excitedly. Smells so good, wanna eat. It was no longer a threat. Not one to be stingy, I tossed the pill straight into its mouth, a thought quietly rising in my mind. Crack. The pill entered the bone, turned to powder, and melted into the bony frame. The bone dragon shuddered all over. Roar, fragrant, comfy, want more. I pinched out another one and waggled it before it. Want more? Want, delicious. How about you come with me? I'll give you one to eat every day. Hearing there'd be food every day from now on, the bone dragon nodded at once. Food to eat, good. Then you're not allowed to resist, all right. I carefully pressed my hand onto its body and silently recited, Basic migration. The bone dragon seemed to sense something and struggled once. But seeing the pill in my hand, it obediently stopped again. In an instant, the bone dragon before my eyes vanished into thin air. And atop the pile of bones in my secret realm space, an extra bone dragon figure appeared. Holy crap, it actually worked. I stared at the bone dragon in the sandbox, my face full of excitement. This dragon was incredibly badass. Zhong Kong Kong was dumbfounded too. An enemy that had been fighting me to the death one moment, and the next was lured away by the master to be a little underling. Woof! Master, this is child trafficking, a capital crime. I stepped up and kicked it. Screw off. Woof! Ow ow. Its wounds had healed, but its magic power was still empty. It'd need a while to recover. I couldn't wait and directly took it on a teleport, landing at the foot of the bone hill. The bone dragon was excitedly running back and forth on the hill, exactly like a child who'd gotten a new toy. Seeing me, it flew straight over. New home. I love it. I stroked its head and tossed it another blood revival pill. After finishing it, it circled around me. Delicious, new home, happy. Woof, granddaughter. Zhong Kong Kong sidled up. Since we're all the master's people now, let's sort out the seniority. I'm your grandpa Zhong, and I rank second here. The bone dragon curiously walked up to it. Grandpa, ranks second. Woof, Zhong Kong Kong pointed again at the peak in the very center of the space. The one living on that mountain is your grandpa Xiaoqing, the boss around here. Grandpa, Xiaoqing. The bone dragon nodded, half understanding. Seeing it so obedient, Zhong Kong Kong was preening, and I kicked its belly again. You dog, getting addicted to being a grandpa? Woof. Master, it's a habit, a habit. Oh right, when we were being hunted just now, why didn't we just hide in the secret realm space? Holy crap, I was stumped by the question. Why? Because I'd completely forgotten about that. What do you know, I was training you. With the bone dragon's migration successful, all that was left was to appoint it as a general. Fortunately, it was only D rank. Otherwise, my basic general appointment couldn't have transformed it. I touched my finger to its forehead. Basic general appointment. This time it showed no resistance at all. A white light rose from its forehead, and the system's prompt chime arrived right on schedule. Ding! Transformation successful. Please, host, name the bone dragon. I looked at its snow-white bones. Let's call it Baigu. As the words fell, an identity card materialized before its forehead. Baigu sounds nice, I love it. It happily nuzzled my hand with its head. Name Baigu. Race, Frost Titan Dragon. Potential, Super S rank. Strength, D rank. Attributes, Undead, Frost. Skills, Basic Magic Immunity, Ice Shards, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might. I gazed at it, Delighted, it was actually Super S rank potential. If this grew up, it'd be a nation-guarding existence. But this also made Zhong Kongkong and Xiaoqing even more mysterious. Even a Super S like Baigu was this strong. So those two unknowns, what rank were they? Thank goodness I have general appointment. Otherwise, with my F-rank beast tamer realm, wanting to contract a D-rank beast would be pure wishful thinking. Just as I was thinking this, a familiar warm current flowed into my body out of nowhere. This feeling had I advanced. I pulled out my ID and looked. Sure enough, the rank column had changed to E rank. In 2 months, from G rank to E rank, jumping 2 ranks straight up. Even movies wouldn't dare film it like this. With Baigu now contracted, I returned to the secret realm and continued on to find Jiang Feng to hand over the equipment early. After reappearing, I summoned Baigu out too. Though it was a juvenile, it was still calf-sized, sitting on it. Aside from it being hard on my butt, everything else was fine. It flew fast, so to save time, I simply rode it forward. After I'd gone far, no one saw. In the darkness, a figure clambered up shakily, kowtowed reverently several times toward the direction I'd left, then dashed off in a hurry. He had to bring this news back to the clan as soon as possible. Deep in the secret realm, inside a dilapidated, eerie old castle. The light of the signal flare on the horizon dimly illuminated it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A swarm of bats scattered in fright, flying wildly. Anyone looking closely would surely be horrified. These palm-sized bats were, incredibly, all D rank. In a room in the corner of the old castle, Luo Hanshuang was peering through a crack in the door at the bats flitting about outside. Very unluckily, after she'd fallen into the secret realm, she'd been teleported straight here. When she opened the door to scout ahead, the densely packed swarm of bats hanging upside down outside had frightened her back into the room. She quickly realized this was definitely a high-rank secret realm, and she dared not act rashly. She believed her family would surely come to save her. But one startled bat accidentally crashed into her door and, through the crack, saw her. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With that shrill cry, all the D-rank bats seemed to find an outlet for their frenzy, surging toward her room all at once. Up in the sky, riding Baigu, I quickly spotted the traces of Jiang Feng's group. At that moment, they were surrounded by a horde of undead creatures. And moreover, these wraiths were actually attacking in an organized manner. I soon saw clearly. The one commanding them was a rotting corpse. A lich? For Jiang Feng to be able to serve as commander, he was no ordinary figure. 3 turtle-shaped C-rank beasts guarded them airtight. The secret realm army units that had arrived earlier had also summoned their beasts, stubbornly resisting the undead army. One of the 3 giant turtles suddenly caught sight of Baigu in the sky, took it for one of the wraiths, and spat out a water column straight at it. Holy crap! Thankfully Baigu was magic immune. But I didn't want to expose that I'd contracted Baigu, so I had it pretend to be shot down, and the direction of its fall was aimed right at that lich commanding the wraiths. Baigu landed before the lich, and an expression of disbelief actually surfaced on the lich's face. It gazed at Baigu in terror, then, before my astonished eyes, promptly knelt down. Great Dragon God, I never imagined you would awaken. Was it these invaders who disturbed you? It then caught sight of me, riding on the dragon's back, and instantly flew into a rage. Invader! Despicable! How dare you ride on the back of the great dragon god? You deserve 10,000 deaths. It raised its bony staff, cold air gathering. Death to those who blasphemed the dragon god. Death blight. In an instant, the vegetation around Baigu withered on the spot. Yet I, on the dragon's back, and the grass beneath the dragon's feet, were completely unharmed. The lich revealed a shocked look. Lord Dragon God, could it be that you wish to shelter this damnable invader? Holy crap, this hunk of rotten meat won't quit, putting on a one-man show over here. It just kept babbling to itself, and dared to make a move on me too. Rotten meat? Ignorant invader. I am the great undead lich, the dragon god's most faithful devotee, Grolfen. I pointed at Baigu. This dragon god you speak of wouldn't happen to be Baigu, would it? Insolence. Lowly invader, you dare call the great dragon god by the name of the lowest bones. It furiously raised its staff, about to channel magic again. Holy crap, Baigu. Tell this hunk of rotten meat what I am to you. Baigu pointed at me. Baigu, sounds nice, Master gave it. What? Grolfen, mid-channeling, was struck dumb, its 2 mushy eyeballs even popping out. Thankfully, it caught them in time and stuffed them back into their sockets. Lord Dragon God, what did you say? This person is your master? I proudly lifted my chin. How about it? Do you submit? It retreated several steps. No, this is impossible. How could the great dragon god willingly honor you as master? Doesn't that just prove I'm even greater than your dragon god? I spread my hands. All right, enough chatter. I'll give you two options. Either have Baigu fight you, or obediently become my subordinate. Battle Lord Dragon God. It shook its head. No. How could Grolfin, the dragon god's most faithful devotee, raise a hand against the dragon god? That would be an insult to my devotion. This guy clearly had C-rank strength, yet acted like this toward Baigu. In this situation, I might really be able to leverage the fox borrowing the tiger's might and trick it into becoming my underling. Baigu seemed to understand my meaning and, very cooperatively, gave it a furious roar. Submit, battle. Lord Dragon God. Grolfin shot me a furious glare. Lowly invader, I don't know what methods you use to deceive the great dragon god. As the most faithful devotee, having me submit isn't entirely out of the question. Do you have the guts to let me go back? Go back? Back where? It respectfully glanced at Baigu. Back to my laboratory, to consult the ancient texts, to see whether there's a way to free the dragon god from your clutches. Listen to what you're saying. Let you go back to find a way to deal with me? Setting aside whether Baigu would even be willing. Migration and general appointment were system products. You think a C-rank lich could undo them? Dream on. And what if you can't find a way? Can't find one. It glared at me. To protect the dragon god's safety, I'll come find you and become your subordinate. Then you're destined to become my subordinate. Fine, off you go. Grolfin knelt before Baigu once more, hands clasped in prayer. As it left, it even looked back sorrowfully. Lord Dragon God, I will find a way to save you. Watching it vanish into the night, Baigu curiously nudged me. Master's good, Baigu likes it. That person is sick. I burst out laughing. That's a lich, not a person. Baigu, why did he call you Dragon God? It shook its head blankly. Baigu was sleeping, don't know. Fine, fine. Hopefully it hadn't mistaken it for the wrong dragon. As Grolfin departed, the once organized undead army began fighting each on its own, descending into chaos. I recalled Baigu and summoned Zhong Kong. Its magic power had recovered to 80%. I ordered it to coordinate with Jiang Feng, inside and out, to sweep away this routed swarm of wraiths. After slaying the skeletal-type wraiths, I tossed all the remaining bones into the secret realm space, filling Baigu's mountain of bones. In my secret realm, the bone hill grew taller and taller. Baigu ran here and there, thrilled to bits. After a fierce battle, Jiang Feng's 3 C-rank giant turtles ended it with crushing dominance. The undead army, those who died died, those who fled fled. I finally linked up with the main force. To keep the camp safe, Jiang Feng didn't recall his beasts, letting them patrol the surroundings. You kid, not bad. I didn't misjudge you. He shot me a satisfied glance. While hauling supplies out of the space, I inquired about the situation. According to Jiang Feng, this world was dominated by undead creatures that loathed bright light. And by past experience, in secret realms dominated by wraiths, the leader was basically without intelligence and couldn't be controlled. So the current mission was, find the spatial rift for returning, investigate this place. If there were no contractable secret realm creatures, then destroy the secret realm to prevent any mishap. The supplies I poured out piled into a small hill. Under Jiang Feng's command, the secret realm army that had arrived first quickly began construction. No wonder every military district is scrambling for beast tamers with the master of the secret realm talent. Jiang Feng sighed. This one move of yours just saved us at least half a year of work. Haha, doesn't our military district have me? By the way, Commander Jiang, have you found any trace of Luo Hanshuang? He shook his head. No, this secret realm is even bigger than surveyed, and it's an endless night. Hard to search. Well, I've handed everything over to you. How about I go out and scout too? Sure. You kid can duck into your own secret realm when you run into danger. In terms of safety, you're still the safest. Since Baigu seemed to be a dragon god, like existence in this secret realm, I naturally had to leverage the fox borrowing the tiger's might. See if I could use it to trick an intelligent species into my space. That race migration quest of mine still hadn't been completed even now. I took a walkie-talkie from Jiang Feng and stepped out of the camp again. The moment I left, A soldier in the camp gave a sinister smile, found a deserted corner, took off his military uniform, and vanished into the night. Not knowing which way to go, I simply headed in the direction Grolfen had vanished. After all, it was the first intelligent creature I'd encountered in this secret realm. Just as I was about to leave the camp's range, planning to summon Baigu to search from the air, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly struck. I never hesitate about my sixth sense. In an instant, I summoned two walls, wind and water, to protect my body, and Zhong Kongkong appeared at my feet. Sure enough, a vine burst out of the ground, striking straight at my foot. Damn it! Underground again. I hurriedly rode the wind into the sky. I'd just reached midair when little parasol-like dandelion seeds came drifting from afar. Woof! Master, watch out, this stuff isn't right. Zhong Kongkong guarded in front of me and slashed a void-rend claw at those seeds. The instant space quaked. The seeds actually detonated one after another. Huh? This didn't even work. A voice sounded from the shadows. Looks like I underestimated you after all. Who's there? A figure slowly emerged from behind a tree. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know I'm here to kill you. Wolf, screw you. Grandkid, did your parents give birth to you? See that you looked as disgusting as a maggot and toss you out without even bothering to name you? When someone dared put on airs in front of me, Zhong Kongkong's motor mouth taunts triggered automatically. The assassin was choked into silence and glared at it in fury. What a fine beast. In a bit, I'll use your dog meat as a drinking snack. You're a shadow kill assassin? Correct. You actually know of shadow kill. I truly did underestimate you. Damn. By shadow kill's rules, this man was definitely C rank. If I killed him here, would shadow kill dispatch a B rank? Once a B rank was deployed, I'd be finished. Right now, I really had no ability to deal with a B rank. Let's make a deal. I narrowed my eyes. Whatever my bounty is, I'll give you double. You go kill the Su family head. How about it? We of Shadow Kill don't do that kind of thing. He sneered coldly. Enough chatter. Meet your death. In the night, I faintly saw a dandelion beside him. In the span of a few seconds it bloomed, bore fruit, and its seeds drifted up, falling toward me. A plant-type beast tamer? Rather rare. Just my luck. Dodge. No dodging. Anyway, in this secret realm, even if I killed him now, the news couldn't get out. Once I got out, I'd beat Shadow Kill to it before they deployed a B rank and slaughter the Su family head first. I'll give you triple. Go kill the Su family head. I offered another price. Not interested. You'd best obediently go die. In that case, then you go die. A few days ago, running into a C rank assassin, I'd only have thought about buying time. But now, things were different. Seeds drifted all around him, and Zhong Kongkong dared not charge in recklessly. But a dragon dared. Baigu, roar! With a dragon's cry, that calf-sized figure appeared before me and, without waiting for my order, charged straight at the assassin. Zhong Kongkong followed close behind. Boom, boom, boom. The instant Baigu touched the seeds, explosions rang out one after another, yet it was completely unharmed. Woof! Granddaughter, beautifully done. Clear the way for Grandpa. Grandpa'll bite him to death. The assassin was aghast. What is this thing? There's nothing about it in the intel at all. Then his expression changed. Dual summons? Chenyi, you're a D-rank beast tamer? Hey, you guess. Screw you. Even if you're D-rank, you're dying today. Seeing Baigu closing in, countless vines suddenly shot out from underground, entangling it midair and dragging it toward the ground. Woof! Damn! You dare tie up my granddaughter right in front of your grandpa Zhong. Zhong Kongkong was about to rush to the rescue, when an even angrier voice thundered. Damnable invader! You dare raise a hand against Lord Dragon God. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Death blight. In an instant, the ground where the vines were froze over with frost, and those thick vines yellowed, turned to powder, and scattered in the wind. No. The assassin watched helplessly as his ever-reliable devil vines died just like that, grief welling up. Who? Who is it? Show yourself. Grolfen, its whole body of rotten flesh, slowly approached, its bone staff pointed straight at the assassin. Lowly invader. You dare make a move against Lord Dragon God, an intelligent humanoid creature? The assassin's face turned grim. Damn it. Grolfen wasted no words, raised its staff, and cast another death blight. The assassin hurriedly rolled aside to dodge. The spot where he'd just stood froze over with frost, and all the midair seeds were deactivated and dropped to the ground. An opportunity this good, how could I waste it? Zhong Kongkong teleported and was already at the assassin's side. Woof! Grandkid, that's for being cocky. Eat Grandpa's meat. Once you're dead, Grandpa's gonna yank off your little junk and feed it to the worms. The assassin's crotch twitched. This dog's mouth was too foul. Zhong Kongkong's claw was about to fall, when a giant maw suddenly shot out from underground and swallowed the assassin whole in one bite. A giant man-eating flower appeared where he'd been. Its floral maw opened, and the assassin poked his head out. Damn you all, just you wait. He, who owned 3 C-rank plant beasts, normally strutted about unchallenged. But this humanoid creature he'd run into today seemed like his natural nemesis. Both being C-rank, his beasts couldn't last a few seconds against the other's spells. The man-eating flower's root system drilled out of the ground, coiling into leg shapes, and carried the assassin fleeing for dear life into the distance. Zhong Kongkong wanted to chase, but I stopped it just as well. This way, for now I didn't have to worry about that B-rank assassin. As for this C-rank, having lost 2 beasts and left with only 1 man-eating flower, and still wanting to kill me? Dream on. Lord Dragon God, your devotee Grolfin pays his respects. Seeing the man had fled, Grolfin didn't pursue and knelt before Baigu. But Baigu ignored it, going straight to my side to nuzzle, wanting praise. I stroked it and walked up to Grolfin. What? It's only been this long, and you've already found a way. I meant it as a jab. I never expected it to actually nod. Correct. An invader who dares enslave the dragon god. Do you dare let me give it a try? I spread my hands, indifferent. Sure. But as agreed before, if you can't save Baigu, then from now on you obey me. If I cannot deliver the great dragon god, it said solemnly, I am willing to share the dragon god's suffering and become your slave. Share the suffering, my ass. That rascal Baigu was constantly begging me for blood revival pills to eat as snacks, and that thing cost me 400 million apiece just to buy. I beckoned Baigu over, then stood by with folded arms to watch it performed. I really did want to see whether anyone could actually break a system-granted skill. Grolfin circled around Baigu once, took out a bottle, and dripped a few drops of some unknown liquid around it. All prepared, it raised its bone staff and, circling while walking, muttered incantations. After a few breaths, a glow lit up beneath Baigu's feet, a complex 5-pointed star array. The twin crescent moons overhead seemed summoned, and moonlight, as if substantial, poured down onto Baigu. It seemed to enjoy it greatly. Holy crap, such a big commotion. I hurriedly pulled out the identity card. Better not let anything go wrong. Race, Frost Titan Dragon, evolving. Evolving? Oh my goodness. The Frost Titan Dragon was already Super S potential, and it's still evolving? What on earth was this Grolfin up to? Time ticked by, minute by minute, and the 5-pointed star array slowly dissipated. Grolfin slumped to the ground, and Baigu's bones no longer looked like bones at all, but rather rods of glittering jade, deep cold surging from within. One glance was like standing in the dead of winter. Name Baigu. Race, Dragon of Ultimate Een. Potential, unknown. Strength, D-rank. Attributes, Undead, Frost. Skills, Intermediate Magic Immunity, Ice Shards, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might. Domain, World of Extreme Cold. My jaw nearly dropped. Its potential had actually, like Xiaoqing's and Zhong Kongkong's, changed to unknown. And there was even an added domain. Kongkong, what's a domain? Zhong Kongkong, who'd also been observing, looked at me in surprise. Woof, Master, you actually know about domains? Creatures capable of mastering a domain are all the favored children of the myriad worlds. It patted itself with a dog paw again. Woof, not to hide it from you. In my prime, I had a domain too. I flatly ignored the second half of its sentence and only heard the first half. Holy crap. So Baigu's a favored child of the world, insanely badass. Woof? What woof? Holy crap. Master, don't tell me. Granddaughter comprehended a domain. I nodded and walked over to Baigu's side. At that moment, Baigu was curiously examining its new body. Seeing me, it excitedly ran over. Master, is Baigu pretty? Huh. Baigu, you're speaking this fluently now? It nodded its dragon head. Yes. Is Baigu impressive? Master, hurry and praise Baigu. Baigu wants candy. Good grief. One evolution and it can even talk smoothly now. I tossed it a blood revival pill. Baigu, try using your domain and let's see. So fragrant. Okay, Master. In an instant, with Baigu at the center, a wave of cold air burst forth, and the ground abruptly froze over. For a radius of a li, all became a mirror surface. The moisture in the air also condensed into fine ice shards, suspended and drifting. Master, isn't Baigu impressive? In here, when Baigu uses ice-type abilities, they double outright. Double? Holy crap, that's insane. Having shown off, Baigu withdrew the world of extreme cold. It's just, Baigu can only hold it for a few minutes right now. So tired, so tired. A few minutes was enough. A few minutes of doubled power was already terrifying beyond measure. Woof. Holy crap. Granddaughter, you're making your grandpa Zhong feel inferior. Zhong Kong was dumbstruck. How's a dog supposed to live? It's even got a domain now? Don't be upset, Grandpa Zhong. Baigu comforted. All the bones at Baigu's home. I'll give them all to Grandpa Zhong to eat. Woof. I'm a wolf, not a dog. It knew Baigu was comforting it. But why did it still feel so exasperated? Lord Dragon God. Have you recovered your strength? Grolfin trembled, gazing at Baigu. Unfortunately, Baigu remained utterly indifferent to it. What Dragon God, Baigu doesn't get it. Grolfin deflated like a punctured ball and shuffled listlessly over to me. As per our earlier agreement, from now on I'll obey your orders. I only ask that you order Lord Dragon God around less. I was a bit speechless. Is there any chance that you've got the wrong dragon? It shook its rotting head. No matter how much time passes, how could I forget Lord Dragon God? Let it be then. But there was a problem. Grolfin had C-rank strength, and my basic migration could only migrate D-rank beings. Yet without migrating and binding it as master, I didn't dare keep such a hunk of rotten flesh by my side. Having gained my allegiance, what more could you be unsatisfied with? It stared at my current expression. I gave a rough explanation of my difficulty, and it fell silent. I understand. Invader who enslaves the Dragon God. You'll take the Dragon God out of this space. I nodded. Once I found Luohan's Huang and the rift out, I'd naturally return. Then let's make another pact, it said. For however long you remain here, I'll still try to find a way to awaken the Dragon God and lift your enslavement. Until the day you're about to leave. If I still haven't succeeded, I'll disperse a portion of my cultivation and enter this territory of yours. That works too. Cultivation could be replenished, but without migration and absolute loyalty, I would never bring it back to reality. Even if I were willing, the Secret Realm Army wouldn't agree. Man and Lich reached consensus once again, and I curiously asked, Grolfin, are there any other intelligent creatures in this space? There are, it said. My few remaining kinsmen all live in this space, and they too worship Lord Dragon God. Kinsmen? I was pleasantly surprised. Can you take me to meet them? It hesitated a long while, then nodded. With it leading the way, all the undead creatures along the route deliberately gave us a wide berth. Soon, I was led back to the grassland where Baigu had first appeared, though it hardly counted as grassland now. Countless bones had burst from the earth, churning the place into a shambles. My kinsmen are right here. What the? Holy crap, fun. Don't tell me these so-called kinsmen of yours are those skeletons. It shook its head and pointed underground. My kinsmen live underground. Duh, skeletons crawl up from underground. Ignoring me, it walked straight to a relatively intact patch of grass. Beneath this grass is the entrance. My kinsmen don't know I exist, so I won't accompany you down. Really now? I stamped around on this patch of grass, less than 10 square meters, and sure enough, I actually stamped out a wooden handle. I pulled it open to reveal a vertical passage leading straight down, pitch black and bottomless. I hesitated a moment, turned on my phone's flashlight, and rode the air downward. If it really was an intelligent species, I would absolutely not let it slip by. I descended vertically for probably 2,000 or 3,000 meters before a sliver of light finally showed below. On both sides of the passage, unknown little plants bore fist-sized fruits that glowed of their own accord. Following the light, I descended a stretch further. A cavern with no visible and suddenly spread out before me. At intervals throughout the cavern stood glowing plants, making the entire underground as bright as day. The lizard men in the cave also spotted me. A squad of lizard men stood armed, on high alert. So these were Grolfin's kinsmen? So he had once been a lizard man. Who goes there? How did you barge into our territory? You're not welcome here, the leading lizard man berated. Damn, it can talk. It really has intelligence. Looking at these lizard men again, I felt as if I'd found treasure. You dare speak to me that way? Fetch your leader. Ridiculous. As if our leader is someone you can see whenever you please. Leave now, or don't blame us for being rude. Being rude? I swept a glance over them. These were only F rank, and they dared challenge me? Listen well, I'm your dragon god's master. Hurry and have your leader come see me. The dragon god's master? That lizard man was first stunned, then flew into a rage. Blasphemer of the great dragon god. You truly deserve to die. In the largest stone chamber underground, two lizard men, one black, one white, sat facing each other with knitted brows. The black lizard's body bulged with muscle, while the white lizard was exceedingly slender. Sif, do you believe what Sack said? The pure white lizard nodded uncomfortably. Carl, after Sack reported, I tried to sense Lord Dragon God, but what? Out with it. Carl grew anxious. But I actually couldn't sense the dragon god's existence. What? Carl shuddered all over and snatched up the greatsword beside him. So the dragon god really has been slain? Damnable invader. I'll go avenge them right now. Carl, you're still so reckless. Sif stopped him. Right now, of the whole clan, only we two, husband and wife, have awakened our bloodlines. The dragon god exhausted its life to save our clan. Do you want the dragon god's sacrifice to be in vain? Damn it. Carl furiously hurled the sword aside. Sif, without the dragon god's protection, what on earth is our clan to do? Trying to awaken in a world dominated by undead creatures is simply too hard. Ask no more, Sif said in a low voice. I'm lost too. Just as the two were immersed in the grief of losing their god, a lizard man rushed in. Chief, bad news. Someone's barged into our clan's territory. What? Carl startled and snatched up the greatsword again. Take me there quick. Sif hurriedly grabbed her staff and followed out too. On the cavern plaza, lizard men lay sprawled everywhere in disarray. But both Dragonkin and I had held back and hadn't been lethal. With the lizardmen's recovery ability, they'd probably be up and lively again in about a day. I'd originally meant to summon Baigu directly, but on second thought, these lizard men would surely be my subordinates from now on, so I should gauge their mettle first. The result was that after fighting for a good while, they were all F rank and G rank. Woof! A bunch of trash. Dragonkin spat. And to think you're the intelligent species of a C rank secret realm, true garbage. The lizard man who had led earlier knelt half on the ground, still stubborn-mouthed. Humph, you dog, you're only E rank 2. Once our chief arrives, we'll see if you're still so cocky. Woof! Damn, I told you all to call your chief ages ago, but no, you had to take a full beating before calling him. Those who insult the dragon god, your crime is unforgivable. I spread my hands. You won't believe me if I tell the truth. I really am your dragon god's master. Bastard, you dare insult the dragon god. Carl, having just arrived, happened to hear this and instantly flew into a rage, raising his sword in a charging slash. Woof! Damn, grandkid, you try to hit your great-grandpa right in front of your grandpa. Dragonkin teleported to a spot in front of me. Spatial bind. Carl felt his whole body bound by an invisible force, the sword he'd swung out moving as if in slow motion. Dragonkin gave him no chance, flashed again, bullied its way up to the snail-slow Carl, and kicked both hind legs into his chest. Boom. Carl was sent flying, crashing at Sif's feet, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? The lead lizard man gasped. You're just an E-rank dog, and our chief is a D-rank awakened warrior. Woof! A pack of hairless grandkids, what do you know? Your grandpa here isn't something common sense can contain. Carl wiped the blood from his mouth. Big talk. Sif, heal me, for daring to insult the dragon god. Even if I die today, I'll drag you all down to pay with your lives. Sif nodded and raised her staff. A pure white radiance lit up from the staff's tip, illuminating the whole plaza. Where the white light passed, Carl and the fallen lizard men all rose, their injuries healed. Oh, interesting. One fights, one heals, a nice combination. Especially that white lizard's healing. Incredible, on par with my blood revival pills. Vile dog, eat another half-moon slash of mine. The restored Carl grinned, leapt into the air with a bounding step, and swung his great sword, a crescent of blade energy flying toward Dragonkin. It's the chief's half-moon slash. Haha, die, invader. That's the ultimate technique that gravely wounded the vampire of Bat Castle. Woof! What crappy half-moon slash garbage. Zhong Kong didn't budge. The instant the blade energy was about to hit, its figure vanished into thin air, and when it reappeared, it was already at Sif's side. Woof! Granddaughter, I hear you can heal? I wonder if you can heal yourself. Sif. Carl was aghast and flew to the rescue. Despicable. Come at me if you've got the guts. Unfortunately, he was nowhere near as fast as Zhong Kong. Zhong Kong opened its mouth in a void-rend claw, striking the stunned Sif. Ah! Space shattered, and gashes of blood burst open across Sif's pure white body. Seeing her wretched state, Carl's heart was as if cut by knives. Ah! I'll have you dead. Woof! Grandkid. Strength isn't something you roar into existence. Rain of healing. Sif forced through the agony and raised her staff, orbs of light appearing like rain and falling. Her wounds began to close. Though not fully healed, at least the bleeding finally stopped. How is this possible? What on earth is this invader's origin? He's clearly E-rank, yet both D-rank chiefs can't beat him. The lizard men all around were horrified. Don't just stand there. Help the chief, quick. Facing the joint assault of Carl and the whole plaza of lizard men, Zhong Kong handled it with ease, not getting touched even once. A quarter hour later, aside from Sif, whose magic power was spent and who was barely standing, the entire plaza of lizard men could no longer get up. The most gravely wounded was Carl, with scarcely an intact scale on his whole body. Woof! Grandkids, do you submit? If not, we'll keep going. Sif looked toward me, who had never moved. She could tell I was the one in charge. Just who are you people? Barging into our territory, what are you scheming? With this kind of strength, why not simply kill us? Woof! Granddaughter, is that any way to speak to my master? Haven't had enough of a beating. That's enough, Kong. That's about it. I stopped it and walked towards Sif. Carl was frantic with worry, yet lacked even the strength to crawl up. Stop. Come at me if you've got business. I ignored him, walked up to Sif, and looked her over. I've said it. I'm your dragon god's master. Now, I need you all to submit to me. Sif shook her head. Submit to you, who insulted the dragon god. Dream on. Kill me if you must. These lizardmen's faith in Baigu was downright monstrous in its intensity. I couldn't imagine what sort of past Baigu and they had shared. I remember now. It's this person. A fallen lizard man recognized me and cried out hoarsely. The dragon god was taken away by him. What? Sif startled. Sack, are you saying it was he who killed Lord Dragon God? Correct. It was him. It was him. The speaker was precisely that figure who had witnessed my departure earlier. Roar, kinsman. The dragon god's grudge cannot go unavenged. Hearing this, the fallen Carl forced himself upright. Follow me in burning our lives. Avenge the dragon god. Holy crap, this hardcore? I was taken aback. This wouldn't do. If you all really died, who would I go cry to? Just as I was about to summon Baigu, Grolfin's voice came from the entrance at the cavern's top. Enough, invader who blasphemes the dragon god. Stop testing my kinsman. What exactly are you trying to do? Kinsman, you're a devotee of the dragon god too? And who are you? Carl stared at it. Sigh. Grolfin let out a long sigh and slowly walked up to Sif. Children, these years have been hard on you. I shrugged. Children. The lizard men looked at this hunk of rotten flesh in confusion. Just who are you? Grolfin glanced at Sif and instinctively reached out to stroke her head, and Sif, surprisingly, didn't dodge. Child, it's grandfather. Grandfather? Sif froze. But Carl seemed to have thought of something, his face full of shock. You're the hero Lord Grolfin? What? That legendary hero who once fought shoulder to shoulder with Lord Dragon God, Grolfin. The whole plaza of lizard men was thrown into shock. Now that it had come to this, Grolfin hid it no longer and nodded. Correct, it is I. Sif was already streaming tears. Grandfather, it really is you. How did you end up like this? It shook its head. It's a long story. Carl suddenly remembered me and pointed. Grandfather Grolfin, this person. He actually dared insult Lord Dragon God. Right? And he claimed to be the dragon god's master. Unforgivable. Grolfin gave me a complicated look and said helplessly, what he said is true. What? The whole plaza was in an uproar, every face written with disbelief. Even the look in Sif's eyes toward it changed. Grandfather, what are you saying? Could it be that even you have forsaken the dragon god? Sigh. Grolfin sighed. Outsider, would you let Lord Dragon God show itself? Sure. I nodded and summoned Baigu. Roar. With a dragon's cry, Baigu appeared before the whole plaza of lizard men. Dragon, Lord Dragon God. No matter how gravely wounded, all the lizard men forced themselves to kneel. Lord Dragon God, you're still alive. Sif hurriedly knelt and worshipped too. Lord Dragon God, your most loyal devotees, the Lizard Man clan, pay you our respects. But Baigu seemed a bit uncomfortable and looked to me questioningly. Master, what are they doing? Do they want to steal my candy? Master? Master? The lizard men stared at me in horror. Lord Dragon God, what is this you're saying? Grolfen spoke up helplessly. Children, this is reality. Even I cannot rescue Lord Dragon God from this outsider's hands. Rescue my ass. I shot at a wide-eyed glare. Xiaobai, tell them, did I force you to follow me? Baigu shook its head. Nope. Baigu did it willingly. The home Master made for me is super big, and Master's candy is super delicious. See that? Stop with the forcing and rescuing every other word. Baigu doesn't need anyone to rescue it. Carl and Sif were utterly dumbfounded. You actually became the Dragon God's master? Impossible. How could the Dragon God willingly be your servant? I rolled my eyes. Nonsense. Not a servant. A companion, get it? Under Baigu's envious gaze, I tossed a blood revival pill each to Grolfen, Sif, and Carl. See that? To keep Baigu fed, I even used this thing as candy to feed it. Do your servants get this kind of treatment? The three lizard men held the pills in confusion. This is a bunch of bad people. Baigu puffed out its cheeks. That's Baigu's candy. You're all bad people, stealing Baigu's candy. Seeing me hand out its beloved blood revival pills, it was clearly sulking. This scared the three devotees stiff. Grolfen was fine, but Sif and Carl were dumbstruck on the spot and hurriedly shuffled on their knees over to Baigu, lifting the pills high above their heads with both hands. We dare not. How could we dare? Please, Lord Dragon God, accept this, this candy. Good grief. These lizard men were far too abject before Baigu. Baigu was delighted and opened its mouth to snatch their pills, only to be stopped by a look from me. That's enough, Baigu. Once I get back to reality and fetch money, there'll be plenty of candy for you. Let these two swallow these pills so they'll know what a precious thing it is I feed you every day. Don't be upset, Master, Baigu will behave. It shook its head and turned to those two lizards, saying discontentedly, Hey, you two, hurry and eat the candy. Can't you see Master's unhappy? As it spoke, it passively released a trace of dragon might. Yes, we'll eat right away. Sif and Carl, terrified, hurriedly swallowed them. The blood revival pill could fully heal E-rank beasts, and it wasn't entirely useless on D-rank either, just with slightly reduced efficacy. As the medicinal power took effect, Carl's battered body healed at a visible speed, recovering 80% in a few minutes. Sif's gashes all smoothed over too, without a trace of a wound to be seen. This impossible. A divine-grade pill. This is absolutely a divine-grade pill. The two stared at me in horror. Grolfen, curious, swallowed one too. And a moment later, its rotting body actually revived somewhat. Though still decayed, it had gained a touch of vitality. What manner of life force is this? It looked at me in shock. Invader, you actually feed the dragon god a divine-grade pill like this as a snack? I nodded. Correct. What? Still think I treat Baigu as a servant. This counts as divine grade. I rolled my eyes internally. A bunch who've never seen the world. Those high-end goods in the system shop, the sky-mending pill at $1 billion apiece, could instantly heal any injury on a beast below A rank. If I brought that thing out, you'd be scared to death on the spot. Lord Dragon God. Grolfen looked at Baigu with complicated feelings. This invader feeds you a pill like this every day? Baigu shook its head. Pill? What are you talking about? This is the candy Master gives me. It's so sweet. My standing in the hearts of the whole plaza of lizard men shot up as if flying. Someone who can feed a divine-grade pill as a snack to their own dragon god. How is that enslavement? It's practically enshrining it as an ancestor. At the very least, these lizard men certainly didn't have the means to enshrine the dragon god like this. The lizard men's expressions were complicated. In the end, it was Grolfen who first stated his position. Powerful outsider. I acknowledge that you are Lord Dragon God's master. Forgive my earlier offense. Done. A few blood revival pills, and I'd won over a whole species. Made out like a bandit. I waved my hand. It's fine, just remember our pact. But it shook its head. No need. That you treat our dragon god this way. I'm endlessly grateful. Do you need me to lower my cultivation now and enter that world of yours? I was about to agree, then on second thought, this secret realm still hadn't been mapped out, and there was no telling how Luo Hanshuang was. With Grolfin's C-rank cultivation, it was still quite useful for now. Never mind. Lower it when we're about to leave. For now, just follow me like this. I obey your every command, my lord. Sif and Carl still had a belly full of questions, and it was Sif who couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, what sort of pact do you and this lord have? Grolfin instinctively looked at me. Seeing me shake my head, it didn't answer. Because these matters, I intended to state myself. I still had to trick them into my space, after all. I walked up to the two of them and held out 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, stay here. 2, come with me to my territory. Go to your territory? Sif asked. Correct. My territory isn't in this space. This? The two exchanged a glance. Then, what about Lord Dragon God? Baigu? It's naturally in my territory too. I'll be taking it with me. My lord, Carl said hesitantly. Could you give us some time to ask the clan's wishes? No problem. I nodded. I'll give you half a day. After half a day, I'll leave. Those willing, gather here, and I'll send you to my territory. All right. Many thanks, my lord. Wait a moment. I called Sif to stop and took out 3 more blood revival pills. Dissolve them in water and feed them to your kinsman. This. Sif stared at the 3 pills in horror. Good grief, divine-grade pills. Are they really worth so little? Master, Baigu's being good. Baigu wants some too. Before Sif could decline, I tossed the pills over. She hurriedly stepped forward to catch them and thanked me repeatedly. Thank you for your grace, my lord. Hurry along. Remember, only half a day. Sif and Carl hurried to dilute the pills in water and feed their kinsmen. The lizard men who drank the medicinal water quickly recovered most of their strength, shot me a shocked glance, then followed the 2 chiefs to the clan council to discuss whether to follow. I stroked Baigu and tossed it another one. That's the last one for today. From now on, only 1 a day. Once I return to reality and fetch money from the guild, I'll give you more. Baigu is the most obedient. It happily ate it. Grolfin didn't go to the council, but stood beside Baigu like a guard. Having a free moment, I curiously asked, why did these lizard men worship Baigu so devoutly? From Grolfin's mouth, I pieced together a tale of the past. Their lizard men were not originally creatures of this secret realm, and Baigu was not originally a bone dragon. They came from another space. Baigu had originally been a black dragon, the totem beast of the lizard man clan. Later, a powerful enemy invaded, and to protect the clan, Baigu exhausted its entire life to forcibly tear open a spatial gate. The lizard men were forced to flee, falling into this world dominated by undead creatures, and Baigu's soul followed, reincarnating into a bone dragon. As for Grolfin, when he crossed into this world, he was already gravely wounded, his oil spent and lamp dimmed. So as not to grieve his kinsman, he quietly left the group and went alone to meet death. Who knew that after death, energy entered his body and he actually became a lich. Looking at his own rotting shell, he was unwilling to return to the clan and chose only to silently guard them from afar. Having heard all this, I looked at Baigu, willing to protect the clan that enshrined it even in death. No wonder the lizard men were so fiercely loyal to it. The story finished. Sif and Carl had already led the whole clan back to the plaza. Before I could speak, all the lizard men knelt in unison, the 2 chiefs at the fore, saying with one voice, We, the Lizard Man clan, vow to enshrine Lord Dragon God unto death, and are willing to follow Lord Dragon God in pledging our loyalty to our master. Very good. I nodded with satisfaction. What followed was the tedious migration. I had everyone gather their essential belongings and sent them one by one into the secret realm space. Over there, they'd have to carve out their homeland themselves, though I'd long since drawn the blueprint in my mind. My residence was, of course, the peak in the center of the space. The lizard men would be settled on the south-facing slope at the mountain's foot, in the area nearest Baigu's Bone Hill. The migration complete, the underground cavern instantly emptied. I left Grolfin there to wait and returned to the secret realm space myself. At that moment, all the lizard men were gazing up at the sun in the sky above the space. Carl and Sif closed their eyes and basked in the light. How many years had it been since they'd sunbathed like this? Seeing me appear, the two hurriedly led the clan over to bow. Through the migration, their souls had been branded with my mark, which counted as absolute loyalty. The Lizardman clan thanks you for your grace, my lord. I nodded and pointed at the faintly visible bone mountain in the distance. That's where Baigu is, your dragon god's home. From now on, you may go and shrine it yourselves. I waved my hand again, encircling the land around us. This stretch of land is your Lizardman clan's territory. First find some timber and set up homes. Once I return to reality, I'll hire someone to draw up plans and ship building materials over. And then, you must build according to my design. We obey your every arrangement, my lord. Looking at the two lizards before me, one black, one white, I suddenly thought of something and, testing, walked up to Sif and pressed my finger to her forehead. Basic general appointment. Sif froze. A white light appeared before her. Holy crap, it actually works. My heart quaked violently. Good grief, an intelligent humanoid creature can actually be appointed as a general too. If this got out into reality, it would shock everyone. Because everyone took it as an iron law. Intelligent humanoid creatures cannot become beasts. I walked up to Carl too. Basic general appointment. Sure enough, after a slight hesitation from Carl, an identity card floated before him too. Both worked. Unfortunately, of this whole clan of lizardmen, aside from those two, the rest weren't worth a look. Appointing the others as generals would be too much of a waste of slots. Just as I was about to check the two identity cards, a terrifying power suddenly surged through my whole body. This is a beast's advancement? No, advancement didn't feel like this. I was suddenly overjoyed. It's Xiaoqing. Evolution successful, it's awakened. Sure enough, atop the mountain peak in the center of the space, Xiaoqing had opened its eyes. Bolts of thunder exploded above its head, as if doomsday had descended. Xiaoqing leapt into the sea of thunder and began devouring that violent thunder power. A moment later, the thunder dispersed, and a green python as thick as an arm hovered in midair. It sensed my location and joyfully flew toward me. I didn't let it work for it either. I opened the sandbox directly and moved it to my side. It was finally no longer as thin as a pencil. Now arm thick, I could barely even carry it. 2 lumps of flesh had also swelled up atop its head. Those must be dragon horns not yet fully grown. And all the lizard men actually knelt down again involuntarily. Sif and Carl, without knowing why, felt an absolute suppression at the bloodline level the very instant they saw Xiaoqing, prostrating themselves against their will. Xiaoqing curiously examined this group of unfamiliar lizard men. I hurriedly stroked its head. All right, don't fuss. These people will be our companions from now on. Roar, roar. Xiaoqing roared excitedly twice, its stout body circling around me without stop. Only then did I pick up the 3 identity cards to look them over. First, Xiaoqing, since it and I were soul-linked. Name, Xiaoqing. Race, unknown. Potential, unknown. Strength, D rank. Attributes, wind, water, thunder. Skills, basic wind magic, basic water magic, basic thunder magic. Talent, divine dragon transformation, first fold. Domain, overturning clouds and rain. Good grief, it jumped rank straight to D rank? Its attributes had even gained thunder. That must be because it devoured that cloud spirit. I hadn't expected it to comprehend a domain too. Not only that, it even came with a talent. Here's a joke. A beast with a talent. Divine dragon transformation. It sounded incredibly badass at a glance. I'd wanted it to use it for me to see, but Xiaoqing transmitted a thought. Using divine dragon transformation would send it back into deep slumber. Having only just woken with such difficulty, I couldn't bear to let it sleep again, so I had to let it go. Next came Sif and Carl. Name, Carl. Race, lizard man, abyss breed. Potential, S rank. Strength, D rank. Attribute, strength. Skills, charge, half moon slash, whirlwind slash. Name, Sif. Race, lizard man, light breed. Potential, S rank. Strength, D rank. Attribute, light. Skills, light of healing, rain of healing, chains of healing, damage transfer. Good grief, these two weren't bad either. Their potential actually S rank. And they could no longer be counted as mere lizard men. Abyss breed and light breed must be branch bloodlines within the clan. Zhong Kongkong and Baigu had also sensed Xiaoqing's awakening, and at that moment Zhong Kongkong was standing on Baigu's back, rushing all the way over. The instant it saw Xiaoqing hovering by my side, its eyes went stiff. Woof! Boss Xiaoqing, you're finally awake. I missed you to death. Xiaoqing looked at it, and couldn't help curling its snake tail up to cover its mouth as it laughed. This anthropomorphic gesture left me dumbfounded. Unfortunately, it still couldn't talk. No telling how many evolutions it would take before it could open its mouth. Its laughter done, Xiaoqing pointed at Baigu with its tail and looked at Zhong Kongkong in puzzlement. Zhong Kongkong immediately caught on. Oh, boss, this is Baigu, a little underling master newly took in, our granddaughter. Quick, Baigu, come pay respects to your grandpa Xiaoqing. The blue soul fire in Baigu's eye sockets flickered. Grandpa Xiaoqing, I'm Baigu. Crash. A bolt of thunder struck down out of thin air, hitting Zhong Kongkong square on the head and blasting its black and white dog fur pitch black. No need to think, this was Xiaoqing's doing. Xiaoqing puffed up angrily and glared at it, curling its snake tail to keep shaking me. Woof! Boss Xiaoqing, what was that for? Zhong Kongkong spat out a mouthful of black smoke, its face full of grievance. Roar, roar, roar. For some reason, I actually seemed to understand its meaning, so I translated for it. Xiaoqing says it's female. How could it be called grandpa? And also, it was only born not long ago, and you called it old. From now on, have Baigu call it boss too. Woof! Holy crap. So boss Xiaoqing is actually a great auntie. Woof, understood. Granddaughter, from now on just call her boss, same as your grandpa. Baigu nodded, half understanding. Boss. Roar, roar. Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction. This exchange between two dragons and a dog left the lizard men utterly dumbfounded. On one side was the Lord Dragon god they worshipped, on the other was Xiaoqing, who held absolute bloodline suppression over them. Good grief, just what kind of place had their clan come to? Ding, congratulations to the host. The race migration quest is complete. Reward obtained, random talent ×1, development coin ×1. Finally, I could draw a talent again. I skillfully opened the draw interface. The familiar will spun once more, and my heart rose with it. Super S. Super S. Ding. Obtained S-rank talent. Attack Aura. Effect. The host may activate or deactivate it at will. Once activated, it boosts allies' abilities by 15%. An Aura type. Fine. Not exactly top tier, but at least it's an S rank. This kind of talent costs 1 development coin apiece in the system shop. As for that 1 development coin in my pack, I couldn't bear to use it. Anything buyable with development coins was a great treasure, and any one item was enough to stun the world. My goal was that skill requiring 100 development coins to redeem, the Gate of Space. With things here settled, I returned to the Lizard Man Cavern, with a pile of matters still waiting. Seeing me return, Grolfin immediately paid its respects. My lord, you've returned. I nodded and pulled out the walkie-talkie Jiang Feng had given me to test it, still nothing but static. The communications equipment probably hadn't been built yet. Grolfin, let me ask you, if my companion fell into this secret realm and is still alive, where would she most likely be? It's that girl you showed me earlier, isn't it? Correct, it's her. It pondered for a moment. If she's still alive, the greatest likelihood is Bat Castle. Inside Bat Castle, in a huge stone chamber, people lay sprawled everywhere in disarray. At a glance, nearly all Secret Realm army. And Luo Hanchuang's figure was, incredibly, among them too. Countless bats wheeled about the chamber, as if guarding this prey. Not long ago, once that swarm of bats discovered Luo Hanchuang, they'd attacked relentlessly. Within 10, her cloud spirit could still hold them off, but thousands of D-rank bats. How could she cope? Her cloud spirit was soon gravely wounded, and she recalled it. She'd thought death was certain, only to find the bats hadn't gone in for the kill, but instead, as if hurting a mortal, drove her into this large chamber. Then she watched with her own eyes as the bats carried in Secret Realm army soldiers one by one, dropped them, and flew back out. Miss Luo, it's actually you. You got captured in here too. A Secret Realm army soldier who'd just been tossed down beside her recognized her. You know me? You're one of the mission targets for this trip of ours. For the Secret Realm army to be mobilized to find someone, it must have been Grandpa and Grandma who stepped in. Unfortunately, right now, everyone had become the bat's captives. The soldier saw her worry and pointed at his waist. Rest assured, Miss Luo, I've already linked up with the main force. As long as the signal tower back at the base goes up, this walkie-talkie of mine can call for help. How much longer for the signal tower? He hesitated a moment. This time we've got Major General Chun-E helping with transport. At the usual pace, 3 days at the latest. In 3 days, we'll definitely be able to contact base. Major General Chun-E? Luo Hanswang startled, and into her mind popped that jerk who treated her like a jinx and avoided her like the plague. Surely it wasn't the same person. That was a secret realm army major general. But for some reason, in her subconscious, she actually hoped it was Chun-E coming to save her. Was that possible? Even if he hit it well, he was no more than a freshman this year, same as her. Facing a swarm of D-rank bats, even if he came, he'd just get captured like her, wouldn't he? But these bats, why capture and not kill? She couldn't figure it out. A patrolling bat seemed to hear their conversation and abruptly flew in front of that soldier. Squeak, squeak. At that shrill screech, all the bats guarding the area surged over, throwing themselves at the soldier one after another. Terrified, he swatted and shooed them. But though these bats were small, they were genuine D-rank. How could he withstand them? Luo Hanswang and the others wanted to step forward to help, but were all blocked. Bastards. Get off. After a few moments of screaming, the bats scattered in a swarm and resumed patrolling. Everyone was horrified to discover that soldier had already withered, not a drop of blood left on his entire body. Only then did Luo Hanswang understand. These bats had treated them as stockpiled rations. They were vampire bats. To be drained alive, it was truly terrifying. Even as resolute as she was, she now fell into fear. After witnessing this, everyone understood too. Here, one must never make a sound. Luo Hanswang gazed at the desiccated corpse beside her, curled herself into a ball, hugged her slender legs, and trembled faintly. At that moment, I was being led by Grolfin to the outskirts of Bat Castle, watching with my own eyes as several bats carried a secret realm army soldier into the castle. My lord, this is why I said she's most likely here, Bat Castle. My expression was grave. Grolfin, why do these bats capture people? Capture people? It shook its head. They don't specifically capture your kind. They capture all creatures of flesh and blood. When my clan first set foot in this world, we were surrounded and hunted by them, which is why we were forced to hide underground. Good grief. So you lizardmen living underground were driven down there. What do they capture flesh and blood creatures for? To eat the meat. They don't eat meat, they suck blood. Damn, vampire bats. I shuddered, thinking of Luo Hanshuang's exquisite face. Girl, you'd better not get drained dry. You've still got your young master's quest hanging on you. But I was also stumped. This bat castle was too vast. Searching by brute force would take forever. And if I tipped them off, would the bats inside kill the hostage? After thinking it over, I decided I'd let the bats capture me too. After all, the strongest hunter often appears in the guise of prey. I instructed Grolfin. Once I slipped in and summoned Baigu, he was to come to my aid immediately. The details settled, it hit itself. Seeing a bat fly out of the castle, I immediately jumped and hopped, waving at it. That bat was probably baffled too. What is this thing, begging to die? Hey, grandkid, come catch me. Seeing it freeze in place without moving, I hurriedly deployed Zhong Kongkong's signature technique, taunting. Sure enough, the next moment, the bat gave a screech, 2 more flew out from the castle, and all 3 charged straight at me. I was nervous too at that moment. I'd quietly opened the sandbox. The instant they tried to kill me rather than capture, I'd summoned Xiaoqing. Thankfully, they only captured and didn't kill, biting onto my clothes and flying toward the castle. I didn't resist either, passing through window after window, and was soon carried into the very stone chamber where Luo Hanshuang and the others were held. Good grief. I looked at the bats flitting all over the chamber, all D-rank. Thank goodness Xiaoqing had awakened, or I really might not have been able to handle it. I swept a glance over the captured secret realm army below, roughly counting, over 100 people. Soon, in the pile of people, I spotted Luo Hanshuang curled into a ball. This woman was really here. Those bats were cooperative too, tossing me straight in her direction. Thud! I crashed down beside her, got up and patted the dust off my butt, and glared sourly at those 3 bats. Screw it, couldn't you throw me a little gentler? The curled-up Luo Hanshuang heard my voice and froze. Why am I hearing that jerk's voice? Could it be? I miss him so much I'm having auditory hallucinations. Hey, Luo Hanshuang, are you dazed? Your young master's come to save you." As I spoke, I nudged the pitiful her. Only then did she lift her head from between her legs, and upon seeing me clearly before her, she froze outright. For some reason, the very first glance at me actually gave her a sense of security, and her earlier fear vanished. "You? How are you here?" I put on a look of disdain. Hey, hey, what's with that expression? Your young master kindly comes to save you, and you act like you've seen a ghost? Save me? You. Do you know what rank this secret realm is? Do you know what kind of place this is? By the way, how did you get in?" I proudly patted my chest. "Your young master, I got myself captured by the bats on purpose." Impressive, right? On purpose? You idiot. This is suicide. Seeing my nonchalant look, she was beside herself with anxiety. "It's Major General Chun-Yi." "Shoo. Major General, you can't make a sound." A few nearby soldiers were drawn by the commotion, and upon seeing it was me, first showed delight, then faces full of worry. "Oh, you know me? Why can't I make a sound?" The soldier grew anxious. "Major General, you're a key protected figure in the army. We can afford to be in danger, but you can't. Sound will draw the bats." I nodded thoughtfully. This exchange again made Luo Hanshuang's eyes go wide. Chun-Yi really was a major general, and judging by this display, his standing in the army wasn't low either. What's there to fear? Let that swarm of bats all come over. Your young master came here precisely to save you all." "Save people?" Luo Hanshuang hurriedly reached out to cover my mouth. "Idiot. I know you're strong, but take a look around too. A chamber full of D-rank bats, and this is just a small batch." This bold move left me stunned. I have to say, this girl's hand smelled nice. I flung my hand and knocked hers away. "TCH. Just D-rank, what's that worth? In a bit your young master will kill this swarm of bats and avenge you." "D-rank isn't worth anything?" Luo Hanshuang was about to be laughed into fury. A freshman daring to say such a thing? Suddenly, she noticed several bats had already been drawn to me, and with a screech, dozens charged straight over. The soldiers who'd recognized me came sprinting in fright, but unfortunately were too far. Just as I was about to be torn apart, Luo Hanshuang shoved me aside and shielded me in front. "Idiot, run." I froze. Screw me, this woman's this fierce? Throwing herself on the line to save me? What the hell? Damn, who the hell asked you to save me? Are you poisoned? Your young master clearly came to save you." With that, I yanked her over and pulled her into my embrace to shield her. "Watch closely. Your young master will kill for you to see." Luo Hanshuang was dazed for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile in my arms. "If we really can get out safely this time, I'll agree to be your woman." Screw me, what the hell? Be my girlfriend? Are you insane? Forget it. Women are nothing but trouble. What the hell? Dream on. Your young master saves you, and you want to repay kindness with malice. Luo Hanshuang, who'd been immersed in her own imagination, went green in the face at these words. You really are a jerk." Just then, the terrifying swarm of bats finally closed in and all threw themselves at me. "Major General." The soldiers couldn't help crying out, and Luo Hanshuang also screamed in fright and shut her eyes. She never imagined she'd die in this jerk's arms. "Baigu." I gave a cold smile. A wall of wind suddenly appeared before me, and Baigu emerged with it. Roar! With a dragon's cry, dragon might burst forth. The instant the cold worry spread out, the bat swarm's movements visibly stalled a few degrees. Roar! Seizing the moment, Baigu opened its mouth and spewed frost dragon breath. The snow-white cold surged, and every bat it touched instantly froze into an ice sculpture and dropped to the ground. Only then did Luo Hanshuang open her eyes and gaze in horror at the calf-sized Baigu. What kind of beast was this? Clearly D-rank, yet against the same rank, it was crushing. No, this was actually Chun-Yi's beast too. Recalling that eerie little snake and that foul-mouthed stray dog, Luo Hanshuang was mesmerized. This man holding her was too mysterious and too powerful. The bats that hadn't been killed all halted their attacks, circling in midair, observing Baigu. Baigu immediately nuzzled me. "Master, isn't Baigu impressive?" "Impressive? Baigu's the most impressive. I'll give you candy when we get back." "Candy to eat. Master's the best." It could talk. Beasts that can talk usually possess extremely high intelligence and are hellishly hard to contract. Counting that dog, I'd actually contracted another beast that could talk. Luo Hanshuang pointed at Baigu, stammering. This is your beast too? And that dog?" I looked at her haughtily. "Making a fuss over nothing. There's plenty more you don't know. Your young master is hardly something you common mortals can compare to. Common mortals? Luo Hanshuang, hailed as a prodigy, was just a common mortal in your eyes? She ground her teeth, choked speechless, and the bats in the air seemed to have deliberated a countermeasure. Squeak, squeak. All the bats screeched in unison, the wave of sound spreading through the entire bat castle. Squeak, 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 squeak. Everywhere in the castle, the bats hanging upside down in slumber all opened their eyes and let out shrill cries in response. Then, like a plague of locusts, the swarm of bats rose from every corner and swarmed toward the stone chamber I was in. Screw me. This many. I was stunned too. In just a few breaths, several hundred had already poured in from outside. Not daring to be careless, I shoved Luo Hans Huang out of my arms and flicked my hand to summon Zhong Kong Kong. Kong Kong, guard this dumb girl well. Woof. Right away. Zhong Kong Kong glanced at Luo Hans Huang. Woof. Granddaughter, we meet again. So, how about it, considering being my master's bed-warming maid? You vile dog. Shut up. Luo Hans Huang, already displeased at being roughly shoved away by me, took a critical hit from this dog's line, her hatred maxing out. I shot at a glare. Shut up. Quit causing me trouble. Then, ignoring her, I dashed straight toward the captured soldiers. Woof. Right away. Granddaughter, hear that. My master told you to quit causing trouble. The captured soldiers were tensely watching the bats gathering overhead. Seeing me run over, they all showed awkward expressions. Major General Chen Yi, go on ahead. We'll cover your retreat. I shook my head. No need. Just a few bats. Summon all your beasts. It'd help to have a hand. Our beasts? The soldier from earlier grimaced. Major General, our beasts were all beaten into serious injury by the bats. Summoning them would just be a burden. I waved my hand. When I say summon, you summon. I have my own way. All right. The soldiers gritted their teeth and summoned their beasts in unison. In an instant, the ground was littered with wounded beasts. I swept a glance over them, basically all F rank, with the occasional E rank. That made things easy. Sif. I summoned Sift. Her snow-white form appearing in this eerie old castle was indescribably out of place. She glanced at the bat swarm overhead in disgust. My lord, why have you come to this hellish place, Bat Castle? Never mind that. Sif, heal these beasts. She glanced at the wounded beasts all over the ground, nodded, and raised her staff. Holy white light lit up at the staff's tip. Light of healing. In an instant, the white light enveloped all the wounded beasts, and within a breath, their wounds closed at a visible speed. What kind of beast is this? Heavens, an intelligent humanoid beast. And a rare healing type at that. Major General, just who are you? The soldiers were shocked, gazing at me in excitement. I smiled faintly. Remember to keep my secret. Yes, Major General. Aside from the commander, I promise never to spread it. But the most shocked of all was still Luo Hans Huang. Yet another beast. And an intelligent humanoid beast that was fundamentally impossible to contract. She dazedly glanced at the vigilant Baigu, then at this idiot dog shielding her, and suddenly revealed a self-mocking expression. How laughable. She'd never imagined Chun Yi hid himself so deep, and she'd actually been thinking of vying with him. Triple summons. This was triple summons. Only a C-rank beast tamer could do it. Yet Chen Yi, like her, was just a freshman this year. Once he reached C-rank, what kind of existence would that be? One person alone could rival an entire army. Woof. Granddaughter, you've witnessed my master's power now, haven't you? So, how about it? Want to warm my boss's bed? Zhong Kong Kong seemed to have seen through her thoughts and struck up its taunting again. But Luo Hans Huang, unusually, didn't fire back, only giving me a meaningful glance. If he can meet a few of my conditions, it's not entirely out of the question. Woof. What? Zhong Kong Kong froze. Luo Hans Huang suddenly came to her senses, realized she'd lost her composure, and her face flushed. It's nothing. And Sif's light of healing seemed to have provoked the bats in the air too. Squeak, 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 squeak. All the bats shrieked in unison and threw themselves at Sif. Baigu Carl protects Sif. I immediately summoned Carl and called Baigu back to defend. Major General Chen Yi, let us help you. Those beasts, mostly recovered, also rushed to Sif's side. Though low rank, better than nothing. Another beast. By now Luo Hans Huang was thoroughly numbed and didn't even feel surprised anymore. Chen Yi, can you have your beast heal, my cloud spirit? I can help too. She summoned her cloud spirit, which was now only bed-sized, floating on the ground, unable even to rise into the air. A cloud spirit that was infinitely close to D rank. Sif's healing effect might not be obvious, but as long as it hadn't reached D rank, the blood revival pill would work 100%. I tossed one straight over. Have your cloud spirit eat it. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Though the bats were D rank, they had no skills, relying entirely on their overpowering bodies and sharp claws for a brute force clash. With Baigu as the main force, Zhong Kongkong and Carl providing support on the flanks, plus the healed beasts holding the line, we actually fought the thousands of bats to an even match. As for Shaoqing, I didn't plan to summon it unless things reached a critical point. A trump card should always be held in reserve. After a few moments of fighting, the ground was already piled with ice sculpture bat corpses. And Baigu's jade-like body had gained countless scratches too. That dog Zhong Kongkong really was vile. It actually used Baigu as a shield, hiding between Baigu's ribs and endlessly firing off ranged skills like Void Rend Claw, so it was completely unharmed. The one who suffered was Carl, long since bathed in blood. The other beasts, the moment they took a wound, hurried to retreat to the rear for Sif to heal. Their ranks were too low, after all. As the situation gradually tilted toward the bats, Luo Hanshuang's cloud spirit recovered too and joined the battle outright. TCH. I thought it over, opened the talent page, and chose to activate Attack Aura. In an instant, a massive array materialized beneath my feet. Immediately after, a faint layer of white light rose over Baigu, Zhong Kongkong, and all our beasts. Group boost, 15%. Attack Aura. Luo Hanshuang couldn't help crying out. She'd thought she was already used to all my abnormalities, thought nothing I did could surprise her anymore. But seeing the Attack Aura, she still cried out. That was a rare S-rank talent. Anyone who had it, even going to the capital's beast-taming main academy, would be a top-tier hot commodity. No, she recalled what her grandfather had said. Chun Yi's talent was clearly the master of the secret realm, dubbed the Turtle Shell. Heavens! Dual S-rank talents. This was just too inconceivable. TCH, woman, you recognize it? Cut the chatter. Hurry up and kill bats. With the Attack Aura's boost, the situation once again reached a stalemate. Just then, thud thud, a series of heavy footsteps came from beyond the door, and immediately after, the door burst apart with a roar. Undead creatures poured in like a tide, wraiths, rotting corpses, and most numerous of all, a skeleton army. This, Major General, look out. Chen Yi. This sudden wave of wraiths startled everyone, and they all instinctively retreated to my side. Major General, what do we do now? These bats are already trouble enough, and now these things have come too. Major General, abandon us. With your strength, taking Miss Luo and escaping is still doable.